This conference will now be recorded.
I didn't even think of that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, we're going to call the meeting to order. Are we recording?
Yes, we are.
All right, let's do roll call.
Well, we're getting our mind back. I think it's coming.
Should be off. Trying to see, that's a great meeting. Well, that's nice.
Okay. Just like your computer.
Is there
Yeah,
somebody connected at the meeting who's got their speakerphone on?
Terry,
We know who somebody is. We're not going to say.
Let me see. Maybe-
before I get the green
Modern
light,
technology something.
and it'll turn it green. Right.
Were you on vacation?
Can you still hear me?
Massachusetts. Oh, very nice. Just the time to avoid the snow you came back, right? Oh.
Yeah. Cal, can you check your computer and make sure that you've got the audio inputs selected properly?
Is this me or?
No, I'm off.
She's off and it's not vibrating now.
Yeah. All right.
It's
and then-
not, you're not getting feedback anymore.
Nice, beautiful. Okay, you're ready to start with the roll call.
Yeah, roll call.
Mr. Collier.
Really?
Here. Ms. Holloway. Mr. Jensen. Here. Ms. O'Connell.
Here.
Mr. Kish.
Here.
Sir, you have a quorum.
Okay. We're going to do the pledge of allegiance.
We are.
Pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Third item on the agenda. I don't know what statement by Supervisor Jensen.
I had been on vacation in a phone call last week when I was away, totally unrelated. The person I was talking with said something. I said, "What did you just say?" And that's what brought this about. There is nothing wrong here. There is nothing illegal. I just want to clarify something. My wife and I have hung our licenses as realtors with Port of the Islands Realty across the street for about a year and a half. And it's a very small company. We don't do meetings, and real estate's a little bit different. You don't work for somebody. You work for yourself, but you have to legally hang your license someplace. I'm telling you that because in February of this year, Scott Prepham, who owns the docks across the street and owns PrepMat, and we have a lawsuit with him right now, and he has shown interest in buying lot 13, hung his license with our company, with Port of the Islands Real Estate. I had no idea that was happening, nor would I, and it's not a big deal. It happens all the time. So I just found that out, and there's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing illegal about it. I would do the same thing if I were a developer. He's going to save himself money if he buys properties, and it's perfectly legal. But it put me in a very bad position, and I just want to clarify that. It puts me in a bad position because I'm on this board. And were there a vote, pro or con, on the lawsuit, a sharp lawyer could come up with a reason why it was the wrong call because of my vote. If you wanted to purchase the land in the back or anything to do here, and we said no, or we didn't do it with them, whatever it was. And part of it was because of my vote. A smart lawyer could really cost us a lot of money, you a lot of money. So, long story monotonous. Is he doing anything wrong? Not at all. Is he doing anything illegal? Not at all. I wish I had been made aware of it because of my position on the board, but it's not the end of the world. So from now on, I just want to go on the record as recusing myself. I'm not going to vote on anything Scott Prepham or anything PrepMat. And I just want you all here to hear that, and I just want it on our record. That's it.
You have disclosed that potential conflict.
Yes.
If any vote comes up, we'll refer to the attorney and he'll say if you can or you can't.
Right.
If abstain on that vote. And then there's a form, a public form B, I think it's called, that you'll have to fill out.
And Kel and I appreciate it because generally under the ethics laws, it's not just the conflict of interest, but at times that the appearance of a conflict. Exactly. It can be more troublesome, and each factual situation is different. The Florida Commission on Ethics is ultimately the only entity that makes the decision as to right or wrong. But I appreciate you that, and I appreciate Kel and I will give the guidance.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, that's all.
That's been disclosed. Next would be the agenda.
I have questions on that. Would he be allowed to, in our discussion on the suit and or if something came about somewhere else, is he allowed to discuss with us but not vote, or is he not allowed to even discuss?
What I would need to do is research that, because sometimes that can occur, where there might be the opportunity to discuss but not participate in the vote. So, I mean, I will look at that.
Well, because when it comes to real estate, I would listen to him because of, of his background.
And again, there may not be it may turn out that an opinion would be rendered that it's not a conflict of interest under any of this. There's multiple statutes that are in play. And again, the only entity that has the authority to make definitive decisions is the Florida Commission on Ethics. But they have a number of ethics opinions out there on a number of areas. The general counsel, the executive director are very accessible for phone calls. I've talked to them many times. They love in advance phone calls from local government entities. So I could just call them and have a chat with them generally about this topic.
Yeah, the only issue I would see that might impact his participation in the discussion is in full session. Anything outside that he could comment all he wants, you guys accept it all you want, but if it gets to a point where there's a vote, he would ask Mr. Pierce if there was a conflict, and if he deemed there was, then he would abstain and fill out the form.
Okay, I don't understand the business relationship that he has. He's just hanging his license there. I mean, I don't understand.
It's the appearance. He said it right.
It may not be an issue.
Right.
And again, I can't.
He's not working for him.
No, just there's a perimeter that the executive director, general counsel for the Commission on Ethics presents to a seminar every year. It's about 80 pages long. Single space, chock full of statutes, case law, and ethics opinion references. It's like the Bible. I go to that and look at that initially, then I will talk to Mr. Anderson or his successor. What I would suggest, if the board's okay with it, I can have an initial call with their office and then come back, report at the next board meeting. Because ultimately you can ask for a formal opinion, but the formal opinion needs to be blessed by the agency that mentions it. So I'll have that conversation, if that's okay.
Oh, yeah.
And then report back whether, because the conversations with the executive director, general counsel, again, they welcome them in advance. They really like them in advance. And they give some good guidance. So point you to statutes or point to ethics opinions. Not give you the formal opinion, but give suggestions as to what to look for. Then it can come back to the board and say, do you want to ask for formal opinion at the next meeting?
Yeah, I think that'd be good.
Thank you.
Next item is the agenda, and you have two additions. One is 13D, which is the appointment of a registered agent for the district. Dan Cox has served in that, and obviously Dan's not around. And then
Well, he's around, but not representing the district.
not around here. He's up in Carabel. And 15C, which is the Union Road median planting request from Orchid Grove. And those are the two additions. They are reflected on the agenda that was passed out. If the board has no problem, we need to approve the amended agenda.
So moved.
So, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So I'm sorry I jumped in there.
It's all right, because I didn't know what changes were, so that's
Yeah.
fine. Audience comments on the agenda? Got any changes, questions? Okay, no.
Oh, gentleman in the back, Mr. Lee.
Take your time, Frank, no rush.
Sure, I'll get up to your microphone. We were trying to sort through all these important things, and I went to your wonderful website and looked at your great website and your agenda packets and all. But I wanted to ask a favor. If something's coming up, like, well, let's go back a few meetings, like the engineer recommendation or the RFP. If if it's going to be on the agenda, and could it be included in the director's packet, put online so we could look it up? And then the other thing was on the meetings, are you using like Zoom or something like that for these meetings?
Yeah, it's on the website. It's,
What you're on right now?
yeah,
Which one?
It's go to meetings, but the link is on the
you
website.
go to the
Well,
website.
on go to meeting, I know there's a setting on that, you can click
Right.
it, and it'll record all these meetings.
We record
They record it,
Right.
but
there's
you'll
another-
see them.
Right. There's another little box you can check, and it'll make it accessible to board members or any member of the public. And then we could go, and we could just, all we have to do is click on that link, and then we could watch the meeting, or if somebody's busy and all, and when it doesn't cost you anything extra.
No.
It's already built in. And I think pre-conference has it. If that doesn't, Zoom's got it for $14 a month or something, $15 a month. And I think it's up to Giga Store. But that'd be real helpful if we could just be able to go back in and see the meetings and go through things so people can't be here. And that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Okay, no, they can get into the meetings now, right?
Right, you could watch it right now.
Can they look at the
Send us an
meeting,
email.
can they look at the meetings in next week, say they were out of town or whatever, and they are on vacation?
We don't have that set up right now, correct, Chris?
But we
That,
could.
If somebody, all they have to do is send us an email and we send them the link.
But why don't we just have it on the website where you click the button and it lets the public look at the,
I'd have to ask Chris that.
and then we could have it for, remember I told you
That's what you're saying.
I'm more in favor of having a complete history. That way we've got it, and it's permanent, right?
Well, no, they're gonna.
That can't go to the
delete
cloud?
I think it'll go a year.
But it couldn't go.
Somebody's gotta pay for storing those.
Yeah.
I mean, they're huge.
Well, then we need to look into what it costs for storage.
May I make a further comment? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I've been and revised my remarks.
Right, yeah.
I don't know the length of time, but I know on Zoom, I believe it's $15 a month for a gig of storage. You can have up to 1,000 people on the meeting, and you simply click and the video pops up on your screen. So if you're on an airplane, you miss a meeting, you're at your condo and you want to find out, you can just see it. And I like the idea. I realize you've got a great website and all, but I'm kind of not, a lot of people my age aren't real computer sophisticated. So anytime you can remove a barrier, such as having to go to the technical person in the website, I believe in free conference call right now, we use it, and we've got recordings that go back 3 years. And I think we pay like $12 a month or $15 a month or something. So I think what I'm trying to say is I'm 92.365% sure you've already got the capability. It's free. And all you'd have to do is put the link on your website for this meeting. You click that link, and anybody, citizen, can then have access to their government.
Great
That's all I'm
idea.
saying.
I love it. How do we do it?
I've got to get with Chris. It's, if you want to go to Zoom, you can pay for a Zoom site. Right now, you don't pay for this, we pay for it. But I'm not going to pay for two different websites.
Well, no, but maybe this site has that same capability.
Probably does,
Yeah.
probably does.
Chris,
What was that called, Mr. Lee?
The one you're using, free conference call. Well, let me put it this way. We could do that, but if we get a volunteer, we got a network engineer. If he can go help you guys set it up for free and doesn't cost you anything, would you consider doing it?
No,
You wait a minute.
I mean, if you guys want to do
It's
that.
what the management company is using.
Yeah.
It's their program,
Well, even-
piggybacking.
I understand, and I'm not trying to be argumentative. The point I want to make is, it's a simple thing. You check a box, you go click, and then it doesn't cost you.
Yeah.
I'm not quite speaking to let me finish, please, sir.
Hey, Frank, can I ask you,
I've got another $5.
is that Zoom?
I'm sorry, sir.
I said.
I didn't mean to offend you, and I
You're
apologize.
not offending me.
No, and he already said, we'll look into it on the program we have first. That's what we're gonna do.
When,
My gosh.
We're not gonna just change without looking to see if our program does it.
I apologize.
Was that Zoom?
No, the one we're on now,
No, I mean, the other one he's talking about.
that's the one they use. is Zoom.
Oh, that was Zoom.
Yeah, okay. But I'm sure this program will
We-
work.
What you do.
we will address that at the end of the meeting. Okay, it's going to be part of the end of the meeting. We're going to go over history records. Okay, next, that's it for comments,
Right.
right? Okay. Yes, ma'am.
See on your agenda, under the engineering report, sidewalks and damages, who owns the sidewalks and who maintains them?
CDD and they maintain it.
So CID
CID.
owns the sidewalks and we maintain them? Okay, so that means that anything that's damaged, CID will go after the builder to get them to repair them. Is that right?
Correct.
That's right.
Cal, I don't know if the audio picked it up for purposes of the meeting minute.
Yeah, you have to come up here, so
Right.
come here.
So it's can be recorded.
Sidewalk and ask again?
Please.
I'm sorry? Oh, boy.
Okay, my question was, who owns the sidewalks and who maintains them?
The CID.
CID.
Yeah.
Right.
So we put in the sidewalks, we maintain them, we
Mhm.
fix them, and then
Well,
back charge
If a
whoever
builder,
broke it.
if a builder destroys it, if you notice, most of the time when they're done building, they will replace the sidewalk. But to fix it while they're still working, it's not cost
Can
effective.
I ask a question?
And the field report that's prepared each month, right now, we've got a listing of those sidewalks in there that have been damaged. And we'll be after the builders go ahead and make those repairs to those sidewalks.
What
And
reports?
if there are some sidewalks that naturally or for some reason do get broke or damaged out there, then it becomes the CID's direct responsibility for replacing those.
They're identified on a monthly basis. Chris inspects all the sidewalks, and if it's damaged, he's got a list of damaged sidewalk that was caused by the contractor. David works with them to make sure that they will get corrected. Any normal maintenance on the sidewalks not affected by new construction, then Chris prepares a list, and at some point in time, when we've got enough of them, then the board either authorizes or
Okay, so we maintain it.
Yeah.
I have a question that's not on the agenda. Is it possible for the board to ask the state to enforce the speed limit on the canal?
If that's the FWC
Yes.
and,
Lot of water management, right?
I mean, because you have more pull than I do.
Enforce it
Enforce the
how?
speed
I
in the
mean,
channel.
They fly up and down that canal.
no, I understand. I've seen them, especially the small boats, but you mean, how are they going to enforce that? I don't know.
Well, they used to have a boat here.
The FWC will go out there and they'll stop them.
Yeah.
They won't be up here every day.
But
summertime,
at least if they come
Yeah,
once
they're
a month,
visible.
once a week, we have a shot.
They don't still have a slip over there? They used
No.
to park there? Yeah.
they haven't.
No, the state.
I think they still have the slip, but I don't believe they.
Rookery Bay's not there anymore either?
Oh, Rookery Bay's there, because they were just out the other day.
The county, nobody's enforced it
Demographics are changing.
Yeah.
since last year.
I'm sorry, what was
That's
that?
what it is.
I haven't been out on my boat today, so, okay. All
Thank
right.
you.
Well, we can check on that.
FWC.
Oh, thank you.
What was your name now?
Lisa
Lisa
Hanson.
Hampton. Okay.
Hanson.
Hanson.
Oh, Hanson. Okay.
That it? Any more? No. Okay, parcel 13.
What you had asked is to have each of the realtors come in and you guys could ask questions of them. They've got 5 minutes. So we've set it up with RE1 being first, lead associate second, CBC is third, CRE is fourth, and then we have 955 Michael Price, Adam Palmer, and Land West.
Do?
Ready?
Cal, can I just say one
Yep.
thing? Excuse me. It's important for us to realize that we don't have a diamond back here. We have a piece of property between a waste treatment plant and the gun range. And we want to hire the best possible gunner to reach out and grab us the highest paying player. It doesn't matter what the appraisal was, that's simply a guide. There might be somebody out there that has a need for this and is willing to pay stupid money for it. That's the guy we want. And we want the company who's going to do that for us. Okay? There's an old saying in the car business, if you pay peanuts, you get monkeys. Real estate is even worse than that. Nobody in this league is going to work for free. And the lowest commission is probably the worst job we're going to get. So before we start, I am in favor of considering a stair step. And frankly, it'll go up to $5 million. And the more they make us, the more we pay them. And I hope they get rich on it because we're only paying a percentage. Would you pay $10 to make 100? You all would. So we just don't, the lowest commission is not going to be your best performer. And I think if we structure, they can do whatever we ask them or not, but if we structure a stair step and we make it way worth their while to bring us crazy money, they might just try to do it. That's all I've got to say.
Okay.
Ready? Yep. Okay, the first one would be Chip Olson with I-81. Can everybody hear me?
We gotta have you up
Close
here.
to the mic, that would be good.
Pass those around. Oh, great. I'm Chip Olson. Been a commercial real estate broker here in Collier County for almost 30 years. I work a lot with CDDs, Hacienda Lakes, Talos Park, Fiddler's Creek. I've been on both their boards. I understand the CDD or CID perspective. In fact, yesterday I was in Vail, Colorado, analyzing one for a 350 unit development. And so
We have one more of those for the record.
I got it.
The same?
Yeah.
Darren Shute and I are partners. We work together. I have to compliment you on your list of realtors. They're all good guys. I've worked with Mike Price before over at LandQuest. There was a time after I sold my first real estate company, I had a 2-year non-compete, and Mike sold all my real estate for me. So it was kind of old home week when I saw him walk in. Where we've got an office in Europe. We've got affiliates throughout the United States, Florida Commercial Brokers Network, which is 28 offices in the state of Florida, Colorado, Rocky Mountain. We've got 36 offices there that we all affiliate, which trade leads and trade stuff.
If we could involve senior.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay.
So this is their time to ask you.
Okay, yeah.
I thank you for coming. Thank all of you for coming. If I'm asking you a question out of school because your other folks are here, just don't answer me.
Sure.
You've seen the land. What do you think is the best? Who can you sell it?
My first initial response was an RV park.
Yep, I agree with you.
Because you can get the density, low impact on your utilities, things like that.
I agree with that. Let me ask you a question. What do you think about a hotel?
There's a lot of hotels going up.
That's why I'm asking.
I think the market's saturated right now. It's tough to get financing for hotels because of COVID. And, you know, to bring somebody down here to do something and speculate on that, it's going to be tough because they're not going to be able to find their financing.
I was surprised to see that the Great Wolf Lodge project on Collier is, I'm not suggesting that for here, is 550 rooms on a 20-acre parcel.
Yeah.
That's impressive as hell. And they've got the money.
They've got some heavy density, yeah.
Heavy density.
I grew
I'm
up,
not looking for the density, but 20-acre parcel, 550 rooms, that scratches the itch.
I could debate whether they're coming here or not, but.
Oh, I don't disagree with you. I know they don't have friends. I get it.
Yeah. So,
But I was just curious. I'm just curious.
any other questions?
Yeah, we've already had 2 RV parks come through and fail as far as making it through. What about the ERCs we have available, and how is that going to affect how you market this? Okay, you understand what's there?
Yep. You got 0.8 for multifamily and 1 for 1 for.
Oh, no, you understand what's on that property right now?
Oh, yeah.
There are none.
There are, there's
There
none.
are none right
I know
now,
there's
we
none.
own it.
I know there's none, but that was a major concern with the other ones. And it has to be rezoned for an RV park, correct? And the rezoning process takes a year.
And $100,000.
Part of the fund.
So,
Let me ask you a question.
yes, sir.
We disagree on that, but that's neither here or there. I mean, they knew what they were getting into. We caught them, is what it was. My question to you is, we had a company that's huge, well-funded, deep pockets, came to us, hands up. Nice folks. But they changed the language. When we got to the P&S, it was completely different. Here's my question. This is the real reason they want. They started promising us a quote, high-end, 55 and over, luxury RV resort, just like their resort up around Tampa in Palmetto, Florida. And they showed us pictures of it, the whole thing. What the P&S said was, well, a campground or, an RV place, it's extremely vague. How could, and you're the realtor, but how can your client guarantee us in blood that it's going to be an over 55 luxury RV resort, not a community and not a campground and not a park? Because any of those designations means they can bring in double wide trailers. The description of RV, if you check the National RV Register, trailers like park model mobile homes are included.
Sure.
We can't do that. So how do we guarantee?
Well, in your architectural review committee, you could, emphasize you can't do modular units. It's one way of doing it.
We kind of did that.
The water and sewer hookups could be designed so it could only fit for RVs on that.
I like that.
There's 100 different ways to skin the cat. It's just a matter of, thinking outside the box a little bit.
I think, yeah, you need to be aware of what our restrictions are, or else how are you going to market it?
Yes,
So,
yeah.
Yeah, the government,
Yeah.
documents, so they make those decisions
Yeah.
to what's allowed in there and what's not.
This question about if you were to put anything back in there, the first thing they're going to have to look at is the elevation survey. I looked at what it was for the old hotel, and it was about 7 feet for the old hotel. So my understanding, I think what Michelle said at the last meeting, my understanding with Collier County is that you have to be now 9.5 feet for anything. That would be condo, home, RV park. So we have 50, if we got the 10 acres of conservation out, we have 50 acres of land that's going to need filling before we even start. Does that preclude a lot of investors from saying, we want to come here? I don't know what that costs in money. If how much does it cost for an acre of fill to bring you up to 9.5 feet?
Yeah, I used to have all those numbers. I don't have them anymore, but to answer your question, there's demand. And no matter where they go in Collier County, they got to put building. And so,
Good answer.
there's a company out of Michigan called ADIS. They do project management, and they're dealing with a national RV park. And they called me on sites, and I just mentioned this one to them, and they thought it might be interesting. And so Steve Taglione is their broker, and but they don't have anything. They want Collier County, they want West Coast, and wherever you go, you're going to have to put fill. You're still going to have to do your STPs. You're still going to have to go do the dance in front of the county. So
There it is.
it just takes time. And patience and deep pockets.
Right.
Yeah.
But if they don't have them, we don't want them.
Yeah.
They don't have deep pockets, we don't want them.
And there's so many of these funds that are running around that have to have place their money, and, you know, it's.
A lot of people don't realize where we're sitting right here, Orchid Cove was a development in 2005 and 6. There was no link here. That's the fill. They dredged this whole thing out. Power Corp did, smart, got all their fill out of that. You would not believe it, but Orchid Cove is 8.9 feet higher than the floodplain. But you look at it and it looks flat.
Yeah.
But if you go up to the gun range, when Irma came through, they took on 4 feet of groundwater right up to the doors. We got nothing. So this is built up too.
Yeah. Southern Building Code does work.
My question would be, knowing we have an appraisal on the land, how can you deviate from that on the selling it?
Appraisals are based on history.
Right.
Moving forward, you know, right now demand is at an all-time high. So my answer to that is that the appraisal yesterday, yeah, it's a baseline,
It's a guy.
but the reality is the market's so far hotter than everything right now.
Exactly. Worth what somebody will pay for.
Who sets the price?
Nobody.
I wouldn't. I'd
Let them
almost make it like an auction.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly right. Exactly right.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, thanks for the time. Now we got Jeff Beckler.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we can't really hear that.
Oh,
Projecting the other way, let me use the mic. Oh, yeah, just turn it around.
Just turn it around.
Hold it.
Oh, hold it. Yeah, just hold it.
Turn it on the bottom. Just.
Karaoke night.
Acapella.
There we go.
There you
All right, there we go.
We want you to do Stairway to Heaven.
The opening chord.
I'm Jeff Buckler with Lean Associates, and you guys have seen that there. We've submitted our package as well, so I'm not sure if you want me to go on with, you know, the history of who I am, where we've come from, but it sounds like it's more or less questions and the answers I'll give you.
What have you sold commercially in the last 6 months? How much money? You don't have to tell me what, but tell me how much.
In the last 6 months,
Gross sales.
well, there's been industrial buildings, you know, that we've sold.
How about land?
Land, the closest thing to land I had was a very small building in an industrial park, about 1.2 acres, and that went for $1.3 million.
What would you do with this?
Well, there's a couple things you could do with this. I mean, the other gentleman spoke about it. I think that one of the highest and best uses is the park, the high-end RV park, but then there's also a development that could be brought in from be a national player, be a local player.
Exactly.
And I'm seeing this as some single family, maybe some villa, and then condo development. Put in the high-end amenities, luxury pool, you know, the tiki bar, the restaurant, some sort of park that goes along with it, like the majority of these other developments on 41 here, East Trail, Wine and Cypress, Naples Reserve, and all the other communities. I see that possibility.
Let me ask you a question. This far away from, well, let me say it, south and east of I-75 Elbow, not on the shoreline, would you think that you could build a community back there on stilts with 13-foot legs or some 12-foot legs like they do in the Keys? In Key West, almost every house is up on legs. It's not flat on the ground. Around here, you don't really see that. But do you think people would buy condos with a carport underneath or above the floodplain?
I mean, any speculation, I don't know the answer to that. I mean, anything's possible.
Yeah.
Anything's possible.
But you haven't run into that much with residential.
I have not.
How much land is there left in Collier County?
Big parts.
Any parcels? I mean, how much land is really available out there? It's even for sale now.
Well, there's a lot of trail continuing, you know, from here heading toward, you know, Naples downtown. There's quite a few parcels left for sale. You're talking about, you know, 50, 60, 70, 100 acre parcels. So most of it going up the trail is smaller parcels. You can put together 2 acres, 3 acres, 5 acres.
Okay, so there's no large parcels.
A lot of them been taken down.
Everything's, yeah. So what are those small acres going for? Yeah,
They'll vary depending on the zoning.
yeah.
You know, we can see them at 400 or 500 an acre. We can see them 1 million an acre. Just depends on what the zoning is.
Clearing them is also a big consideration. Along Collier, they're cutting trees down like Grant took Richmond. And they're making new land.
Correct. You've got
This is clear.
Yeah, you've got all that cost involved, and you've
Sure.
got tree replacement involved after that. Then you've got quite a few other items. But right here, we're clear, and then we're talking about the fill.
Right? And proximity to utilities is very close.
Correct.
Those big pluses.
Yeah, there are some parcels out there you may have to pull utilities to it, and then that's a big expense when you're talking about pulling utilities 500 feet down the road. Becomes an issue.
Are you familiar with our ERCs, our assessments on the land?
The ERCs.
Yeah, it's an annual assessment. Every property has it. This one doesn't right now because we own it.
Okay.
But like on a one-family home, we have a rate, and the one-family home pays about $1,900 a year. Now, on this property, there'll also be assessments regarding whatever goes in there, whether it's a one-family home or an RV, so it'll be calculated that way. But it adds up, and it's an annual assessment, and it goes with the land. How will that impact the sale? Like if that's $200,000 a year on ERCs, how would you handle that?
200,000 a year in ERC spread out between all the individual units.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're not built yet, but yet the assessment will be there.
200,000 is just on that parcel. but-
Yeah.
That's a yearly upfront cost before you put a shovel in the ground, the way it stands right now.
So it's an annual expense that needs to continue. So
Right.
that obviously is going to get spread throughout the members of the community. So
Exactly.
you're asking me, how would I do that?
Well, no,
Well, it is spread throughout the community,
Right.
but they'll have their own. And
They're asking you what the impact, would that be a negative on selling the
you're
property?
trying to make the sale.
I don't think so. I mean, all properties have a cost associated with them.
Exactly,
So it's
That's
going to
right.
get baked into the equation.
exactly.
All right, good.
well, it would be different if it was $200,000 a year versus 1 ERC per acre. There's negotiation that goes on with that
Depending
property.
on what they're going to put there.
So you would only have 40, which would be 20%, or 50, which would be 25% or whatever.
So that's still 50 times 1,500 in.
But that's not 200,000. See, that's just one of those things that are out there.
Depends on what goes on.
I mean, so that's another unknown. Developer's gonna have to, we're gonna have to decide what's what as far as that. How do you sell that when you give them unknowns? You know what I mean? Well, it could cost you 200,000 a year before you put a shovel in the ground. That means you're going through a change in use over a year. So you're paying $200,000, or maybe you're only paying $40,000. I mean, and then you're paying $100,000 for the change in use.
Yeah, most people don't like the unknowns.
Yeah.
But I think the board has agreed that, not formally, that whatever development or proposals put before them, they're open to negotiating the terms. If there's like 200 ERCs assigned to it, it might be staggered over 5 years.
It'd be deferred.
But I want to know how you're going to sell it, not knowing that.
Yeah.
It could be phased in rather
Yeah.
than.
Right.
Well, it may be phased in, it may not.
Yeah.
No, I'm
Maybe,
saying
it may be 40, it may be
But it's
200.
a
How are you going to
possibility.
sell it when you don't
And-
know what it is? See, I have a problem with you not knowing. That would be your fault.
No, that's fine. I mean, like, every deal's going to be different, and hopefully we can bring the right party to the table that's willing to negotiate.
If the ERCs go
We're going to
down,
navigate through this.
if the ERCs go down, our taxes go way up. Somebody has to pay the nut. So either way, it's going to be more expensive. It's just how it's worded, okay? It's how it's worded. If the community is losing 150,000 a year and we need it to operate, who's going to pay for it? We're going to pay for it. So that's how that works.
Right.
They pay for it, or we all pay for it.
And the other thing, one of, in the appraisal, they pointed out the three best uses of the land. Of course, RV park one, which,
Questions?
yeah. The other one would be equestrian center, and such as agriculture. Those things all sound nice, but they don't bring any revenue stream to us.
Right.
So we would be less inclined, unless somebody came along and said, we'd like to buy all 50 acres, 50 million, and we're going to put a hydroponic park in there. Then we could possibly see our way to do that, since the revenue stream would be immediate. But agriculture and those things sound nice, but again, we're looking for a revenue stream, not for just for the sale. We need the revenue stream as well as the sale. Understood. That's the ERC portion of it.
Right, we need to make the community keep it functional.
Right.
That, and pay for the future repairs.
That's correct.
That's the hard part. This is like a little town. Nobody pays the bills but the people in this room. And if we sell it to somebody, they'll be one of the people in this room. That's how it works. But we would have an answer.
Okay, but problem is, we don't have any money coming off that property right now.
That's correct.
Right.
So we're operating without.
When it's sold.
Any other questions for Mr. Butler?
Yep, that's it. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
The next viewer is Michael Carr.
Feel I know all of
Can
you by
you
now.
grab the mic, Mike?
I've been here several times.
Yeah, you gotta take it out.
Turn it on too on the bottom.
Just pull it up.
Yeah.
There we go. Oh, he's got to turn it on again.
Yeah, the bottom. We don't make anything.
On the bottom.
Yeah, there you go.
Good. Brought my notes along from a couple times ago about RV parks and whatnot. Unfortunately, the last time I was here, or fortunately, I guess, we agreed to negotiate a contract, work with Tony, and it didn't work out. They couldn't make things work. Just so you've got my packet, I'll do over $30 million in sales, those sales this year. I'll be #1 in the state for Global Banker Commercial, usually top 5. I do a lot of business. My degree of maturity, I enjoy selling interesting properties, different kind of properties, not just ordinary stuff. And what you have is one of the most interesting properties I've ever seen. And you have to recognize that. It's not an easy thing to do. Closing a sale in December, 23 acres up in North Fort Myers. It was a drive-in theater, I believe that. It was the 7th last operating drive-in theater in Florida. And this didn't work anymore financially. Became a flea market. They ended up profit to pay the taxes and whatnot. I sold that to a developer from Chicago 2 years ago. We're finally going to close. It takes 2 years from start to finish because they had to go through all sorts of zoning stuff and whatnot. And this fellow, very nice fellow, but he never told me, and I just had lunch with him this week, what on earth are you putting on the property? And he said, well, it's RV related. Well, this is the fellow that I've been talking to about RVs. He's done RVs all over the country. And he's really an expert on RV parks. And he said, Mike, I did my due diligence on your property out here. He was willing to go partners with the Joneses and or go himself. Is Mike, you're lacking 2 things out there. You need on site or close by, you need gasoline and you need food. You don't get those. You're 6 or 7 miles away and they're never going to become closer than that. We considered doing a convenience store, gas station on the 5 acres, but it's just not a population here to afford that. And so you're missing an ingredient that's necessary for a successful RV park. You need gasoline and you need food, you need amenities. And we don't have any amenities. I would love to sell this property and list this property, but I can't tell you what it's going to be used for. I can't promise an RV park. I will look for all kinds of uses other than an RV park, because I'm not sure that works. The people that were buying it, they ended up deciding maybe half the property would be sufficient for an RV park. You couldn't get 300 slots here, not going to happen. And so they were looking for other uses on the other side, and it turned out it didn't work. But anyway, I know what ERCs are. I know that I listed in the old days. I had the old hotel listed out here. I've done a fair amount of business out here. Any questions?
Mike, a lot of things you just said make a lot of sense. And you have your license with Coldwell Banker. I used to have a license with Coldwell Banker in Key West. And I know that they have a powerful.
Banker Schmidt.
Yeah, with Brian Schmidt. And they have a powerful, powerful national network of commercial. And they're a respected company. And the drive-in is an ideal example. You know what we're up against. I don't want that glass ceiling because we threw a number out originally. I think you're right in saying, let's see what the market is. Let's advertise it and let's see who wants it and for what reason. There might be something we're missing. So I agree with all that. Let me ask you this. And I don't know if we cleared this up, and I won't know till later on in the meeting. I think you're familiar with it. I think you brought it up. There's a 10-acre zoning variance back there. Now, if you walk back there, it's not really there. It's not wet. Right. But I don't know if it was a handshaker, if it was do this instead of that. I don't know what it was, and we'll know that hopefully later in the meeting because it was researched. Let's say, and I don't believe it's a real easement. I don't. But let's say it is. So it's really, instead of 49 acres, let's say it's 40 acres, but with the option of buying the 6 acres from the hotel and the option of buying the 3.5 with a dormitory. You didn't bring us Zeman. You did bring Mr. Jones. Zeman was super powerful enough. I'm not sure Mr. Jones was for this thing, but my question is, Zeman really did change their story. Okay, we were like this with them. Okay, when they said they wanted to build an over 55 luxury RV resort, then they changed it all. I don't think any of us here want to babysit anybody like that. We don't. We want to deal with somebody we can trust moving forward. We have residents to think about. And to my amazement, a lot of the complaints, most of them about an RV park came from across the street. Orchid Cove should be screaming. They should have guns lined up. But they're at least listening. So my question is, what do you think? Listen, you're going to get deals that fall through. That's part of the fun. But what do you think about the land?
First, Coldwell Banker, I was manager for 25 years. Coldwell Banker, Southwest Florida. We were the number 2 office in the entire.
Yeah, that's right.
We have a good commercial. Whoever the buyer is going to need approvals from you guys, from the county, and from the state. That's going to take time. The developer doesn't want to buy your property unless you develop it. He's not an investor. He only wants to own it. He can build on it. And so you're looking at this time frame. You're not going to have any money for a couple of years, probably, at least a year and a half, just because of that. And I think it's important to look for all kinds of uses. I think
Absolutely.
any kind of use there is.
Absolutely.
Next. Any more questions?
Just one, it's for everybody. I don't think, we keep mentioning RV park. I don't think any of us are tuned into anything.
No, we're not.
We're open for anything. RV park's fine, whatever's fine. But the only point I was making was before is that we're looking for something that creates a revenue stream rather than selling it to like agriculture or an equestrian or whatever, which doesn't generate a revenue stream for us. But we're certainly open to everything, not just an RV.
I keep thinking that there's some sort of residential use back here. Don't know what it would look like, and how it's done, but it just seems to me that that may end up being the logic.
Mike, let me ask you what your thoughts are. I'm not suggesting this company. I'm not. I'm just asking you a question because I've been reading about it, and I know there's some sort of war going on between the county and the sportsplex and all this, whatever. What I know is they cut down a lot of trees, they're clearing a lot of land. That costs a literal fortune, so that land must be valuable. It is on Collier Boulevard, high traffic count. But I was stunned to see that Great Wolf Lodge, it's a big company, deep pockets, was putting up a 550-room hotel with parking on 20 acres. I'm not looking for that, but they've got to be paying the moon. Now, I know there's aberration politically, but what do you think about? What do you think about a hotel?
There's 1 million square feet of industrial space going on.
Yeah.
Right there also, which is interesting.
It really is interesting.
The zoning in Collier County is totally screwed up.
Yeah.
There's not a single square foot of industrial land for sale in Collier County right now. I happen to have 200 acres right across in Bonita Springs, which is the only acreage available south of Calico Road. But we don't have enough commercial. You know, there's stuff to get any new zoning done. You know, not my backyard. We're a large residential community.
Exactly right. Okay.
Any other questions of Mike? Thank you,
It's a
Mike.
pleasure to be here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up would be Fred Kermani.
Oh, by the way, all these brokers are really, most of them are very, very good, including Mr. Fred.
I mean, most of
For
them.
many years.
I'd like to say one thing. It never ceases to amaze me. The big hitters are all gray-haired gentlemen. Did you notice that?
From experience.
Yes, my name is Frank Armani, and I used to be an agent for the car in 1995. But then I learned it's from him. So if you see any problem with me, it's
his fault.
It's his fault, we got it.
Damn him.
Anyway, my name is Fred Armani. I'm a licensed architect. I licensed architecture in 1967 in overseas, and in US 1981, and I became broker in 1983 in California, and in Florida in 1995. Because of my background in architecture, I'm very successful in land marketing, and the package I gave you, page 3, shows my qualification. I have a Master of Architecture and Master of Art in Urban Design, Diploma in Transport Design, and graduated from CCIM. I am a member of CCIM, and I'm a member of American Institute of Architects. Page 4 of the package shows the testimonial. I have very happy clients before. And some of the comments says that if it wasn't because of me, we couldn't make that deal happen. Those are mainly because of the land deal. Since my background in architecture in Naples, I'm familiar with Collier County, the zoning people, and I did design few
Mr.
projects.
Cavani, do you mind, they looked at your material, they are familiar with your firm, and this is you've got 5 minutes, and this is an opportunity for them to ask you questions.
Very good. All right. The main thing I want to show is on page 7 shows my major land deals. And finally, on page 11 about the company. My company, Commercial Real Estate Consultant, established 1998. And we carry flag of CPRE, C.B. Richard Ellis. And I joined the company in 2002 as a partner. And at 2011, we became CRE, Commercial Real Estate Consultant. And because of our relationship with CPRE, C.B. Richard Ellis, we still have connection with them, and they don't have any local representative here. So we get referral from them, from overseas, and whatever. This is about my background and my comment and my office. And about the project, as we know, we have 2 different zoning, conservation and RT. These are completely, demand for these 2 are completely different would be. And my suggestion is to market as 3 possibilities. One is the north portion, one is south portion, and one is a package as a whole. Because of the high density zoning of the southern portion, there's a good possibility that we may sell it to a residential development. There is a high demand for residential development. Right now, I have 2 major sites on Pine Ridge Road and I-75. I have 4 acre, we can expand it to 15 acre. I have a 7 acre at the corner of Collier Boulevard and White Boulevard. We had several offers on the Pine Ridge Road. We had some easement issue, access issue, but it shows that there's a great demand for residential development in Collier County.
His 5 minutes is up. If you
and because of the high density for the southern portion, I think one of the possible use would be affordable housing. And of course, the northern portion would be agriculture. And I checked the appraisal report. The most recent deal I found, which wasn't covered in the appraisal report, was in July of this year. There's a 42 acres sold for $1.4 million and $35,000 per acre. That was agriculture. So that's my pitch. If you have any question.
Did you say you have international contacts still, or?
The CBRE, it's stipulation.
Okay. And then what do you mean by affordable housing?
Affordable housing is the county has certain rules. Usually they give you incentive for higher density, provided you set the house at certain level. I sold a 10 acre 2 years ago on Riverwood of Pine Ridge Road at 1.1 million. That was for affordable housing.
Where was that again?
Riverwood at
Pine Ridge by I-75.
Pine Ridge Road.
That's what the one. Besides,
Where the old Harvey dealership.
Southwest.
Yeah.
But what's that?
I-75 and Pine.
You just sold it, or did they build it already, or?
Yeah, so it's one of those So
But they haven't built the housing there yet.
they haven't built it, no, they are in process of building. I think one of these affordable housing project entities they bought 1.1.
Who's building it? Is it a company or the county?
Habitat for Humanity.
Ah,
There you go. They were the buyer.
So that's, you're basically saying Section 8 housing.
Yeah.
Right.
There is a possibility that, that may work. Because I mean, 16 minutes per acre is very high, especially Collier contract. Usually it's 4-6 minutes per acre, unless it's affordable housing. But you already have 16 minutes per acre, which is perfect. You don't have, the quick point is you don't have to go through rezoning. They can close very fast. Otherwise, if you go with the RV part, you have to go with rezoning and timing out. And the other thing is, although the buyer has to get all the site development permit and everything, but as long as they have the zoning, we don't have to wait for them for a year or 2 years. The appraisal report said you have to take 2 years. It's not necessary. You are the owner, you can say, I give you time for rezoning. Otherwise, you are on your own. And I have my assistant, Adam, in the research department. If you have any questions.
All right, ready for the next one?
Yes.
Thank you, Jeff.
thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, we've got Michael Price and Adam Palmer from Land Trust.
Good morning.
Okay, you need to take that out. There you go.
It's on.
Is it on? Good. Adam's not going to be here. It will be just me. Apologies for that. I am the director of our land division for the state of Florida. So this is all I do. I don't do leasing, don't do anything else. 99.5% of my business is land throughout our state. So I will save you the background on our company as you've seen our packages and seen what we do in our capabilities and questions if you have any for me.
I have a few. Let me shut this damn thing off. How much in gross sales have you sold this year in land, just land?
Can I include one that's coming?
Yeah.
Close to 30.
30 million? What was your highest sale of one parcel?
Value or acres?
Both.
1,200 acres, what states?
Jesus.
Yeah.
1,200 acres.
Yes, sir. To a national REIT.
Where are you selling most of it?
I operate, my core function is really Sarasota County down to Marco. Anybody that says they can spread out further than that and be effective is tough.
Yeah.
So my core is Sarasota to Marco. As the market has progressed, there's a lack of availability in Collier, even now creeping up into Lee. You're working in the North Lee. Charlotte is even getting tough. So we're working a lot in Charlotte. We're working a lot in DeSoto. I think right now, under contract, moving through entitlement, I have, not to include a couple deals that we just did, 2,000 units of residential development with national and regional home building. And that's just me in our office.
Can I ask you something?
Sir.
I'm asking these aren't trick questions. I really want to know the answer.
Right, absolutely.
What would you do with this, do you think?
I heard a lot of answers, and I heard a lot of good answers, and a lot of answers I agree with. I'm not in the business of, before running a process, picking a buyer.
Yeah, that's fine.
This is a difficult property. It's not the most difficult property, and it's not the easiest property. So I think this property needs to run through a process. I think you need to run it through a process. I don't think it needs to be put on the internet for you to get a buyer, negotiate it for it to fall out, and then wait another 3 months for another interested party to come on. I think you need to put a time cap on this. I think you need to investigate every one of the potential issues there is with this property that developers builders, investors, whoever it may be, are going to bring up. Head them off before it comes up, so you have an answer for them, whether that be through an engineer's due diligence report and an actual set of what's going to happen as you work through a contract with somebody or even negotiations, and put a time cap. Filter all your offers into a time period, so you can assess them all on the table.
2 questions with that. I agree with what you said. What's a fair time cap? And I'm not being a wise guy.
Right.
Are you saying we should do that, or you would do that, or the developer would do it? The broker would do that. We're new friends. Now, what's a time cap?
You run an expedited process. So instead of saying, give me a 12-month listing, I'm going to put it on LoopNet, CoStar, my website, Prexy, Catalyst, whatever other platform you want to use. What you do is you do an expedited process. We call it, you can call it, for lack of better words, a call for offers. You put a time frame. You say your offers are due by X. You give people however much time for a negotiation period. It allows you to put offers on the table and assess them as a board, as a community, to see the pros and cons of each offer. They don't always work. That process does not always work, but it will flush out other issues you may have.
Right.
I've done that process in the past. I'm doing them right now. They work. I have some that aren't working.
What's your average commission percentage been this year? I mean, don't lowball me. Tell me the
I'm
truth.
going to lowball you. I won't answer that.
I don't want to answer it. Okay, that's all right. I'm
I
with you.
do a lot of in-house deals.
That's okay.
We also are very big on co-broking with other brokers in the market. We have very good relationships with all of these firms, all of these brokers. It's a very tight network. So
How can I ask you this question? Would you, I heard everything you said. Would you market this parcel only in the United States?
I'm indifferent of CBRE. They have a big reach. That's an international company. LandQuest, we're not an international company. I can't call my counterpart in Canada. I can't call my counterpart in Mexico. I can't do that. So it's kind of that's a double-edged question. Would we market it internationally? CoStar,
I did say.
CoStar is an international platform. So
Okay.
technically, yes.
I hear what you're saying. Well, that's okay.
Yeah.
I don't care what platform you're, I'm with you.
Yeah.
I know LoopNet. I don't care what platform you're, as long as you're out, as long as you're visible.
Of course.
Can I ask you this? What, on your parcels, is it fair to ask you what kind of people buy your land?
Absolutely, that's fair. I do everything from 1031 buyers who will do wild, crazy deals for a big discount.
For themselves.
Pardon?
For themselves.
For themselves, yes.
Yeah.
So I've done deals throughout, my career. Take this year, for example, because of the market that we're sitting in. We'll do deals with 1031 buyers who, sometimes we get them, they come in, they get a good enough deal. Their perceived good enough deal. They'll do extremely short due diligence periods and close, as soon as they get clear title. They're not paying you the number that you probably want for your piece of property.
Right.
We also do deals with, publicly traded companies. So we have a wide swath of clients that we deal with. I deal with I'll say mostly all of the national home builders. I have relationships with all of them. All the apartment developers that are functioning here for the most part. So it's a wide swath, just like mostly anybody.
Is it fair to ask what percentage of the property you sell goes to residential as opposed to commercial development?
Changes, it fluctuates throughout the year. It'll fluctuate year to
And where
year.
it is?
Yeah, it'll fluctuate year to year. It fluctuates throughout the year. So my background, which is, I don't know if it's in that bio or not, but my background is in land for residential development and running through the entitlement process on that. Morphed into commercial, a few years later, working at a boutique brokerage firm out of Lee County, that is what they focus on. So it is where I cut my teeth, but I would say if you had to ask me right now, it's half commercial to residential. And it's residential development.
Is that dictated by the location of the property? Like the traffic count?
Yeah, of course. I think it's ingrained. I mean, They're two different arms. So if you're looking, we do a lot of mixed use deals. So you'll get both of them right there. You'll get the apartment developer, the condo developer, or the townhome developer, and the out parcel guys, and the retail developers, or the strip center developers. So you have it all right there, one combo into one deal. If it's more focused on what I focus on, again, I think it's half and half right now today, just because the nature of the market, the way the market is moving for me and my business. Both are good. We have clients in both arms, a lot of them. We have a very large book of business in the retail tenant rep world. I don't do that. Our retail team does. We represent 80 plus national and regional tenants. So not that it relates to this property, but it's a good note to make that we're a divisionalized company. So we have a retail arm, we have an investment arm, we have an industrial arm, we have a land arm, we have a management arm. We manage over 3 million square feet of commercial property. So last contract that was right after.
I forget if I asked you, and I apologize if I did.
No worries.
What do you see going back there?
It's a good question. I mean,
I know I did ask you, but what do you think? If it was your land, what do you think?
I think you're going to need a unique buyer business.
Yeah.
Location calls for that.
Yep.
I like the RV idea. I do. I think the RV, now you need a unique RV operator, developer to do it. Maybe some of your issues, your high carry costs, ERCs, ERUs, which very familiar with. If anybody has ever looked at DeSoto County and their utility problem that they have there, I'm doing a lot of business in DeSoto County, and it is a nightmare.
But you can't be, because it's a nightmare and they have ERCs.
Well,
how can you be doing business?
We have a creative client that's going to figure that out.
Good work, creative client. Good work.
So it's a difficult question to answer.
Yeah.
Is what goes back here.
Yeah.
I mean, you could say, hey, we can go attack the national home builders to see if they want to come back there and build condos, townhomes, single family. Yes, you could go after the RV parks. Could you go after a sportsman's lodge? Sure, you could.
I hear that one.
Yeah. So you can do a lot of things back there. It's not so much my job to tell you what goes back there. It's my job to get somebody that brings you the highest price.
Bingo.
And can actually do the deal. The highest price is not always the key. Pick the guy that can do the deal.
How do you determine that?
Vetting process, and we don't always get it right.
You guys do it though?
We do it with you.
Yeah.
We assist. We give you the information that we can find. We get track history. We have, well, now that we can have them, face-to-face meetings. Never hurts to look somebody in the eye.
Yeah.
Get a feel for them. So that's the way we operate. It's on a case-by-case basis, but that's what we try to do, assisting you as the owners of that property.
This is an important question to me. Do you live in Sarasota, closer to Sarasota or closer to Naples?
I live on McGregor Boulevard in Fort Myers.
Okay.
I have an office in Fort Myers and I have an office off Pine Ridge in Naples and Tampa and Orlando, but down here is Fort Myers.
Okay.
Okay.
Other questions?
Thank you.
That's it. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Okay, if you guys want to think about this and make a decision later at a different meeting, or maybe at the end of this meeting, and at the end of this meeting?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay,
Well, it's fresh.
Digest.
all right.
Yeah.
So conceding, you'll make it, and we'll let all the realtors know. who
Thank
this
you.
like.
Yeah, thank you again.
Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
What was his name this last time?
We're on minutes, then, Mr. Chairman.
It was,
Oh, okay.
the second one.
All right. We gotta approve the previous meeting minutes. I guess both.
Yeah, you can do them separately, or you can do them at one time. If you've got any changes on any of them, let's do them separately then.
Yeah, anybody got changes?
No, I'll move we approve both minutes
Everybody
from
okay
the
with
December, September 10th and September 17th.
it? Tony?
There's only one thing in there. On the, on the first set of minutes, on page 13, line 103.5, I guess. Orchid Cove, I think should be, there's two, should be capitalized, I believe. I know that's minor, but.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
And the word probably should be struck before that.
So Okay, capitalize Orchid Cove and strike what?
The word "the" that's before that.
Okay.
Okay, then I'll move that we approve the both, including the amendments on
Yeah.
that were brought up.
I guess we're just one other, on, sorry, the second set of minutes. On page 18, line 56, the second line, you mentioned about Mr. McNamee stated Brian Jones pulled out because he felt that ERCs were a problem. And then it says Attorney Piers stated that Brian Jones was told he had to pay all ERCs at the beginning. I don't recall.
No, you didn't say that. I'm sorry. That, I think it's the chairman. If you want to take that sentence out all
I
together.
probably did say that.
I don't recall saying that. I mean, I've said.
I think it was the chairman, but we could take that out altogether. She can't, when she goes off of the tape,
Yeah.
she can't see who's talking.
Yeah.
Because, you know, it's not a great
But I-
video picture.
Right.
But I remember
Yeah.
the chairman saying that. So do you want to insert his name or do you just want to strike that?
No, you can
Strike it.
Well, I put my name in there because I think I said it.
Yeah, I just, I don't recall saying it, but.
No, I think I said it.
Thank you. Those are the only.
Because I think we did say that to him, so
Mhm.
Yeah.
I think it's me.
Yeah, and then we said we're gonna discuss it, but yeah, so
Right.
Yeah. We had a motion by Mr. LaShire. Let's have a second.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I guess we're ready for Roger. I thought you were a little antsy. You're not used to waiting as long.
You have to pay the
We
price.
can go
once
by
a
the
month.
mic. Oh, yeah, sure. That way, you know, amplified people in the back can hear.
No problem. I'll turn this way, so.
Tap, tap it. We'll see if it's still. No.
Robert, can you do a Ricky Martin?
I know. Speak a little bit. Well, good morning, everybody. Want to give the report for the last drive around with Michelle. We actually looked at the property, we looked at a couple of things that Chris put on his notation. He been in a couple of locations, stuff that I didn't understand, but he did a good job and pointed everything out. He emailed it to me, so now I know what he's talking about for the next drive around. On Newport Drive, the guys did a bunch of trimming. On the C grade, they actually cleaned up a lot of it, but I got a lot of exotic vegetation growing in the middle of that. I pointed it out to Michelle. I'm gonna get the guys to clean all that out. There is still a lot of volunteer stuff growing inside the bushes that we need to remove. The other thing is that I've been bush hog done back here, but with all the rain that we got, it was super wet back there. 3 weeks ago, Mitch was back there. It was pretty dry, and with all of it, and then we got a big shower to build everything back up. So as soon as we're able to do that, it's still on my list to do. I know I mentioned this before, and it's still not done, but as soon as we get a chance, we will do that. We are going to be going to our every other week mowing starting November, which is basic routine that we've done every year. Irrigation, everything's back on and functioning. There was a timer that was acting up. They're doing some troubleshooting today. Coincidentally, I was in a meeting when the guy approached me on Wednesday for Orchid Cove, and me and Michelle actually went over there and looked at it, and I showed her the problem areas. So if you see an estimate or something, it's in regards to a timer not working, and we're not getting signal to the valve, which is, you know, irrigation related. So that's in Newport Drive. Okay. There is some of the new plantings that we did on Cage Drive, doing really well. There will be some seasonal change on the tree. So if you guys see the leaves falling off of it, it's not dead, it's just seasonal, but it's doing normal cycle. There is some recommendations that I will provide with estimates next meeting. It is discussed. I know that Union Road, it was a concern. So after whatever you guys decided what you guys want us to do on that, and then on the west side of 41, there's a ditch section of plants that Chris pointed out to me. And we're probably going to recommend something new to be replaced in those areas. So other than that, we'll be fertilizing here pretty soon, or when now that the rains are going to, grow with the rain. So our window to fertilize is allowed. So that's part of your contract. That's just going to get done.
I have a question. It just, and it has, the only reason it came up is because we discussed 41. How did we end up with 41 in the medium strip anyway? On
That was
on
part
a
of the
US,
agreement that was with the state to be able to do it. Is that what you recall or you saw from your records?
Yeah, it would probably was a special agreement, interlocal agreement probably between the state and the CID. And probably it was something initiated by the CID at one point. I assume because normally the state would not seek people to do landscaping.
They were just gonna do the road, the state. So the state, through the agreement, said that, and they put in all that landscaping, but you have to maintain it.
That's correct.
thanks. It's just a question of where did we end up with it? Nobody else has got their own median strip on US 41. It's all done by Collier County, but
Can I make a comment, and I'm sorry to do this out of line, but I think in the center divide by the portico on Newport Drive, there is a plaque that's honoring Mrs. Dennis, who I believe worked with the state to get the plantings in there. And then the CID was responsible for the upgrade. But there is a plaque there stating who is responsible personally for getting all that landscaping done by the state.
I have a question. The disease, what was it, a palm tree? The entrance to Case Drive that we took out?
Yes.
Is that, will it, or has it started spreading through the neighborhood?
No, it's been here. It's been here, but right now it's contained. We got rid of it. Got the stump. The stump that got removed, and the tree that we planted there is not, the tree's going to get that particular disease. We cannot put a palm tree.
Yeah, but what about the rest of the neighborhood that has palm trees?
That have palm trees, yes, it is an airborne disease.
Yeah.
A rot they call it. But it can, it can spread, but if it gets taken care of in a timely manner, it prevents the spread. It's really not that bad. It's not as bad as it is in some communities in Naples that have it. At the port, it's been it's rare. It's rare. So, I mean, nothing that I can say, oh, worry about, or, it's not like that. So, but that's pretty much it. Next meeting, I'll have proposals and stuff to.
If you bring them to us in advance,
Absolutely.
we'll put them in the pack.
Okay. All right. Thank you, guys. Have a good day.
We do, in case he does bring something up at the meeting, that's why we've got new proposals on the agenda on a regular basis, just in case.
Okay. Mitch, utilities.
Good morning, everyone. In your packet, you can see the wastewater flows last month were 4.43 million, so it flows picked up a little bit. The water's almost 4 million. It's picked up, as well as the reuse for just over 4 million. So as you're coming into season, I see a few people coming back, flows are picking up. The estimates that we were waiting on for the control panel for the fire station, that came back. That's not including the generator and the ATS, but that is the control panel to revamp the fire station, or the canal station, we call it, over on the canal. The two panels that we'd like to upgrade for lift stations 4 and 6, the cost for those came back as well. You can see those out to the side there.
Mitch, excuse me.
Yes.
Is the upgrade, what is the upgrade for the fire pump station?
So it really is more than it's an upgrade, but it is a very, very needed necessity. That panel has been mixed matched over the years. It has got a lot of old parts, a lot of new parts. It is really poor condition. It's one of the #1 things on the capital improvement.
It's the #1 thing.
It may be the #1 thing. My opinion, it is.
Now, so that board that you found used some places, part of this panel?
No, it was in the generator. The
Oh, I
generator,
see.
generator stands alone from the panel. If the power goes out to the panel, the generator starts up, transfer switch, kicks the power over to the panel. So this is only one half of the equation.
And the generator, in your opinion, is due for replacement?
Absolutely. It doesn't need replaced. And it'll be much more costly than this.
And that's what, 125 kW?
I believe so.
And what's the pump? The pumps, how old are the pumps?
So the pumps, they're old, but they've all been, in the last 6 years, they've all been rebuilt and gone through. So they're
So they're not a problem.
not a problem at all.
So in what you're saying is, we really, if money were no object, which it is, we need a new generator and that will come with a new board.
Correct.
Correct? How much is a new generator with a board?
So my guess, and I have requested quotes multiple
Right.
times, and right now, things are crazy.
Yeah.
The atmosphere of trying to get things. My guess is probably in the $250,000 range.
Right, that's what you said before.
Yes.
I just want to make a comment. That freaks me out. That thing's got to be replaced.
Mitch,
Yes.
and I haven't looked myself, I'm sorry. The elevation of those control panels, do we know what the elevation is currently? Do we need to raise those up, perhaps give a little more?
That is a very good question that I don't have the answer to, but
Let's get together and
absolutely,
look.
I would probably recommend to elevate that and put it up on a higher stand. Although if the motors are underwater, I don't know that it would make a difference.
Yeah, let's take a look at it.
Good point.
Are these two items on our capital improvement?
No.
Oh, well,
They
might
are,
be on the
they are.
CIP,
They're identified
but
as
They're not
Oh, yeah.
on the agenda.
No, they're on the,
They're
Yeah.
from the CIP.
So,
They're towards the
I mean,
top.
I don't think you should make a decision today. Kick it to the engineer, let him review it and verify what you need, and he and Mitch can get prices.
Yeah. Dave, my 2 cents worth, I would rather replace the whole thing than continually Mickey Mouse it like we have done. It needs a generator. The parts are obsolete. It needs a board. The parts are no longer available. I know it's a lot of money, but if that mother doesn't fire up in the right circumstances, it's a lot more money.
Yeah, and it's something we'll need to look at, and I'll check with Tony, or maybe Tony knows the answer, is our caps as far as when we can just go out for abbreviated
250 you have to go up.
250. So if we do it all as one, we will have to go out. We may have to go out anyway with the generator.
Yeah. Especially with the consideration of something new going in the back. We got to do it. So let's just do it.
The 93 you don't have to go out for bids, but the 250 you would. I think it's 210, 250.
Well, no, if you're talking maintenance versus capital, are we talking as a maintenance item or as a capital replacement item?
I think
If it's capital, the number's higher.
Yeah, we'll run it as a capital line.
Then the threshold is higher because I think the 195 is for maintenance.
Okay.
I believe, well, it's electrical work, though, so it's a different threshold thing.
That type of price you should go out.
Yeah, plus it's electrical work has a lower threshold than this statute, so I would suggest, yeah. And those, I've got the clients working on control panels for irrigation facilities, utility facilities, and it's a long lead time.
Yeah.
Very
Yeah.
long. Right now, it's 14 to 18 weeks.
Yeah, you just can't get the parts.
That's right. It's after the award of bid, it's 14, 18.
Correct.
Microchips hit those too.
And then the prices are just climbing.
Yeah,
every month.
there's no price break out there right now.
Yeah, no, nothing.
They are,
The key is to get quality and try to only replace it once, you know?
Correct.
That's the key. But something like that. We're talking about 2 or 3 different development possibilities. It's nuts.
So we need a time that we need to get this done. I mean, is this mostly hurricane issue? I mean, as far as it,
No, it's an issue.
No, it's ongoing.
All your fire hydrants are supplied by that if the plant fails.
yes.
So it's a backup for the fire hydrant.
Or
It's
if it's a large fire or something that's using multiple hydrants,
Right.
then that may kick in too.
That's exactly right.
And it pulls water from below the weir, right?
From below the weir.
Right.
But the plant would fail only if we lose power.
Or run out of water.
Yes.
Pump the tanks dry, then we automatically switch over.
A couple things would have to happen before that.
It would have to be worst case scenario, but
So then our wells would have to be dry.
your wells would be running, but they can't supply the tanks as fast as you can pump it out.
Especially using.
You don't want to use potable water.
You're pumping the water out of an endless supply as opposed to out of a finite supply, number one. Number two, the power did go out during Irma. And the biggest thing is the power comes in on poles. It's not underground. So with Irma, look what it did. Look what it did on the way to Marco Island. It took out every single pole.
It's something that needs to be done sooner than later.
Absolutely.
Yeah, sooner than later, but it doesn't have to be done tomorrow.
No.
Correct. It's been this way for a while. And it's running. Everything right now, if the plant were to fail, it will start up and run. So it will. It's just for how long? I don't know.
Perhaps Mitch and I can take a look at some things, try to get something maybe pulled together for the next meeting. And sure, get authorization maybe to go out for quotes and bids.
Well, that's my point. Maybe we should.
Yeah, I don't think we need another report back to the board on that. Just make a motion to authorize staff to prepare specifications upon engineer's review for a generator and a new panel. And
I'll make the motion.
And wait, and we are putting this out for bid too, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so as long as that's all understood.
That's in the motion.
All right.
Mr. Jensen just said, I need a second. Seconded by Mr. Lucier.
Yes.
All in favor? Aye.
Moving on. The compliance, the water and the wastewater, the plants are both creating great water. So we're not out of compliance, nor have we ever been. The reuse or the performance metrics is just a recap of the water that we use. Maintenance and repairs, we inspect all the lift stations weekly. We do the monthly blower checks. We never get any other complaints. The plant generator, the quarterly inspection was done by Southeastern Cummins. Everything's good with the big generator at the plant. Still waiting on parts for the reuse pumps back there. So we are manually filling those tanks every day. They don't work in auto right now. That's another issue. We manually fill them. If there was an issue and we ran them out, then we'd have to go to the backup system.
Why is that?
Because
why are you doing a manual?
Because everything back there runs on PLCs, SCADA computer. The section at the reuse tanks, that PLC failed with some of the output parts. It's no longer made. So there's only one company really around local that can fix it and tie it all back together. The company that did all the SCADA and built that went out of business. So BCI, they're the biggest around. That's who does your work now. And they are waiting on parts. So they had to order some parts that will replace what was there. And then the software has to be wrote in to communicate with the old SCADA. Even though if you were to go back there and look at your screen, it looks great, it looks high tech, but in reality, it's 10 years old now. And it's not up to speed with what.
But SCADA is just a program.
Well, SCADA is more than a program. It controls everything.
Right.
So,
but I mean, there are other programs like SCADA that will do that, right?
Not in the water and wastewater.
Oh, okay.
SCADA is kind of a generalized term. Too.
Yeah,
I see.
But there's different
I see.
manufacturers and vendors and so forth underneath that category.
So we're waiting on parts. They tell me that they think it'll be here in October, but of course I was hoping September.
Yeah.
Until then, we check it. I have someone at the plant every morning from 6:30 till usually 7 p.m. And then myself and the operator, I log in remotely 2 or 3 times a night and look at the tanks first thing in the morning when I wake up. Bring it up on my phone and everything's fine. So, and we get alarms. If the tank goes low, it still calls me with an alarm, so I can log on remotely and manually turn the wells on and start filling the tank.
So, but going into season, it's something that's got to be fixed.
Well, it needs to be fixed.
Because it's going to get a lot of use.
It is going to get a lot of use.
I have one other question while we're done. This isn't a targeted question. I'm just asking because I don't know. during rainy season, and evidently it's been raining a lot, the grass looks killer, it looks fantastic. Why are we needing 4 million gallons of reuse with irrigation? If I'm reading, that's what reuse is?
So yes, if you look last month, it was like 2.1 million. So apparently it hasn't rained as much in the last 3 weeks.
I see.
So when it don't rain, you guys usually use like 200,000 gallons a night.
Well, what dictates that? What determines
The
it?
customers, your irrigation.
We turned ours.
Oh, individual irrigation.
We had to turn ours on. because
Oh, I see what you're saying, okay.
Like a week or 10 days, where we didn't get anything, so we turned it on for.
Okay, so that's what dictates, it. okay.
Yep, absolutely. The sink and sewer cleanouts over on Stella Maris. The guys were here yesterday. Instead of cutting square holes, we found a company that bore a 20-inch round hole over top.
Nice.
Bored them yesterday, and they'll be back today at 3. They're gonna fill concrete, because under the driveway is a void. So they're actually gonna pour concrete in there, vibrate it to move it out under the driveway,
Nice.
and then bring it up. So that'll be complete today at 3. We're hoping.
While you're there, I know in the report that we were unable to find the grates for Stella Maris, so we have that one grate right next to this. I have found a grate from McNeil Company. That's the only company I found. I talked to the Ironworks people here.
McNeil is a great company. I mean, that's who does it, yeah.
Well, the question I have is, if we go ahead, which we are going to get a grant one way or another, can we get you to install it? Can we have you guys install it? Because we have no idea. We're gonna need to lift up that thing, and that thing is really rusty.
Gonna need a crane or a little truck mount crane.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's gonna need a little truck mount crane to get that. All right,
Absolutely. Yep. Also, there was,
If there's a charge for that,
Yeah, you charge
Put
us
that,
for it, absolutely.
you know, for your time or whatever it is to place that.
Yeah.
The CIP can't pay for that.
No, we're not asking for a freebie. We
No.
just want,
We're just
we're just
making
looking
sure
for somebody that can do it.
gotcha.
Understand, we're not.
I just want to make sure.
I know.
Well, I didn't understand that. So I will.
Oh, come on, guys, give me a freebie.
That's nice of you to pay for that.
It's nice to find us, we have to.
We're looking to you to lend some money for the
No
generator.
problem. You skipped over the
92 meters.
Oh.
So we're still under the maintenance.
Oh, okay, I see it right there.
Okay. There was a water main break last month in the afternoon. It was a lightning strike. I got a call. We had a lightning strike and there's water coming out of the ground. I had never heard of such a thing. I didn't think there was such a thing, but literally there is such a thing.
Wow.
The lightning somehow got into the PVC pipe and broke the
Wow.
pipe in 6 places over a 45-foot stretch.
Wow.
So we dug it up, we were able to isolate that street. We dug it up and repaired the first leak, turned the water back on, there was another. We dug it up, repaired that one, there was another. And it ended up at the end of the night, we had every house on the street on but one. The resident at the very end of the street was very gracious and very nice. We were able to leave that one without water all night, came back the next day and got it all repaired.
And it was PVC.
It was PVC and you could see, I took pictures, I don't know if that's a picture of the thing. But it actually, it would break the PVC in like a 1-foot section and it did it about every 5 foot, just like it pressurized the line somehow and split it.
Wow. The amazing part was that there was no tree that was damaged.
No tree, no backflow preventer, no.
That was, because I looked over there and I kept going, well, there'll be a streak down this tree somewhere with a lightning in it, but yes.
How do you know it was like?
Well, I'm not a lightning expert, but that's the only thing that I can make sense of, because I could see if it was one crack, it was not laid on a rock, or there was no debris around the pipe. It was just pipe through sand, but it broke.
But no burn marks anywhere?
No burn marks, but.
It could have came in through a series of different locations, like a backflow, or it could have came through a tree, or even maybe a lightning hit on a house could have caused it to go.
No kidding. Wow, that's crazy.
Once we do get the prices all of a sudden, we'll see. You've got a $2,500 deductible. So if it's more than that, decide if it's worth submitting a claim for. If it's 2,600, I don't think it's worth submitting a claim for, but, you know, so it's,
It was way more than that. So it was on the bill for this month. So you'll see it on there.
So we're gonna submit it.
we'll submit it.
And you can,
And we'll.
you're gonna have to prove
from your day.
how it broke, I guess. I don't know.
Unique situation.
Yeah. Wow.
The meter change out, the residential stuff is done, but we're still waiting on the shipment of the larger meters for the irrigation. So we still have all the meters for, like over at the hotel, Orchid Cove, the bigger irrigation meters. There's right around 100 left to install. Those should be here any day. As soon as they come in, we'll jump on that and get to working on those. The health and safety, no accidents, thank God. And I hope and pray it continues that way. We try to be cautious of what we're doing. There's some old charts there that just reiterate the flow calculations. I brought you the quote from Global Security last time for the cameras, and I think, Ray, you mentioned ADT, which I would have never guessed in a million years they do this kind of stuff, but come to find out, after we reach out to them, they do Bonita Springs utilities, they do Lee County utilities. They came out and looked and gave us a quote that is a fourth of what the other guy was. They're like,
Can you say that one more time? Just that last sentence. It was what?
fourth, 1/4.
1/4 of the other quote.
Yeah, so the other guy was like 18 or 19. They're right around $5,700 for everything.
And that's how you do it.
I've asked a dozen times, and they assure me that's it. They even,
Don't keep asking them, just say, get the truck over here.
they even said they would come in and do a presentation if you want, but the quote's in the back of the literature here. You can look at it.
If it works for you, it works for me. I mean, I don't know how you all feel.
Did we send you a thank you?
Yep, and like a nice one. Yeah, oh, yeah.
That's continuous monitoring too, they're doing that.
Continuous
$48
monitoring.
a month,
How much?
$48.69.
Oh,
But now, is that monitoring or just service maintenance?
That was monitoring, was my
It was that
understanding.
monitoring too?
Yeah.
Okay, it says service maintenance.
It's highly
Well,
competitive,
service.
and they're in that racket.
Yeah, recurring service charges, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know how they make money.
Do we have to sign a contract?
I would think so.
Yeah,
Oh.
with ADT, I would suggest that we ran into an issue from my other districts
Yeah.
where the accounting crew was going to the records and going, okay, we were paying ADT for security services at this one gatehouse. We don't have any facilities up there.
Yeah.
So we actually had to reach back 4 years. ADT paid us 4 years worth of payments. There was no contract. There was no real history. So I think it's better.
Yeah, with the
Because
contract.
5 years later, you're going to say, well, why are we paying this?
The only reason I ask is because of obsolescence. You know, that stuff changes so quickly, and you want them to keep giving us that nice new free stuff. And they will if you just keep an eye on it. Highly competitive racket. So good. So what do we do now?
You can authorize a contract, you can approve it based on this proposal and have the attorney draw up or review the contract. And once everything is set, then Russ will just send it over to him, he'll sign the contract.
Yeah, I would suggest review it because they have their standard form. They can just add on to typical PO purchase order kind of conditions.
So you can approve it and have staff implement it.
I'd like to make that motion if the board agrees with it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Yeah.
Nice, nice.
Those two cameras.
Nice, nice, nice.
So
Adding the 2 cameras. What about lighting?
So we fixed some of the lighting. I'm waiting on ballast and bulbs for like 4 more or 5 more.
So what about the back area?
Yeah, that's the one. So there's 2 poles in the back area that weren't working, three that we're waiting on ballast and lights. And there's 1 up toward the front. And I think everything on the sewer plant has been fixed.
So lighting wise, we'll be in good shape.
Yeah, you're not LED, but
No.
you're still old school, but yes, absolutely, you'll be in good shape.
Those are our poles and our lights.
Yes.
It'll only take one type of light, it won't take an LED light?
No, I got quotes. I didn't bring them because I just got the last one yesterday. I got 2 quotes to switch everything to LED One was 67,000 and one was 39,000.
Okay, thank you.
We love the lights we've got. They're good.
I like it. Anything else for me?
Did you address the backflow preventers?
Oh, I did not. So the backflow preventers, we're working through getting those handles switched. I think we were at 40% last month. We're at 55, or we were when we did this. I'm hoping this month to finish that up.
How about the little levers?
That's what we're doing. We're switching those to stainless steel.
Okay, have you done OK Cove yet?
No, and we're having problems because the handle rust off and the skin that goes in rust.
Yeah.
So everyone got to
Snap
take a torch and heat it up slowly, turn the screw and put some WD-40 on it.
I saw that.
Because if you don't get it that way, if you have to change the whole valve, it takes it from a 15-minute job to a 2-hour job.
We don't want that.
Okay. Anything else for Mitch?
No? Okay. Thank you, Mitch. All righty, so engineering report.
Okay, the big thing is just monitoring the construction that's going on out there right now. So that's just an ongoing process. Some of the houses, we've got 1 or 2 that have gotten a little bit closer to be finished out. Some are just kind of dragging along.
While you're talking about that, the one on Sunset is that they just put up the walls on and put the roof on it yet, down your way.
Yeah.
Right, the roof. Yes, I just want to make sure you take a look at the setback and swale. It's another one of those houses that are, I mean, it is, I mean, you can spit and be in the swale. It's no problem.
Good. I'll take, that's one that they're getting ready to set the trusses on.
Yes.
That's correct. They're ready to set trusses on that. So, I mean, just take a look at it.
I'll take a look at this.
Everything have an address on that, Sam?
It's at the end of the cul-de-sac.
175,
Yes.
4 is 171, and 4 from that, be about 166, Sunset Head.
The other thing I wanted to ask about while we're discussing that is there any way to recoup the loss, not the loss, but the fact that we have to, our swales, our gutters are loaded with sand, loaded, and it's all going to end up in the catch basins, and we're going to have to be pumping out the catch basins because of the fact that every one of these that's being developed, is there any way we can recoup some of that from these,
Because aren't they supposed to block it so that the sand and everything doesn't flow?
Well,
past the
it's past that, I think, now. I think we're more concerned about the catch basins and stuff.
Right. Difficult. All we can do is keep after the builders to try to keep those swales, drainage ways clean. But the work out there is so erratic that they're out there one day and they don't come back for 2 weeks.
Tell me about it.
Yeah. So the next 2 weeks, it rains and we wind up with more sand there.
The only thing I see that I think needs to be addressed is the corner, probably 190 Sunset Case and Sunset. It's actually on Sunset. They tore up half the sidewalk.
Well, it looks to me like there's going to be like 4 entrances to like 4 driveways.
No, that's where they tore it all up, the sidewalk.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's one where they've actually pulled some of the sidewalk panels out of that.
I was going to say they pulled them out, yeah.
Yeah, so at least they're showing
it's not-
motion of getting them fixed.
But it's been a while and it's not like sectioned off, so you don't walk that way.
Let me jump on some of those.
Because I don't know how much lighting they get at night.
Last month was one of those bad months for me. I had 2 eye surgeries. So I'm seeing better now with no glasses even.
For a while.
We knew you couldn't see for the longest time. Can I ask you guys one question? Is there one lot that's actually for sale back there now? I thought they were all sold. And then the other question is what's the story with the corner going over to Wilderness on the water side? Is that land, is that buildable or not, that curve?
Case Drive one?
You're
No,
talking
down near
on the
Wilson.
left- on the left-hand side?
Came home.
Yeah.
There's 3 lots back there, and they're buildable if somebody wants to come in and spend a ton of money
I
to
see.
build. A ton, but they're not actually in the CID. If somebody bought those, we would end up having to have, they would have to have a lift station installed to be able to lift it up to our lift station to be able to pump it up.
Well, they are in the CID itself.
Well, but I mean,
Just
we're charging.
Yeah, and
No
yeah, we're not
ERC.
charging them any kind of ERCs because it was deemed years ago that it was unbuildable. Now, if somebody wants to get creative and try to do something back there, but now if they do build, they will build up high, so there is the potential that they might be able to, somebody by gravity still.
Would the feds allow it? Would the feds allow buildings so close?
It's gonna be a challenge.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a challenge. You know, they might look at building on stilts or something back there. But again, their roadway access would need to be somewhat elevated too, so that might be the opportunity to get the wastewater out of there and get the water into the site.
I don't think we've had anybody that's really looked at those, but.
Yeah, it may come up as it gets more valuable.
Yeah. I've had some people inquire on, and I tell them that you have to design whatever to get to we provide the sewer in the road. So they have to pay either with one of those pressurized systems to get it into the system, but E1s, I think they're.
Yeah, the E1s is one of the popular ones.
So that's, they're aware of it, but they never come back, so the cost must make it prohibitive.
Well, K Homes has it for sale. So there must be something.
It's probably been for sale since they bought it.
Yeah,
maybe.
Yeah.
But where's the other question?
They're really
I don't know if that last lot sold.
Yeah.
I
One
see
that they
there's one
had.
advertised.
There's one that was advertised, but I don't know if that's been sold or not.
I was just wondering.
Well, my block program, they're gonna
So-
go next door to me, and across the street, someone in Naples owns that. Gonna build when they retire.
So there's no ERC, there's no utility ERC on
No.
that. Correct. There is a general fund ERC on that?
No.
There's nothing on it,
because they can't build that.
There's no-
but they may. So
If they do, then they
If
gotta buy it.
if they do, then they have to
They
buy.
have to buy.
But it's highly unlikely, what you say.
And somewhere along the lines.
It's environmentally
It was not
sensitive.
gonna be buildable.
Yeah.
It may change.
There was a time ERCs were really valuable. I mean, going through the records with Ron yesterday, we found a uncashed check from, one of the developers, $50,000 from Shoe Cart. But the board decided not to sell the ERCs. And, there was one development, I think Shoe Cart might have brought them in, but Fishkind, who does assessment methodologies. He said that they were, for 12 or 13, they wanted to buy them $1 million. But the board didn't have any ERCs. Yeah, but the board didn't have any ERCs to sell. They were all.
Yeah, there was time it was battered around
Oh,
selling for $13,000, $14,000, $15,000 in ERC.
Yeah.
Did you hear what this gentleman, one of the brokers said? It was Zamani, was that his name? The next to
Irma.
next to the last guy? He said it's perfectly suited with the ERCs for the Section 8 housing. Because, oh my God. But he meant residential in general, which is perfectly suited. That's what it was earmarked for. That's what all of them were earmarked for. Everybody assumed this was all going to be residential.
I think that Terry's raised a really good, I think it was Terry, concern, or maybe it's Sam, about the silt in there.
Yeah.
And I don't know if they can get a vacuum truck in there to suck it up. I mean, it's got to be loose.
Yeah, it's loose material. It's gonna get looser and less around what we've got, but
It's flowing all the way to the cleanout?
it will evenally
It
go all the way
will. A lot
to
of
the
water
end.
sits on it.
And if it doesn't, it destroys the flow of the design.
It hinders the flow, the rain.
And our-
But I mean, I didn't know it was, because everything's so elevated, I didn't think the water was making
Oh,
it
it's
back.
close.
No, it's sitting out
It's
there.
whatever falls on the road, plus theoretically half the lots should flow that direction.
Yeah, very close.
They're not.
But, it's just a matter of trying to get the builders themselves to clean it out. Otherwise, I'm not sure it'd be cost effective to do some cleaning at one point.
Well,
Keep it from going
I
to the
think
inlets.
that they should. If they're depositing that silt in there, they should pay for any type of clean out. And you're limited in what you can do, but we do have the authority of not allowing them to connect a home. That's about it.
The problem is it's taken so long.
Right. Well, it's not their fault, but.
No, it
Maybe
isn't,
better
but-
to just ask them to be good neighbors
That's
rather
a
than.
supply chain, that's
Yeah.
not a problem.
But that's still, that stuff sits there.
They got the equipment out there.
Really, it's a matter of taking a garage room, rooming it off there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, maintaining it on a regular basis.
Dave, can I ask you a question? This is probably really naive, but I really want to know the answer. I'm under the impression that operating the plants and the facilities, the infrastructure, don't laugh, is not a profit-making item. In other words, what it costs us, actual cost to do this, is what people are charged, but we don't make profit on it. There's no revenue. There's a revenue stream, but there's no profitability.
In the public sector, which you are,
That's what I mean.
there is no profitability.
Right.
You're basically running it for basically what it runs, for what it costs. Now, if you were a private utility, of course, you would make a profit on that.
Right.
Although water sewer is an enterprise fund.
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah. So.
The funds that are generated through that enterprise fund are used for the plant itself.
Right.
You might have a surplus,
Right.
but it's not a surplus because you need money to be able to
You need a
take care of
reserve.
your
Right,
assets.
your reserves, you might be able to transfer it to your capital improvement programs and things like that. But yeah, it's intended for the use of the utilities and its costs.
But so my point is, not lot 13, but let's say the Sunstream project, something like that. If they were to build 50 new condos, then whatever they pay in is at cost. We don't make money off a new development. The only money we're going to make off a new development is what we sell it, right?
And that doesn't go through the utilities.
Right. No, I know. That's what I'm getting at. So that just covers operating expenses, but the only money we're going to make from any new development to help pay future bills is when we sell it. It's not the month-to-month operation.
Oh, no.
That's a wash.
No, well, okay.
Well, no, I'm asking.
You're increasing the revenue because now they're paying for ERCs.
Right.
Yes.
And nothing's being charged out. So you've increased the revenue that helps operate that.
Right.
And it'll
I see.
reduce the cost to everyone else.
Yeah, it reduces the cost. It gets spread out between your customer base, that ERC annual assessment.
Okay.
Your production cost, the consumption part of that, of your bill, of course, that's going to reflect how much it costs to produce the water and everything else.
The reason I ask is, God help me. Let me say it another way. If we were to put in something, anything back there, besides some sort of residential, it's not going to require the ERCs.
No, it will. The
Right.
new rule
You're
says
talking
whatever
agricultural,
goes in there, they have to pay for their share of the operation and maintenance of that plant. And so you would pick that.
Except, you're right, except for lot 13.
No, at lot 13 too. Wherever, anything that's developed anywhere.
Yeah.
They have to pay whatever the engineer says that their share of that,
I got you.
Yeah, we calculate what the ERCs
I
are.
see.
If they, for instance, on parcel 13, they only need 10 ERCs, they would pay for those 10 ERCs.
Right,
annually,
right.
whatever that comes out.
Okay, all right, so I'm on the right track.
So
Okay.
they wouldn't pay for, it could be greater depending on what
Right.
comes out there.
Right. But I guess what I'm saying is it's not a real moneymaker. The real moneymaker is going to be selling the parcel,
Well,
not operating.
you go back to capital improvements. There hasn't been an excess of monies to put aside for capital
Right,
improvement. So we're we're using the sale of this property, that was the decision made. when we
Against
took it
capital
back,
improvements.
to put that fund there, because you
Right.
saw the list of what
Right.
we have to do.
Right.
But as we start doing this, you're still gonna have something going towards capital improvements once that money is
Got
spent.
that, I see.
Yeah, that, whatever you recoup from that sale is only gonna go so many years.
Right, right.
Right, and then, as I said, you're developing an income stream from the ERCs that you've sold to that property, whatever it is. So the more ERCs you sell it, the more income streams we have coming in, which goes into our CIP, et cetera.
But specifically to operate the district infrastructure.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I got it.
Okay, ready for me?
No. Well, I didn't know if he was done because you talked about sidewalk damage and stuff before. I'm just trying to understand something with this drainage and what we're doing on Stella Maris. I want to get that cleared up, right? With the road and everything. Didn't we set up some group that was gonna talk about researching the prices?
I've actually started talking to Frank about that, what could be done, but what we did discuss was the fact that we were going to hold off until prices came down.
Yeah, it's not something that needs to be done
Yeah.
immediately.
Okay.
Hopefully things will start, hopefully somewhere we'll reach that plateau and we'll see the costs go down to where they really should be.
Okay, but there is no, the drainage issue over there, right? I'm trying to understand that. There is no drainage issue right now, right? There's no problem. But the other thing is, they're the only place in the community that they're responsible for their drainage. I don't understand that.
I'm not gonna say they're the only one. There's very few that are at this point. The K's, the Newport Drive area, some of the condos, the district has responsibilities for the drainage. I'd have to look at the list again that we can file.
I'm talking about the sewer lines.
The wastewater lines?
Yeah.
Oh, wastewater lines?
Yeah, with a, whatever's underneath, whatever's running off the road into the storm sewer.
Yeah. Stella Maris is one of the few that have that responsibility. For some reason, that was never accepted.
It's,
Yeah,
what Ron had proposed be done by the developer wasn't done. And so the board said they wouldn't accept the storm drain. Now, the storm drainage, like he says, it's,
But there's no problem with it though either right now, is there? I mean, there's no issues with that?
There's some low areas out there that the water does pond in.
But that's just but I mean, it's not
Surface ponding.
It's just surface ponding. There's no issue with the drainage.
As far as we're aware of, there's no problems with the
Well,
drainage.
I think the concern, we'd have to talk to Ron about it, but I think the concern was the discharge is into the canal, right through the seawall.
Well, not anymore. That's taken care of
Okay.
already.
Well, then maybe there isn't a.
And maybe there's if it's desired, a need to reevaluate the system to see if it may be something the district would want to accept for maintenance at this point. The same thing was done, years ago with the water and sewer in the community.
Well, I mean, if we've cleared up the problem, that's what.
And Tony would have to amend the agreement.
Right.
Because right now you only accepted the roadway, the sanitary and the potable water.
But that explains it because I remember the way it was draining right into the canal and that issue's been solved. So I just think we should be consistent.
Cul-de-sac too.
Well, I think the whole issue was that we wanted to redo the macadam, and because of the fact that it drains down the middle of the road, that what we wanted to do was to change that and put in a concrete area there so that it doesn't keep tearing up the macadam, which is what it's doing now. What we were trying to do was prevent having to keep redoing the macadam every X number of years because the drainage down the center of the road was not correct.
So, but we take care of that, then I think it should just be once we fix that road.
And take care of some of the drainage issues.
We should take care of the drainage. Then it should be, the CID should, again, be responsible.
Tony's gonna have to draft a.
It'd be an amendment to that agreement after David
or some other firm inspects the facilities to
Right.
make sure they are compliant, that they're.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the one thing we probably would want to do is at least go in there and do some visual inspections of the storm sewer itself, maybe try to do some TVing of it, just to make sure there's no obvious defects or problems with the system since it's been years.
Okay.
Or I don't even know if it was ever looked at, period.
But to our knowledge right now, there's no issues with the drainage.
No, just the
Okay.
ponding, and the ponding
And
leads
we
to a
already
little,
agreed to that.
leads to a little more of the premature failure of the pavements over time.
Okay. All right.
And that's the only reason why we discussed it in the first place, was because we wanted to redo the mechanic.
All right.
Do you want Tony to start on the amendment now, or do you want to wait until everything's finished?
Why don't, if we can get together, maybe talk with your little group and see what we can discuss as far as turn over the drainage and so forth, and see what will need to be done by the homeowners association to accomplish that too.
That's fine.
Yeah, I would suggest that happen first, because if there are steps necessary
You
to
don't need the agreement.
bring it into compliance or to address any flaws or defects, then that would need to be taken into account, either addressed in the agreement or taken care of before the agreement is signed.
I think Frank and we can make an appointment. and we'll
Yeah, let's
come
make
down
a
and
point
talk.
to do that, yes.
That's not a problem.
All right.
And then we're going to assume the responsibility, which is.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
if
I agree
everything
with that.
checks out and can be
Yeah.
brought up to the
Yeah, I agree
requirements,
with
then
that.
then we can take it over.
Yeah,
Okay.
there shouldn't be one neighborhood that's not under.
Okay, now I'm done with you. District manager report.
Okay, well, first thing I had was the financials, and we did make the change. Cost us a little bit of money because we had to have the program, had to have it reprogrammed.
What's a little bit of
To
money?
move the cash
It
line.
cost us about $500.
Okay.
So, and because somebody had to program it, so we had to retain the software company to make the modification to the package. But now, as requested, all of the cash is separated. Now, where you see up in cash, where you water sewer, you got 73,408. That includes your restricted funds, but then that's also a liability.
And what is your restricted cash?
That's deposits people make for utility accounts. Any renter has to put $150 down, and some of the homes, before you waive that, we're still holding money for them too. But I think there was $22,331.31 that we have in a restricted
Keep it
account.
separate, yeah.
Okay, other than that, it's the end of the fiscal year, and we had a good fiscal year. It's had to draw from your fund balance a little bit, but, that was anticipated. So your cash balances are good. You'll start collecting money at the end of November, early December, when the new assessments are levied. People start paying them. So, any questions?
That's just financial, okay?
Yeah, that's just the financials.
Yeah, and I just want to make note that the numbers did change for the October of 2020, and that's because every year we get adjusting entries from the auditor. And when you get adjusting entries, they usually go in the first month of the year you're in. But it was done in the current month. So, the month ties in, but there were some differences, and that's what caused the differences, is those adjusting entries. But that's fine. I just want to make you aware that that happens. So, okay.
Okay, any other questions? Just need a motion to accept.
So moved.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Ron's getting a pretty good jump on it. He's working out of our office and for what he needs, but he's gone through almost everything, and he's gonna, have a report to you hopefully by your next meeting.
Good.
This report's going to be official. It's not just gonna be, I think, I remember.
No.
It's all,
He's going to support everything
okay.
with copies of the minutes, whatever, the report that was submitted. We've given him all of the record of proceedings, and I mean, unfortunately, he's got to go through those, a lot of them are in paper.
Okay, but we're going all the way back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cal, this isn't on you. I get this, not on you at all. So how in hell did this never come up before? Why in hell has there not been an ongoing archive? Why has the board never requested that? It just is beyond my imagination that we don't have an accurate, up-to-date history. And to be honest with you, what brought it to my attention was him. And he's right. I just can't believe that the previous boards or whoever, since day one, have not archived this stuff.
Well, it is archived.
But why isn't it, I mean, why can't we just go to it?
I
It's
think
never been summarized.
Yeah. And I don't know of a single CDD in the state that has.
But how did they go back?
Digitized.
digital, it's like, let's say Collier County, they have the funds to go digital.
Yeah.
And the size we are, we'll take it as far as we can, but we might not be able to be as
We
size as the
digitize
county.
everything.
Is it because we're, for all intents and purposes, an unfinished district and the others are all completed when the developer hands them over? Is that why? Because there's a lot of mismatch history in here.
Yeah. And I don't think there's ever been, I mean, we always had Ron.
Yeah.
And Ron's been.
But you can't count on that.
Yeah, but we did.
Almost day one.
Almost day one. And I think Ron started as the district
91 or
engineer, I was gonna say 93, but
Yeah.
he did a lot of the design work initially as a junior engineer. And
Before he had a lot of gray hair.
retired. So, but I think what you're asking for, I don't know, Tony, do you know of any districts that have that type of?
I'm not sure what you mean type of, but a lot of them, the transition from the landowner controlled or elected board to the resident elected board, but not always finished by that time. For example, Gateway is still not completed. And it was started in 86, 87. Pelican Marsh is now it's been pretty much built out for a while, but you have others that, again, it just takes time. And, again, you have transitions in ownership and or management and.
But I mean, are they designed like POI where there's a bunch of little condo complexes, each building's a different condo? This thing with Stella Maris, with, I mean, there's a lot of odds.
By way of example, you have some, Pelican Marsh is one master association, but you have a number of different condominiums and single family developments. Gateway, there's no master association in the unincorporated Lee County part. And you have a whole bunch of homeowners associations and condos. Pelican Preserve
Is probably that way.
is different. Yeah, so Pelican Preserve is a bit different. That's part of Gateway, but again, it's a different aspect of it. It's 55 plus, Pelican Preserve. So it's not unusual to have a number of different communities, and you may also have situations where you have some roads might be private streets to begin with, and then after a while, for purposes of expenditures and, well, like here in Stella Maris, you may say, hey, we the district are suited to maintain all these private streets, so the associations will lease it or deed them to the district.
But none of them have the availability quickly to research back to why this occurred in time.
Well, I wouldn't say that. All depends on where the minutes are.
That's what I'm asking.
It all depends. Yeah, for example, I'm sort of a pack rat, so I have minutes from all those meetings from all my boards since I started representing them, the agenda packets. And I've digitized most of them.
A digitized search is a lot easier than going through
sure.
hard copy, boxes of record of proceedings. The only thing that has to be kept, other than formation of the district, are the record of proceedings. And, they're there, but you don't just say, oh, I think I want to look at, September of 2001. I mean, it's in paper format. Somebody's got to sit and go through those.
So now it's being digitized.
we're in the process, since we took over, everything has been digitized. And our goal is to digitize all the way back to 91.
And that's what Ron's doing.
No, that's what we have.
That's what you're
See,
doing.
that's not unusual.
Ron's just giving you a summary of
Yeah.
those key issues.
And even with it being digitized, somebody still needs to put in the keywords to find it and then do the summary.
And that's
find
not
out where you
unusual.
were and where
You go
you're
to the
headed.
field, for example, South Florida Water Management District didn't start storing records electronically until a few years back. And so then they went back into like the old permits from 81 or 82, and then they started scanning all those in. So it's interesting, you look at a scan date, and it's like 2020, you go, wait a minute, it's 81 permit, but it's just, that's the date they scanned it in. So they are still, the clerk's office is doing that with the old official records.
Yes.
The
That's
old
all
hard
they
copy official record, yeah, they're still.
It's a scary part, there's gaps sometimes in those records.
Yeah, my favorite ones, Collier County, if you try to get the building permit files from the 70s and 80s, a lot of times you will see this, it's microfiche, and it'll show up, it'll say, records not available at time of microfiching.
Yeah.
Well, what happened was a lot of their old records used to be stored in the old county barn on County Barn Road. And they were non-air conditioned, the building had rats, so a lot of the records would be eaten up. So, I mean, seriously.
Yeah.
So
Maybe by design.
I mean, by developer rats.
Send the rats in. Damn developer rats, send the rats in.
But no, so if you run across there, if you're looking at records for the building department of Collier County, you come across that and you just, okay.
Yeah. Because I remember, a lot of it was microfiche.
Yeah.
And then when time changes and you get more modern, you still got a conversion.
And Terry's right, the clerk's office has those old microfilm readers. And they used to with the cassettes.
Yeah.
And now they're old Kodak ones, and you can't even find the bulbs hardly, and the parts, so that's, okay. All right.
So it's, Ray, POI's records are no different than Colonial Country Club's records. The problem is POI's older, so you've got more records, boxes and boxes of stuff, and, that's how they were given to us by Severn Trent.
Yeah. Okay, so any more questions on historical issues?
We should have that, the State Drive Monument ownership, and you got a copy of everything. Do you think that wall falls within that landscape agreement?
Yeah, we did get a survey from Steve. He was kind enough to share his survey with us. And it does show the monument signs being within the property.
His property.
His property. So, yeah, they are an issue. Now, the monuments, I call them a sign, but really they're a monument wall. There's no signage or anything on these.
Right.
There's a lot of landscaping associated with it also.
Which we've been maintaining, right?
I assume so, that's being maintained. Correct me if I'm wrong, Steve, but you had title work done. The title work didn't identify any kind of easements that may have been granted or anything else. So, yeah, it's on private property at this point.
Okay. And now is there, I know with certain areas, in certain areas, if you maintain something for X number of years, then it actually.
I'll defer to Tony on that question as far
Well,
as.
I haven't researched it, but there's a concept at times called a prescriptive easement, but it has to be open, notorious, and hostile. And the hostile part is if the property owner lets you keep it on there, then it's no longer hostile. And it has to be, I think it's a period of 70 years or so. I'll double check the statute, but again, to the extent that a property owner lets you keep something on there, it's not hostile.
No, I'm just talking about the maintenance of it, that we can continue the maintenance of it since.
Unless the property owner says, take it away, take it off,
Right.
yeah.
Okay, so what are we deciding?
Well, do you want, I guess the options are, if you want that wall maintained and painted and so forth, like the proposal is for, we'd ask Steve for an easement for that.
Okay, so is there, for Steve, is there any detriment to that being on your property?
I'm not ready to give up an easement at this particular time.
Why does there have to be an easement?
Well,
can't do it otherwise.
Maintain
Well,
proper.
I don't have any problem with you maintaining it.
Yeah, an easement is generally in perpetuity. I mean, you have temporary, but we can have a license agreement. In my opinion, the district needs some sort of agreement with the property owner to continue to maintain it.
But we don't have to make it an easement.
They can be a license agreement, but those are terminable or revocable typically at will. And so
When easement's on the deed.
an easement runs with the land, yeah.
Yeah, okay, I can understand that then. I wouldn't want it on my property either. So we'll just go with some kind of licensing agreement that allows us to,
Stay, but then it gives the property owner the option to say, take it off at some point.
again, right, yeah.
So what I can do and set it up, and I can draft, I've got forms of the license agreements available. And it could be one where the licensor, Steve, can cancel upon 30 days, 60 days, 90 days notice, whatever. I mean, that might be, I don't know what the board sentiment might be.
If that ever happens, is there a place we could put those monuments? No, not over, but there's built new ones, but
Yeah, you do have a landscape and utility easement on the front part of that property. So theoretically, it could easily go in the landscape buffer.
All right, I mean, I just keep it like it is, you know, like, 90 days is good.
90, and, Mr. McNamee meant one concept he brought up, good point, was the district, upon determination, would the district then remove it at its expense?
Yes.
That's fair. Okay.
So.
I can I'll prepare that and have it in the next agenda packet and provide it to Mr. McNamee. And
We need a motion on that.
No. What is it? I let somebody object.
Well, it's just a license agreement. We're not creating an easement or anything.
Tony's going to prepare a agreement. Run it by Steve, make sure he's okay with it. They will present it to the board and it's okay. Authorize the chair to sign. And then once we have that agreement in place, you can go in and paint whatever that proposal is for.
And if you want to get going on your painting and stuff, I don't have any objections to that.
Well, it's still private property. We don't have a right to it.
But if it's just painting, I'm comfortable with
allowing
his verbal approval now for just the painting of it.
Okay. You guys want to just bring it all back next meeting, or do you want to go ahead and authorize the proposal? I don't have a
I think my proposal was to power wash it and then paint it.
Did we give it $1?
I think we actually had a proposal on that.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
In one of the previous meetings, I know.
It was last meeting.
Yeah. Was it our guy doing it, or? I mean, how difficult is it to power wash it?
No, it was just, you guys were going to approve it.
Who does all the little work around here?
Oh, Chris.
So he can't do it?
Yeah.
Was he the one that gave us a proposal?
I don't think so. I think he got it from someone else.
Does he have a power washer?
He does.
So why give it to somebody else?
All right.
Well,
yeah.
I'm just
Are
talking
you guys
aloud
all
here.
okay with that?
Yeah, just carry on.
Yeah, just like.
Okay,
In your minutes, there was mention of the proposal. It's back on page 10 of the minutes from the previous meeting.
And what was the price?
And Mark Violet Painting submitted an estimate of $2,100 for pressure washing, crack filling, and painting.
I'll do it for 20.
$20?
Chris will do it a lot cheaper.
Second. So that wasn't your minutes for the
Yeah,
previous
okay.
meeting.
I think Chris can do it cheaper than that.
Oh, yeah.
So, you're approving it not to exceed 1,800?
Power washing and paint?
Well, it's also crack filling.
And there may need to be some landscape removed too. That's
Go ahead, 12. They'll do it for 15.
Crack filler.
And I heard you did a good job.
I even think 18 is excessive. Well, I
18?
I think that's, to me,
Okay,
I mean,
well, just
it's
tell
a
me
job
what
I
you
would,
want to
I
do.
don't think
There
it's
might,
huge.
there will need to be some landscape trimming.
I
Looked
think
at it this morning.
Well, but who's going to do that? Doesn't Soto do that?
So we'll need.
But that's included in our contract, so that's not included in the price. So if there's any stucco that has to be repaired, is what you're talking about? Brad? And paint, what do you mean paint? What's it gonna take, 5 gallons for 2 monuments?
I know, it's got some size to it. They're not very small.
Front and back.
Yeah. And there's 2 small ones too on the
I
side.
painted a whole house with 5 gallons.
It's a little thin, come on.
No, It was,
Painted
Sherwood,
last year, you just
Sherwood
said-
Williams, and I painted the whole house.
Got it on sale at the dollar
I'm
store.
not the guy you need to negotiate it.
Well,
If you're willing
We're
to
just
pay
saying not to.
$100,
what does he
give
normally,
me a,
how does he normally charge us? He charges us by the hour and for supplies?
Yes.
Correct? And he charges what per hour?
Let's just get a price for the job.
Just get a price.
Yeah.
Price.
that's
Get a
what I
price
think.
and we'll
Yeah.
make determinations,
Okay.
you know, next month.
We don't do hourly here.
Well, Chris does, so, I mean, 1,800, man, I'll do it.
that's just a number I threw out.
Okay.
You get a bid for 2,100 too at one point.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's too much.
I don't know. Okay,
All right, that sounds
next meeting, you'll have a price, and then Tony will start working on the license.
Yeah.
Okay, field report, you've got a copy of it, it's getting late, do you want to go through every page, or do you want to just? There's a few things, we did get one no fishing sign on, potholes are banned, where the dirt section going back to the gun club, you want a price to regrade it again?
No, I don't think we need to regrade the whole thing.
Okay.
I mean, I've been back there, it's gonna go dry season now, so.
Right.
Right. Couldn't we just have a pile of fill someplace and we just
Yeah.
fill it in?
Stone
You fill it with stone.
Well, I know,
I'm
but
trying to think what Mitch may have or what we may have as far as a backboard or something to move some stone if we just got a truckload of stone brought out there
Yeah,
and did some filling.
or stone dust, something like that. Something more
I
durable.
don't know if we got any kind of equipment though to move that material.
I know Chris doesn't, so it'd have to be.
How about this guy that mows the lawn for the little airport? That guy's got a farm tractor. We could pay him to do it. He's out there anyway, 4 times a year.
Okay, he's still gonna have to have some material brought in.
Yeah, I mean, we can handle that with a dump truck. Anybody will deliver that.
We just
So
gotta
let's
find a
talk to that guy.
store.
Truckload.
Yeah,
I
we can all
can
kinds of-
dump a load out front near
the plant.
Yeah, out front, outside the gate. You know, I mean, because I take the wheelbarrow.
McNamee says he'll do it for 1,800.
Yeah.
I do have a skid steer. I mean, it's not a big deal.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Once in a while.
Yeah.
Tell me what you want.
But it's not too bad now, but we just need some material. So I would get a load at
Yeah,
least,
that's it.
like a dump truck, so I don't know how many yards in a dump truck.
More than what you
Yeah.
need for those potholes.
Yeah.
It'll last a while.
30 yards. Okay, we'll get it done. And one of the no fishing signs was there. He talked about the crosswalk signs being faded, and if you don't have an objection, we'll go ahead and get the replacement signs ordered.
Crosswalk. Crosswalk where?
Where there's 4 of them in the community, they're just all the way through. Page 2 identifies it. They're on Peacock Lane.
Oh, here?
Yeah.
Yeah, let people know there's a crosswalk there. Okay. They must be there by mandate, right? There's got to be some kind of.
The county required it.
Required.
Development.
Okay.
We'll have Mitch clean out those flumes under the road. They're starting to get filled in. Water control structures, those stuff back too. There's just a couple that are getting overgrown. David's read the sections on all of the new construction concerns.
I have a question on the 23, top right, this is 23.
Okay.
On that third picture down on the right, what is the rule or consensus on if the sidewalk gets blocked because of hedges or shrubs?
Then it would depend if it's being blocked from plantings on the CID side, and then we have sort of cut them back.
Well, this
Or if it was
picture,
on the
there's
side.
plants on both sides of the sidewalk,
Mhm.
and none of that belongs to CID.
Right, that's private landscaping for residents.
Yeah.
And they would need to be responsible for maintaining their plantings and so forth.
Yeah.
You know, they're all within the right of way per se. And that picture taken there, it's not the only property that we've got plantings within the right of way, private plantings.
Yeah. Well, this one I'm familiar with because I walk two dogs in.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
But the shrub they planted, I know that shrub is going to take over the sidewalk.
Yeah.
Well, we can send them a letter and tell them to take it out.
Well, we'll wait till it happens, I guess.
That's not the
They're not
problem
in
as
it
much as the seed breaks. Those seed breaks right beside the sidewalk are going to be there.
Yeah.
That's the problem. It's not that, I thought you're talking about the little ones in the,
No.
In between there.
yeah, no, I'm talking about the seed breaks in the back.
Yeah, well, if it's on private property, we didn't have to send a letter and tell them they have to cut it or turn them into code enforcement if they don't cut it.
Yeah, well, they're not in there yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what you have control of is from the sidewalk to the street. And they planted that, what Terry's mentioning,
Yeah.
that little, we tell them rip it out or, you know, once you allow it, it's gonna be hard to go in and tell
Well,
them.
we just turned down somebody with 3 palm trees in the same
Right.
thing.
Right.
And there's a big difference. I mean, the palm trees are going to grow into the sewer and we had a forced main right there.
And they become a traffic hazard.
Yeah.
Yeah, these smaller plantings aren't quite the traffic hazard or so forth. Now, you do have other places, of course, where people have planted within the right of way. So it's kind of hard to say you can't plant anything in the right of way to one person when there's already lots of other places where there are plantings within the right of way.
Yeah, the only problem is the sidewalk.
Yeah, the sidewalk needs to be maintained. We, you know, perhaps just, there's some other issues there at that property we probably need to address with them. That's on my list.
Well, I think
And
he's
that
going to
may
be
be
in.
one of those things to remind them that they do need to maintain it, that for a clear passage of the sidewalk, and if anything starts to overgrow, that they'll be responsible for removing it.
Are the other plantings, David, comparable as far as location relative to the sidewalk at the initial installation? I mean, if these are that close to the sidewalk, is that comparable to what the other ones are like, or are they set back further?
Some of them are right up against, they've grown right up to the sidewalk in some other places. So some, where there is no sidewalk, some of them are almost right up against the pavement, or the valley gutter. So
No, I know
it's
where that.
something that's been going on for years.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I need to address some other issues with that property owner.
Yeah.
So at the same time, I'll remind him about the fact about the maintenance and so forth, and then it's just a matter of monitoring.
Other than that, page 30, you see the fire hydrant at 156 Venus K, and we'll have Mitch paint that purple. And you see from the picture where that water main break was.
I think it's obvious to the post office fault that they had the water rate correct.
What's that?
I said, from the picture, obviously it was the post office. I think we're going to sue the federal government for the water main problem.
Okay.
Yeah, hold your breath.
I have heard of pipe splitting like that, but usually because, and maybe the lightning strike did cause a high surge in the water line, with water moving back and forth. So I have heard of that before.
Any questions on the report? Anything you want to follow up on? Chris, from last meeting, you had the Case Drive landscape lights repair, and they're being installed now, but they got into it, and there's wire, and that's really bad. And the timer box are going to be submitting a full upgrade that. We're waiting on that.
And can I ask who that is? Will be fixing the lights? Is it Lee? Is it?
LCDC or
CID.
CID?
So, other than that, anything you want me to take back, Chris?
I'll just get a price on that money then.
Yeah.
Make sure it's
I'll never run the bidders tonight.
$17.50 is present price right now.
No,
I got 15
Kidding.
right here. He said no waiting. He's got his painter's pants in the car.
You guys want to say 1,400 or 1,000 or whatever, I'll see if you'll do it for that.
No, just have him get it for the
don't give them any number, just
Tell
tell
them,
them.
give us a number.
He might say 200. We don't know.
Yeah,
And the only reason I say a number, I mean, I don't have to give them a number, I can get a price, but it's either wait another month or we can go ahead and tell them to do it if it's in a price range that you guys are happy.
under 500. Otherwise, give us, I'm
Well,
serious.
number
I mean, the paint's only gonna cost 100, 200 bucks. And the time to do it. 33 bucks an hour, that's 10 hours.
Okay, so that's 300.
That's 300, that's 500 bucks.
33 bucks an hour.
That's what you said you charged,
Wow.
34.
We're not doing aerospace work.
He's not my employee.
Well, I get, yeah,
Yeah.
yes.
Let's say if it's under 1,000, we'd let him go ahead.
Okay.
So, I mean, so those landscape guys, you pay more than $33 an hour.
No, I'm not complaining about it. I'm just saying it. I know it takes, just bid it. So,
Okay, yeah, we'll just bid it.
man, I get
So, and then that's the report on the Case Drive landscape lights, and so that will take us to Tony.
Okay, Ernie.
Yeah, briefly, status quo in the PrepMac lawsuit. I think we talked about that. That it's until we have finalized and reached an impasse on any settlement negotiations, case is being abated. I've had no further communications, and the understanding was we would keep it that way for the present time. So there's nothing further. On the appointment as district registered agent, I think Cal mentioned that to you. The state of Florida every year has a form that has to be filed and submitted to a special district program. And the district has to have a registered agent for purposes of receiving notices and also being served with any lawsuits. And it was suggested by Cal, Dan Cox was the prior registered agent. It was suggested by Cal that the board authorized me to appoint me. And I prepared the form already with the cross through.
Yeah, I think you gave it, send it over to us. There's a short motion in there. I mean, all you got to do is just say that you appoint Tony Pierce as the registered agent for the district.
So moved.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Cal, I'll hand this to you so then you can then send it in with the check. Thank you. One other item, I guess we'll talk about it when we get down later on about where there's a discussion we mentioned earlier with regards to the zoning on that parcel back there.
Yeah.
It's the conservation zoning. I haven't had title work performed to see if there's a conservation easement, but I didn't see anything indicating that. But what I just found as I was reading additional materials on it, there is an agreement between Port of the Islands, Inc. and the state of Florida Department of Community Affairs that may affect that property. In 1985. And I came upon that when I was looking at the rezoning that Bob Duane from Home Montez did in 2000. And it talks about the DCA, the DCA, which is now the Department of Economic Opportunity, agreeing to the rezoning of that property, the portion of which, which is here. So
it's fictitious.
Well, so what I need to do is retrieve that agreement.
Yeah.
And that would probably be part of any rezoning effort that would need to take place for that.
I don't think it's a real easement. I really
Well,
don't.
no, it's not an easement. You got the zoning, conservation zoning.
Yeah.
That has certain uses. But there's this agreement between the state of Florida and Port of the Islands, Inc. That is.
You mean the RT designation?
No, just there's an agreement. I don't know what that agreement says. I've tried to find a legible letter from 1999 where the Department of Community Affairs did not object to rezoning some of this northern property. And it's part in certain conditions. So what I will do for the next board meeting, retrieve that 1985 agreement, retrieve that no objection, and just provide that to the board. So that's another approval that needs to be looked at when we decide, anybody decides how they will develop that property.
What about the conservation easement?
I'm not aware of any conservation easement being on it. It's the CON designation.
It's a
is
zoning district.
It's a zoning district.
Oh, so it's not actually, it's not really a conservation easement.
Correct, but
It's a zoning designation.
correct, the conservation district, and that allows, it has interesting category.
Because that can be changed.
Well,
If
subject to whatever
that
is
other
in this-
agreement doesn't supersede.
subject to whatever's in this agreement between the original developer and Department of Community Affairs. So I will retrieve that agreement
Yeah.
and find and get a more legible version of the 1999 understanding and approval by Department of Community Affairs to allow that rezoning to take place. So I don't know what constraints might be in that 1985 agreement, but I will find out. But yeah, by the way, for example, for the conservation district, in the land development code, and I think it may have been mentioned in the appraisal report you received, the permitted use, talk about permitted uses, and allowable uses, the privately held lands, single-family dwelling, mobile homes, where a mobile home zoning overlay exists. I'm not aware of an overlay. So you can build single-family dwelling units on that right now. On publicly and privately held lands, only dormitories, duplexes, other types of housing. That can be built. Passive parks.
As it sits now.
Correct.
Right.
On the CON designated. Family care facilities, group care facilities, sporting and recreational camps, agricultural uses, and oil and gas. That's what's allowed now on the CON.
Well, let me ask you a question. Where are you calling CON?
Yeah, it's that big piece here. I just happen to have one of the maps. It's the,
Is that the 9 or 10 acre piece?
yeah, that's this part right here. There's the wastewater plant.
Yeah,
The water plant is here and here.
yeah.
This is all zone CON or con.
Okay.
In conservation, then you have
That's up into the gun.
yeah, you have the sporting
Gun range.
plays, the gun range,
Right.
the airplane guys.
And the pits.
And it looks like the gun range is also
Yeah,
conservation
along the
area
shoreline.
of critical state concern.
Yeah. Okay, well, what about the easement on the 49 acres?
No, this is not an easement, that's a zoning.
Oh, that's the piece?
This is the Collier County zoning.
Yeah,
And the CO1 is a zoning designation,
okay,
zoning district designation.
okay.
So unless a title commitment, or I can do a property report to see if an easement shows up.
Yeah,
But again, this is,
I don't think there will be,
yeah, there's the part where we are.
right?
There is the RT part,
That's the 49
And-
acres.
and there is a conservation.
That's the gun range.
But I
How
think
about T?
that's the plan.
Oh, that's the plant. So it's not there.
Well, again, this is a zoning map.
No, I get it.
Right,
So that's
so,
what we're talking about, right?
well, conservation easement is a separate document, typically in favor of like Army Corps, South Florida Water Management District. that-
Well, what is that 9 acres that they were talking about? Is it a conservation easement or a zoning easement?
It's a zoning easement.
No, zoning, no,
Zoning designation.
yes, it's a land use district, yeah.
So I think we can get around that.
Well, again, depending upon what the agreement is between, and what hoops someone would have to go through with now Department of Economic Opportunity.
Yeah.
It used to be.
Amending that agreement if they are amenable to that.
Yeah, we gotta
Yeah.
get that straightened out, get that going.
Okay, well, again, times have changed since then. I mean, look at
Yeah.
this.
Oh, yeah. That is so it's real near.
Plus the administrations are much different today than they were back in the 80s. And I think everybody recognizes that that's not exactly environmentally sensitive.
Right.
But anyways, I will retrieve that and have that in the next board packet.
I don't think we shut that mic.
Maybe the Dan's.
Oh,
here.
okay. So, you got it?
Thank you.
And that's all. Absent any other questions the board may have. But I'll also do a title report. Just
That's on.
I think that's
In the
on.
back.
Only because that's what's,
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I don't think there is an easement, but we'll
I
find
don't
it.
either.
David, if you can look through your old files, Bob Dwayne's old files also.
Sure. I think I ran across those a few weeks ago.
It was a 1999 rezoning.
Okay. Good.
So, but let me ask you something so I get it. I heard everything you said. Why would it have to be rezoned for RV park if there was a trailer park on it for years? An RV park
Well,
for years.
there isn't one now. That's a deal.
But there was that established it, right?
You know, if that had not been abandoned, if once you cease a
I
use,
see, I see.
in other words, you may have a lawful use on a piece of property.
Yeah.
There's tons of it in the older Collier County sections, like our offices on Ridge Street to 41. There were homes built in the 50s and 60s, and it was on multifamily or different designation. And there were 2 dwelling units on a lot of those houses. County came forward in the 90s, rezoned that to single family. Now you have different regulations. You can keep what you have, but when you tear that down and build something else, in other words, you have a legal non-conforming use. When you want to change it, you have to generally conform to new regulations.
Got it.
Okay, so to sell the property or for these people to market the property, whoever we pick,
Right.
we need to get that cleaned up.
Well,
Exactly.
once again, I don't know about cleaning up, that just wanted to due diligence, because the whole idea of who's going to get the entitlements is the person who puts in the contract going to get the entitlements, and that would be part of that process. And they would be, and part of any contract would be, you give us every document you have, district, so we can do our due diligence. And we will do our due diligence as to what approvals are necessary.
In other words, what I'm suggesting is it's not like a swamp. It was just something that got put in there as a handshaker in 1985, but it's
Well-
not a true conservation easement.
Yeah,
Yeah, but it's
again,
still in the know.
until we say back, recognizing back then the state had, I think, greater eyes on this area.
Yeah.
And the issue about the fact that it has a canal and whatnot. Again, it's just like any other entitlement that the developer would want to address. He would look at that and say, okay, we need their approval, because the county would probably might need their approval as part of the rezoning. That's what that entails.
So it is a cleanup item. That's what we need to do.
Well, whether you do it or the developer does it. Because,
I think it's better off if we do it.
well, the question is, in looking at that agreement, if DEO still wants it to be in place, DEO may say, we're not going to just blanket, let you put anything in. We want to see what you want to do.
Most of them want to see what you
And
can
that's,
do.
and just glancing at the 1999, 2000 rezone of that part of that, that's what DCA said, based upon what you have shown us, we're okay with it.
Okay.
They may not want something just speculative, which, again, they may just say, we don't care anymore. I mean, I don't know.
I got that.
Maybe the old bureaucrats are gone and they don't care anymore.
I did think selling it wise, it's better if there's something we can do to make it go away legitimately than to leave it up to the developer to use it against us as a bargaining tool. I think we're better off having it free and clear.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a bargaining tool, but okay, I'll find it.
Oh, they've already used it against it.
Well, there's not an easement to my knowledge. Again, so I'll retrieve that agreement. And David, whatever you have in your
Let me
files.
take a look. I know, I ran across some of that stuff that Bob Dwight did.
Okay.
You got a date when it was, I can go to the record of proceedings.
Well, no, this is between Port of the Islands, Inc., not the district.
Oh, okay.
It's between Port of the Islands, Inc. and these.
So it never came to the board.
I don't know. It's July 2nd, 1985 was the agreement between.
Yeah, the 1985, I'm not sure about, but the 1999, some of that information would have came to the board because that was when we were going through the process of expanding the water treatment plan, and that would have been part of the rezone application that was filed on behalf of the CID.
Again, hopefully that agreement's in your files.
Yeah.
And that's all for now.
Rules change, we're still putting everything together. Jennifer from our office sent the rate, current existing rates, and what was discussed at the last meeting that's been sent to Tony. He's putting together all of the changes in the rules that we discussed, that's included in your minutes. And that'll be ready for the workshop.
We'll have a draft. Yeah, we had a good conference call,
For the public
a
hearing.
good session, video conferencing the other day. And Chris was kind enough to find the most current version in a Word format for me.
Yeah.
Hallelujah.
Okay. So then with the new business,
Okay, the first item would be, you recall at the last meeting, I said, if we're going to, right now, you've got a process for the utilities. And, it's based on science and, the engineering analysis of a proposed development. So I think you're pretty well covered there unless you want to restructure that. But whatever you do, you should do it through an assessment methodology, because that's something that's defensible if you ever end up in court. With the O&M, we still can't find anything that says it should be this or that. And maybe the 1 per acre is, but, they tried to break everything down to 1 per residential lot. And, we might be able to come up with something like that. But this is a specialist that writes and does assessment methodology. And he can do one. It's a good price. 7,500 might sound like a lot. I talked to 2 other firms and they said they couldn't touch it for that. So, and Tony's worked with them.
Wait. What are we doing here?
This is an assessment methodology for O&M.
For your landscaping, your
I think we have to,
roads,
drainage,
drainage,
drainage, all the
utilities.
records up to date.
Mosquito spraying, all those things, all those activities in the
Yeah.
general fund.
What you call utility, is that the O&M or is that?
no, utilities, it's everything but utilities.
So this is the general fund?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think, again, so I worked with Russ, he did gateways, I think I've mentioned that to you, a complete revamp of gateways, assessment methodology and the board, and it was a good exercise, and Russ follows up and follows through if there's any corrections, adjustments, updates that are needed. He comes up with an approach and methodology, and the board can say, this is what we want to use, then you advertise it and implement it. And so that way, you get the input from the public, input from the community, whether they thought it was a fair, appropriate process.
But the most expensive part is the utilities, and we're not even talking about them.
No,
No, this is not the-
utilities are all right.
Yeah, this is, again, this
No,
is,
they're not all right.
No,
What-
they,
Well,
we have the history, we have the history of it.
Just let me talk. What do you mean we have a methodology for the, that we had defensible?
That's in the rules. And the rule says that a plan is submitted, the engineer reviews it, and he identifies how many ERCs should be on that.
So that's the rule. That's the entire.
And that's the methodology you've always followed.
Right. Okay, so it's plain and simple. That's it.
Yeah. But there's nothing plain and simple for O&M.
Right. Okay. Because I was more concerned about the big ticket stuff. This isn't as big ticket.
No.
and that, the big ticket, that rule concept and the idea that we talked about when they could be transferred and, the board's discretion to say you can do it even though we still hold or own some, that's going to be part of what you'll see in the draft.
Right, we're changing that.
Right. Correct.
So in reality, this discussion is for something that really is not controversial at all. Correct?
No, it's not controversial.
In other words, it's not going to affect what Russ is talking about, which is he feels that the ERC evaluation is incorrect for the water sewer side rather than for the O&M side. Sure. And so it's really not, it doesn't, to me, we're arguing a point that's dead. It's not.
I guess I disagree. I think Kel and I disagree because you have to have the articulatable basis for why you're levying the assessment in the
You can't
amount.
just pick this number out of the air.
Correct. And next year you may have a capital budget item or O&M item that's huge. And so you have your public hearing, you say, we're going to increase assessments $500 per ERC. Assessments, O&M, general fund, ERC, right, to rebuild this road, repave this road, repair this drainage system.
And you need that availability.
Okay. Then someone may challenge it and say, well, what's your methodology?
Right.
Well, hell, we've been doing it this way. And then that's why. I don't mean to.
Okay, so this breaks down where all the money comes from and where it all.
Right.
And the allocation among the various users and properties. And now, a lot of times in here, you may see an adjustment. Somebody may be paying, just pick a number, $100 today, and this person's paying 49. This person may pay 54. His may come down to 65. Right. So you may have, there's a net zero number you need at the end of the day.
And a single family home may have one value, and your hotels and different things like that are future.
Good example.
May have
a good example of that is impervious surface for drainage and water management. If you have more impervious surface, paved areas that don't allow water to percolate through, there may be a factor. This one way people do it, may be a factor applied that you end up having an additional amount percentage-wise that you have to pay towards that portion of the budget attributable to drainage, because you have more water running off your property into the district's system. And that's, and Russ does a good job of saying, okay, I'm looking back at 50,000 feet. What do I, the consultant, think is best for this district? He tries to tailor it. And then you all can say, ooh, we like it, or ooh, we don't like it, or we like this, we don't like that. And he does good follow-up also, if you have to do adjustments in the future based upon how lands actually get developed.
Wait, so you're saying we hire a specialist to do this?
Yes.
Right? And then we can argue with the specialist? How do we have any?
You know, you
Review and comment.
not really argue, you question him, say, Russ, what's the basis, or can you articulate your basis? We
Just have him explain, in other words. 'Cause
Yeah,
if we hire somebody, that's what you have to fall back on.
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
And-
All right. Just the way you, I guess the way you were coming across, we could change things.
I'm sorry.
So, all right.
It's still not going to affect
The utility fee.
the utility.
No,
Correct.
no.
Correct.
So,
If you guys think that's a good idea, we would need a motion to approve it. If not, we'll just continue on.
well, what's the downside we don't approve?
Somebody challenges us and you spend more than that in legal fees defending it.
That's what's fun.
Okay, so we should do it.
How much is it?
It all depends on litigation, how.
No, I mean,
Oh, 7,500, I think, right?
Yeah.
and that brings it up to date.
Well, it creates, you know, it provides a
On the
methodology.
O&M.
Yeah, it provides a methodology that you can look at and say, this is revised, it's new, and here's what we want to implement. And fair.
And then my staff, will go in and they'll adjust all the parcels to reflect this new allocation.
Actually, Russ has done that. And that,
He gives us everything, but he doesn't enter it into the county.
correct, but he reviews it and sort of corrects it, works with the, for example, he works with the staff at Gateway when they do the roll, the assessment roll, and they relook at parcels and say, this one now has 10 commercial units, last year it had 1 residential unit, so we adjust.
So it'll be more accurate. Does OEM travel with utility on ERCs because it's variable?
There is no debt.
Right.
So your O&M on your utility is an enterprise fund.
Right.
So that stands on its own. And it's a combination of the assessments and the water fees. And
So there's no fixed formula.
there is a fixed formula
For both.
for the assessment portion.
I see.
Assessment methodology is just for the assessment portion,
I see.
For the general fund,
for either of them.
okay.
And by the way, this is not, it's not $7,500. It includes, does not include the meeting attendance, presentation, and travel time will be billed on hourly rate of $200 per hour, and travel expense mileage billed 0.555. So what I'm saying is it's going to end up being more than 7,500.
Yeah.
I understand that.
Yeah.
He's right down the street from me, I can go pound down the store. Yeah.
Can you ride with you? So it's
No.
Maybe closer to 9,000.
Just be senior.
So that mileage is going up.
Well, I know, but I'm just
That's
pointing
good
out
to
that
point
it's going to
that
be
out.
more than $7,500.
Yeah, that's good to point that out.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll be much.
We're saving 1,500 on the monument, so that'll be all right.
And patch those cracks.
Russ Wire doesn't paint, to my knowledge.
So what do we need to do? We need to make a motion?
To accept this.
So moved.
I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
That brings us up to Steve, and he'd asked for time on the agenda.
Okay.
Did you bring
Put that
lunch
mic
too,
on,
Steve?
please.
He doesn't really need one.
Really need one, right?
Get comfortable, I think.
You okay?
Yeah.
I don't want to go through this whole ERC business today. What I'm really here for is I met with Dave here again. I also had a pre-application meeting with the county to get some more clarification on what I should do on this property over here. I've got 2 people who are pretty darn interested in buying that west property from me and developing that commercially. Today I brought those pictures you can see what I'm proposing to put on that property. There's a picture of what one of the buildings would look like. They're basically an office space with either a dwelling above it or an office or whatever. There's a gym, a place in there, I think we call it a gym or something. I mean, that can all be moved around, but I'm trying to come up with low density, something that isn't gonna affect much here. The very last page is one of the proposals that was given to the county as to how that fellow wants to develop it, restaurant, storage, and gas station. I've been working very closely with the fellows over at Stella Maris, or Mars, or however you pronounce that, trying to come up with an amicable way of dealing with this land without disrupting the neighborhood. My question today is, Dave, do you agree that if you come up with what you think would take for ERCs on those?
I think what's being proposed, those units themselves would probably be the equivalent of a single ERC, basically a residential. That would be fair. And then when we, as the other parcel looks to be developed, then we can do an evaluation of restaurant seats, storage units, that type of thing, come up with a number over there.
And I'm hoping that it isn't going to come to that. If I can go ahead, and put my 3 units on there, I may just do that. I'm not saying that's the only thing that will ever be on there, but of course, I won't necessarily have ERCs for them. So that's the risk I'm going to take if I don't have all those ERCs. But for right now, this might get me into a position where I may be able to pay off my loans and so forth that I've got on that property without developing further on. If I don't have to develop further on, I won't develop further on. I'm just trying to come up with a way of paying this property off without making a big mess. So my question is, as a board, will you accept what he's saying as far as the 2 ERCs on one side and 3 ERCs on the other side?
And forgive the rest till it's determined what's going to be built out there?
Correct.
He said he's not going to build any.
Right now, there's 20, I believe, 20 ERCs on that
10 on
property.
each.
So what he's saying is, I want to build these 5 units, and the value is like 1 ERC a unit.
Right.
And forgive the 15 ERCs till it's determined what's going to happen to the rest of the property.
Now, these are residences, right?
No, they're more like mini, man caves.
Storage,
Yeah.
Storage and that, one of them's going to be my company's office.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping that's what they'll do with the rest. There'll be, somebody who has a small business that lives in the port there and needs additional, maybe some, so it's an office space. It's not a working space where you're going to be bringing equipment and all that sort of stuff into.
And these,
Because I can do that without doing any conditional use permits. If I do warehousing and all this other stuff, I've got to get conditional use permits. I'm trying to make this so I don't have to go through all
so
that.
these are on the east side.
Those would be on both sides.
2 on each, 3 on the west.
Oh, so they're all the same.
They're all
Yeah.
the same.
I see.
And the question I have is, the last page here, this is.
Someone else who wants to buy the property,
All right.
that's what they have went to the county and asked if they could put that in there.
Yeah, Steve, that, in the pre-app notes, it talks about several commercial uses, restaurant, outdoor bar, boat slip, storage building, gas station with convenience store, and enclosed RV storage. Is that what the other person wants to?
Did you get, how did you get that?
Collier City View portal.
Oh, man, because I haven't seen it.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, that's right. You go to the planning side and grab that.
Yeah, I could, yeah, I just went to,
I haven't seen
But this diagram
Send it to
here is on the other side. Is
it.
it?
That's the west side, that's the water side. Where your finger is, so you can see the boats.
Yeah,
That would
that's
be
the
where
whole
the
west
3 the three parcels are on the first page, right?
No, actually, it'd be just two over on that west parcel.
Those three on the west side.
Right, but this picture,
That's irrelevant to what I'm asking for today.
I know, but what I'm saying is that is the other, what they were looking at for the west side.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And I would prefer not to do that, but if I can't figure out how to make this thing pay, I'm gonna have to sell that property, and then who knows?
This is a total wild card, Steve. And you wouldn't take this deal. Because what you're saying, everybody has to win a little in every negotiation. We're not winning at all. And we want you to win too, but you're saying, well, I want to do this and I want to do that. Okay, and maybe I'm going to do this or maybe I'm going to do that. No, it's too much control. We have no guarantees. If you want to give us a guarantee that you're not going to sell it, then that's a bargaining card. And it's not, I want you to understand, I think this is a perfectly good use. You know, I don't see a problem with it. But how do I think the residents are going to feel about a gas station? They're going to put up prices. So we can't expose the district to that and cost them 35 grand in the process. That's kind of what you're asking.
I guess I'm not quite following.
Right now, we make 40 grand a year in ERCs on that land. You want us to cut it down to 5. That's 75% reduction. So that means we're going to be losing around 30 grand a year just in the ERC for the district.
But what you fellows have been telling me all along is, if I come to you with a plan, and Dave tells you how many ERCs there are, that possibly that's what you're gonna go with.
But I think what Ray is saying, your plan is not the 5 acres. Your plan is a portion of that.
Right.
And not knowing what's gonna happen with the rest of your land there is.
That's what I'm proposing to do right now. That's all I have intended to do.
Correct me if I'm wrong, you would basically commit to these 5 ERCs.
Yes.
And then donate back the other 15 to
Yes.
the district.
And I can't do anything else unless you guys sell the ERCs there.
Then
That's our
you have to
control.
come back and, that would be the control I guess you guys would have.
So that's different. I missed that. Okay, so now what he's saying is 5 ERCs for these buildings, that's the plan. And handing back the other ERCs rather than selling them.
Yeah, he didn't make that.
We don't want to be in the ERC business because it costs us money. If he sells the ERCs, it doesn't cost us any money. If he gives them to us, we lose 30 grand a year in income. Now, but the same token, let's be the devil's advocate. Maybe that's all he ever wanted to do, and that's good. It works for the community. They're not ugly. That all works. So aesthetically, this all works. But the district loses 30 grand a year in income. Somebody has to make up that 30 grand. That's what and I'm not against him. I'm just saying that's where we are.
We're not saying you're never going to see any of that 30,000. It's
can still
determined
sell
to
it.
do something else on the rest of the property. We will collect ERCs.
But in the meantime, it's a deficit. So let's say it's 3 years. That's $90,000. And we just get hit with a generator for 2.5.
But you're also thinking, this helps the community. That's what the community will accept right now. He's not looking to build something that, like a gas station that we're going to have a big rumble about. This is something acceptable.
We get that many more ERCs for the back then too. I mean,
We may not need it, but
this sets,
I'm just being the devil's advocate.
Yeah.
but this sets a standard here too. I mean, I think.
Right.
I think with that, this ends up being 1 ERC per acre, just like what we were talking about. And I think when it comes time to negotiate with these guys back here, then we can say, okay, We've already got it established here with 1 ERC per acre. When they start out on this property, it'll be 1 ERC per acre that they're gonna be paying us as soon as they buy it.
But one
And then
ERC,
you're gonna have to purchase the rest of the year.
That's not a guarantee.
Not until they come forward. with
the
plans.
problem is, Russ, 1 ERC per acre doesn't get it done. Right now, it's more than that.
Well, no, it's gonna be back there. You know it's gonna be more.
Well,
But
it's-
I'm talking about what they'd have to pay from the outset. It lowers the overhead when they purchase the property back there.
But we
So-
can do that by deferring it.
Yeah, I was
And
gonna say
that costs us
that
nothing.
that can be done through this. Something that can be
We can
debated.
defer that,
Discussed
talk
later.
to houses.
Well, wouldn't you wanna get something up front?
It all depends on the deal, what they
Yeah,
come
yeah,
here.
yeah.
Okay.
But the thing is,
Boy, that's.
we need to try and make it work for Steve and make it work for us. And I'm not, this is a difficult position, but to be honest, I'm not gonna discuss this again. This is the last goddamn time. This is the 7th time we've discussed this same
But
thing.
it's not our fault.
It's nobody's fault, but it's gotta
We
end.
didn't have the information, so there's
Right.
nothing we could do.
So if he's got the plan for these, and that's what he's gonna build, and we've got that in writing, we feel it's acceptable to the neighbors, and I think it is, that's all positive. This is another way of getting around the 20 ERCs. If I were him, I'd be doing the same thing. I'm not against
But
it.
it's not a permanent 5. If someone comes along and he sells off some of that land, then we'll get more ERCs.
What happens, what happens,
But can you split that lot?
what,
You looked into doing.
what happens if he builds them? And people go, holy crap, I want one of them. I want one of them. I want.
But what
Before you
happens,
know it,
you're right, but what
And
happens,
we sell them the ERCs back at whatever the price may be, and then we start collecting because these look way nicer than I thought they were gonna look. But,
Well, and then also the fact is,
I think
you
it's,
still almost got a park thing. I mean, you got all this green space that everybody wants. That is a value to the community.
he's gonna.
but we can't use it.
But it's your land, it's not.
It's private property.
Yeah.
I haven't told anybody who wants to go on there.
But for us, it's not legal.
Right.
If you give it to us, then it's legal. But I'm not asking you to do that. I'm just telling you, that's not how radio works.
If he keeps it cut and the grass is cut, and he has to maintain that whole property.
But let me ask you what happened. Let
And,
me ask
and it's just in the note, there's no trespassing signs there. What's to stop anybody from, walking their dog over there or whatever?
Well, that's not really the issue.
Well, I know it would.
But let me ask you the
Working on
question.
the property they have on there, right?
But let me ask
If I was
you,
done, I took them off.
let me ask you the most important question. It sets a precedent. So we're nice guys. We want to help them. We do that. He's got somebody who wants to put a gas station in. Well, gee, you did it for him. That's 1 ERC.
No, not for a gas station.
How many is it?
It would have to be, it'd probably wind up being more because the.
It's not going to be 15.
He's not gonna put a gas, there's no room for a gas station
Well,
when he
the-
does that.
The site plan that was discussed at the county level is here. I've sent it to Dave and Cal, and they can send it around. And it looks like it's be 1 gas station with 3 pumps, but the county has locational requirements for gas stations. And whether or not that can be achieved on this site is something I can't answer here.
Right.
So, I mean, that's something the county staff.
Right. Those issues did not come up.
The location requirements were noted.
They were setbacks, like 30 feet from the property line, and things like that.
Yeah, for the canopies and everything
Yes.
else, yeah. So it's, I mean, it's just a locational requirement, that's right.
But if they put it, if we're talking about 30 grand.
Yeah.
And we're talking about 15 ERC. And somebody wants to put a gas station in with 3 pumps. How many ERCs is that gas station? At 1 per acre? Right.
No, it's not 1 per acre.
Okay, well, how many ERCs is it?
He's 1 per building because it's 1 unit.
Let's say it's 1 per building. How many is it? It's the gas station.
I don't think it would be.
Part of the calculation is going to be looking at how many restrooms they've got in there, since that's one of the big generators. If they have any kind of snack bar facilities, that type of thing.
They pay per seat.
Those, they have to be evaluated, but it's going to be more than 1.
Look
It's
at-
not going to be 15.
Yes, it would.
Why?
Because look at the hotel.
It's not a
What is a
hotel.
restaurant? The restaurant
It's not a
already pays,
hotel. It's a
but
gas station.
they pay by the seat.
It's a gas station.
Doesn't matter, they pay by the seat, right?
Yeah, but that's a
Well,
restaurant.
Restaurant pays by the seat, a bar or whatever.
Yeah.
I'd have to look more at the rule, but typically it's based upon restrooms plus other facilities they would have in the building.
Right.
And you're making an assumption that he's gonna sell to somebody that's gonna put up a gas station or something.
He just said he was.
No, he could
I
not.
did not say I
You're
was.
misinterpreting. He
Nothing
said the other
definite.
person.
It came up. He didn't say he was selling it. It came up that somebody's interested
Right.
that wants to do a gas station.
For the whole piece.
But if he doesn't come forward with this, we still don't have any ERC money.
There's
for
no,
that,
there's no
the
building
rest of the
done.
parcel, until
Right.
plans come in front of us.
Right.
But like even here, storage unit, how many ERCs is there? You only have 2 bathrooms,
Right.
2 ERCs. You might not recoup it, but you know, if someone came forward with plans like he's doing right now, you have to consider
Absolutely.
whether he should be paying 20 ERCs or 5.
Absolutely. That's what he's been saying right along.
Right. But you're saying we're losing the 15.
Well, the current rule is set up that there's 20 ERCs assigned to those properties at this point.
Right.
We would need to have a rule change, or I don't think we can do it by an agreement, that Steve would basically retain 5 ERCs for those 2 properties. He would basically give back the other 15 to the district, take them off the book. When he'd only have 5, instead of paying $40,000 a year, he would drop down to the $10,000 a year,
Right.
which means $30,000 would not be coming in.
It's a deficit.
It's a deficit. Now, as, of course, potentially as other things do develop on that property, you would have the opportunity to not only sell them the ERCs, but bring those ERCs back onto the active roll.
That's what I'm telling you. Once he builds those, other people are gonna want it now.
Didn't we
And
have that in the rule change about
Yes,
us making a?
we make the decision.
Okay, there is no rule change yet.
Yes,
These
I
are
know,
just
but that's
directions
what
to
we're.
include it.
Right.
That's, this isn't the last ERC discussion. It'll be discussed at the rule change, and then it'll go into effect. What's being prepared is exactly what Steve is asking for, which is he submitted a plan, David's analyzed it, this is the number of ERCs that would be attached to that.
This to me is no different. This is no different than progressively tracking for ERCs in the back. Because I still think that they look nice enough that if that's the, if this is what they're gonna look like, and the proposal is brought forward, they have to look like this, okay? Because they're very attractive, at least to me, my contemporary standards anyway. And then I'm telling you, more people are gonna want them. It's.
But what if they don't?
And then,
Yeah, we're not.
What if it's something
we're not
else?
taking-
Russ, just because you think they're attractive, you're pitching the thing. Let's talk about
well, I'd
reality.
rather have that than have the gas station, the big storage, the parking lot, and the restaurant,
Okay.
everything along the edge, and all the
But
boats.
you know, you also here, you're stating something that's his business,
Right.
not ours.
Right.
No, well,
I
his
have
business
nothing,
plan
if
is all,
everybody likes it, wants more, they might go to him. It
Right.
doesn't mean financially he wants to do it.
well, that's.
But the
So,
only thing
I
of it is,
can't-
if that were the case, you might say, I want $15,000 for the next ERC to
But we,
build that next.
but we can't do that.
Yes, you
It
can.
There has to be parity, doesn't there?
Well, I think the ERCs would be set as a fee.
Yeah.
So
Right.
the repurchase. of
Like an
the-
impact fee, that kind of
Yeah,
thing.
impact
Yeah.
fee, basically.
Yeah, no, we could do that.
Can I ask a question?
Yes,
Steve, on the 5, you would build all 5
At once,
at once?
what period of time?
Or would you consider a reduction of 3 ERCs for each time you build? In other words, you build the first one, we reduce it by 3, you build the second one, we reduce it by 3. In other words, what I don't want to happen is you put up one and stop.
Right.
And now we've got 19 ERCs
No,
that we have
no,
nothing.
that's not what he's saying.
All
We
right,
still
we
get
still
five.
are, well,
Yeah,
we've got
he gets
15
five for
ERCs that
reducing it
we're
for each
losing,
unit.
that
So
we
end
were
up with a
thinking
net
that we were
will
going
be
to have 5
That's
five individual
until they come
buildings.
forward with
You would still
something.
have the five.
You can't say, you want across the board. And right now, across the board, he's paying 40 ERCs.
Right.
But you're saying, now let's change him and only give him 5. And what does that mean? We're gonna do that back there? No.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What you're saying is he's got 20,
A 20, yeah.
20, and you're gonna reduce it every time he builds one.
Yeah,
So then back there, I'm gonna say there's 200,
yeah.
and I'm gonna reduce it by 3 every time they build one.
That's
No,
up to
no,
the
no, no.
situation at that time when it comes before the board.
That's
You're
consistent.
not making a rule here.
Here's what I was saying. If in the back on parcel 13, say they wanted to put in 200 condo units, they're going to put them in 50 at a time. We can sell them 50 ERC at a time until they finish putting them in. We can do the same thing with Steve,
No, you're doing
but
the opposite.
working it backwards. In other words, each time he puts in one, we reduce the ERCs for him by 3. That way, when he puts in all 5, he's paying for 5 ERCs, and we have reduced the 15, so now he just has 5. Again, my point is, he puts in 1, stops. I'm not saying you're going to do this, but I'm taking devil's advocate. He puts in 1, stops. We've reduced it now 15 ERCs, and he's not put in 5 buildings.
But you don't, so what, he's still paying 5 then?
He would still be.
He's still paying 5 no matter what.
He's paying 5 on 5 acres and building nothing. That's what could happen.
In other words, he's put up 1 building, and he's reduced it 15 ERCs, and that's it.
Okay, so then, in other words, so if he didn't put anything up, you're concerned that he might sell it.
I don't care about
Okay.
selling. I'm just saying.
Well,
we
that's the
won't
only
get
concern
any
you should-
ERCs.
Well, then you're not gonna do it for him at all. You're not gonna do it for anybody.
We're not
Because
saying
the only
that.
thing
You
you-
don't like his presentation on how we
Let
can
me
do
talk,
it.
will you let me talk?
Go ahead, go for it. Makes sense
If-
this time.
If you have 5 ERCs that you're gonna get no matter what, you get 5 ERCs. If he sells it and he doesn't put anything on it, he's paying the 5 ERCs.
Right.
If he builds, you guys can't ever shut up. If you build this, we don't know what the ERC is until they submit it.
Right.
And he's still paying it. But we, if they say it determines that we're gonna get our 15 ERCs back or whatever on this property, we have the ability to charge for that. Whatever we determine is a valid impact on that. So either we follow our rule, which was to take a person's plans and accept them and hold them to it, or we don't. I mean,
How do you hold them
How
to
do
it
you
if he
hold-
stops
that's the
building?
point- That's the point I was making.
Yeah.
You're not holding him to his plan unless you reduce it each
time he
time he
builds.
puts a
but
building up.
that's putting a load on that would prevent him from building. If he,
How?
because he's paying, how much
It's
you
gonna
paying a
motivate
week?
him to build.
It costs me $1,300 a week to own that property.
He's paying us $1,300 a week.
Not you guys,
to
the
own.
loans and everything.
Oh, okay, well,
But he knew that going in.
Yeah, that was his business.
He didn't have to
not
buy it.
ours. I'm not here
Well,
to
I
keep
don't-
him in business.
I don't think it was clear that the ERCs were going to be kept on that property.
No,
to
it's
any
crystal
purpose.
clear. If I can, at the risk of being the newer guy here and getting pummeled for this.
Go
Under the current rules I read, and David could correct me if I'm wrong, Cal, the property owner comes in before they can get an approval from Cuyahoga County for site development plan. There needs to be utility availability letter, and the district provides that. And the rule says that the way that happens is the person applies to the district and says, okay, originally there's X capacity, there's Y ERCs, and then Y ERCs were allocated among all the properties based upon what we thought the usage was, so that that property could be developed at a certain capacity, certain uses that would use certain capacity in the plan. And that's what's laying on the property now, as I read the rule. Then as a person comes in, the person says, listen, all I'm going to do is build 1 office building and 3 storage units. And so my utilization of the plant capacity is going to be less, and here's how I'm going to use less. A submittal is made to the district's engineer from the property owner to get the utility availability letter. The engineer looks at it and says, okay, your uses are not in this chart here, so I have to apply using the state administrative code. Or in the case of restaurants, it's actually in there. It's 0.2 per seat, 0.2 hours. So then David will work that up and say, okay, you may be assigned grossly 20 ERCs on the original methodology, but your use today for this availability letter is 6.5 ERCs. Let's just pick a number. If the property owner does not like that, he then goes to the board. But that initial decision under the rule is made by your district engineer. As I read it, is that correct understanding?
Correct.
So I mean, so if prior and before Collier County will release the SDP or release any building permits, the county wants to see that utility availability letter.
And let me go a step further with that too.
So that's where it distills.
If he's only got 4 ERCs on that particular piece of property, needs 6.5, he's got to be able, he's got to buy an extra 2.5 ERCs to meet that.
I don't want to mix it up with the buying. I'm just saying, so you have 20 there now. And he says, my capacity, my impact on the plant is only 6.5 based upon these plans. And the engineer says that, and that's what happens then. So the other 13.5 goes to the ether in essence. It doesn't lay on that property anymore.
No, I think it does lay on the property still. It doesn't go away currently underneath the rules.
Right, the current rules, we were changing that so that we had the
The current
ability.
rules would stay. The excess to ERCs would stay on that property until
Then have the right
until
to
they were
sell
able to sell it or
Yeah.
transfer it to the district or whatever.
So in the meantime, the district is going to lose income.
But you made a statement
Those
that
rules
property has
say.
an impact upon the water treatment plant at a set rate. Right now, that property has no impact.
Well, it's been allocated that. It's because of what the allowable uses are, the universe of allowable uses.
Right.
So that to say, okay, the universe of allowable uses results in an impact on the capacity of the plant equivalent to, let's say 20 ERCs, I can't recall the number. So that was determined a long time ago. And
But we don't know how that was determined yet either. so.
well, if you go back, back in the 1990 validation, the original borrowing, they had the number of units assigned to each parcel.
Yeah, there was an assignment made. How that assignment was
wasn't
made, we're not
validated.
really sure 100%.
But see, and that's where the problem is. You can't go back and say that someone did a cost analysis as to the benefit that's being derived by that property, how much that dollar value is, because it can't be, it has to be equal or less than the cost that you're assessing that property on. That property's probably paid $500,000 in taxes in the 35 years it's been on there. I have a hard time believing that that thing hasn't gone way past that level already. And if you go back, and correct me if I'm wrong, Tony, if the original guy on here owned everything, so
I wasn't present at that creation, but it seems that way.
okay, so at that point, he said, okay, I need a bunch of ERCs because they're water. But at that time, he owned everything. So he arbitrarily put so many here, so many there, knowing fully well that he can move those at will. He's the president of the board. He owns the property. He can transfer ERCs from one property to the next. Where this got messed up is the darn fool went and died.
And how much were those ERCs?
$10.
Well, and again, I'm not sure about the term arbitrary, but it's not unusual for the original developer to sort of drive the train on the allocation of debt.
He had a plan for that property.
Yeah.
It was going to be villages, all types of shops, there's going to be some living units. It was going to be what the South Hotel numbers.
Can anybody show me that?
Ron, I think.
They're working on it.
Yeah.
All those records.
I mean, but that's what Ron's told me, that there was a plan on what was gonna be built on that. That's how the ERC was
The
established.
same way with the one-family homes are. One-family home was planned to be there.
So he looked at what he thought the best use of this entire property was, and started saying, oh, that's where that's going, that's where that's going, and started breaking out. What I
Do you
understand.
not have to do an analysis like you're just telling them that they better do in case they get into a lawsuit? Isn't that what we're lacking here?
That's.
I don't know if circumstances have changed, that you need to redo that assessment. I mean, that's different.
Well,
Yeah.
The board can always make that determination they want to, but I don't believe that there's a necessity for it right now. Again,
They're calculated.
Well, like this Florida statute 170-2 says, lastly, special assessments allocated to each benefit property cannot exceed the proportional benefit to each parcel. How do you figure that out?
Because of what their planned development is, how much that planned development will use in sewer and water facilities.
And that's exactly
What was the planned development?
Well, for example, the hotel parcel, they knew approximately how many units were gonna go in there. The commercial properties they knew were potentially gonna have greater water and sewer needs than what a residential unit would have.
Okay,
So that's how that was
So
determined.
that's why we changed the rules so that when somebody gives you a plan, we
That's
go.
always been.
No, it was not. It was not, no, we can change the plan, we can change the assessment, but the individual was stuck with the remaining ERCs.
Right.
That's why we changed it so that he will not be
We will
stuck.
change it.
That's what the rule changes. That's why we did it.
Typically, as these things go on, they have what they call tune-ups that are supposed to be done periodically. True-ups.
I might need a tune-up, but that's a true.
So you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
We haven't had one in 35 years.
Yeah, typically the true-ups are to avoid what's called the golden acre.
Right.
The golden acre is at the end of the day, you have 1 acre that has all this huge depth stuff on it, so.
Let's see, that's what you've got.
See, exactly. That's
Exactly what you got.
But here again, that's irrelevant. How about we getting back to this where you asked me for this plan, I took it to Dave, and where can we go from here?
Well, I don't think any of us are arguing the fact, we can turn it back to 5 ERCs, but it's the steps to get there. And like Sam says, to encourage you to build one and we'll lower you 3. Build another one, we lower you another 3. That's a no-win for both of us.
Okay, keep in mind what you approved at the workshop.
Well, yeah, that's not in effect yet. We can't
Well,
really
this
do
isn't in
this.
effect.
If it is or it isn't.
Yeah.
What you guys have directed us to put together is that they can request a change in designation and they can go out and sell to somebody. And if somebody doesn't buy them, then you can consider accepting them.
Consider accepting.
Exactly.
But
That's
if-
the direction
But
you've given
if
us.
we consider accepting them 3 at a time,
Sure.
yeah, and so I know it's not passed yet, it's not finalized yet, but that's the direction we're going in. So we're willing to go 5, but we want some assurance it's gonna happen.
You would
And
set
I
up
think
perhaps through a
Sam's-
developer's agreement with them as far as the take back of those
Yeah.
units.
Yeah.
Something along those lines.
It's a win-win for both, I think.
That's correct. And if we were just interested in the ERCs, if you go back to the plan that the other gentleman put in, a restaurant by itself, 100-seat restaurant is 20 ERCs, right? 0.2?
Yeah, 0.2.
So we're not interested in just getting the ERCs.
No.
What we want to make sure is that it's developed the way we'd like it developed. And as I said, take back, each time you put up one, we take back 3 more, and eventually, you've got 5 ERCs for the 5 buildings. Again, my point is, I'm not saying you're unscrupulous. I'm not saying that at all, but an unscrupulous developer could, to get rid of the 20 ERCs, he puts up 1 building, takes it down to 5 ERCs, turns around and sells the rest of it. Yes, we can recoup our losses eventually when somebody else develops it and we sell them ERCs. But that's not what we want to do. We want to make sure it's done correctly. That's all.
And you still have that potential of risk, I guess. And Lake Huron, Lincoln, Lake Lincoln.
Right here, right outside the door.
Right, where they were going to build, and because ERCs were so expensive, they were a hot item, back in the early 2000s and late 90s. And they needed like 10 or 11 more ERCs, and they couldn't build.
Right.
They walked away. I mean, it's the same
That's
way
why
with
they're
the
vacant
dormitory.
lots.
The dormitory didn't have enough, and they didn't want to.
And still
buy.
doesn't.
So,
It still doesn't. They don't have enough ERCs to build.
so these lots are vacant. We don't collect any ERCs on them?
No.
Haven't collected for
Well,
years.
So how are we ever-
collected some,
that was a
but
waste.
not enough to build.
There's a handful.
Yeah, the ones for Lake Huron, every year we bill them, we direct bill them, but
It's
they
like
don't pay. That's going to go up for tax sale.
Already did.
But Lake, it already did, yeah. Lake Lincoln, the ones that are right out here, they might not be buildable, but they were assessed about 3 ERCs, and that never got paid. But when the developer wanted to do something with them, he didn't have enough ERCs to do it.
I have one more request. Frank, not Steve, Frank. Your community is most affected by this, considering the fact that it's right next door. Do you have a problem with this? Or will your community have a problem with this?
Seen it, but
That's where he wants to put them.
Right at the highway.
Yeah, right on the highway. And these are,
That's what they look like.
these are what they look like.
Here, but did you see what the other possibility is?
yeah, I have. And that, I guess I'd like to, first of all, appreciate that. Courtesy of the opinion. Glad I don't have to make these tough decisions. I just have.
Well, you don't have to, it's just your opinion.
That's what it is. You guys have to make decisions. You have to invest your money, so it's harder. I'll tell you what I know. We've lived with the terror of the clam factory, and that got more real than we wanted it to. Famed flea market thing was real enough that I had 2 guys in a shabby pickup truck sitting in my driveway with sketches, and that looked pretty scary to me. That was about 3 years ago. We sure didn't want that. It was going to be like, chain link, that was bad. And so what I like about this is Steve came to our community and he said that he wanted to talk with us, and we've been in an active dialogue. He's been sensitive to those units back there. I see no reason why this would have a negative impact, and it's a lot better than some of the alternatives. And we would sure appreciate any assistance you give us. Good for us, for our property value. And by the way, unless somebody gets a shotgun or a sign, our people will keep walking out there on that grass. They like it out there, but it's pretty and they enjoy it. It's nice. So thank you.
All right. Also, keep in mind, you guys don't have any say in what goes in there.
That's right.
It's
Right.
zoning
Not our
does
land.
that's the county. You
Not our
build anything in there that's properly zoned.
That's correct. We know that.
And the alternative could still happen.
Right.
That's just psychology.
Yeah.
The alternative could still happen. It could be a pig farm, or it could be Disney World. Come on.
It's like, it's a zoning
I
control.
can put a pig farm in there?
Yeah. Done that.
You guys have been curious about ERCs, and the ERCs, you've got plenty of time to discuss this. I know Ray doesn't want to, but
I don't want to talk about this
It
one.
doesn't affect Steve till next October.
Right.
Right.
Because the taxes are in arrears, like they're a year behind. But until we pass that, even though this is just a discussion, we can't vote on this until the rule is changed, right? where
Right,
the
well,
ERC
you got the rule
come back to
now.
us.
You can, right now, he can transfer that. I mean, you guys can accept it if you want, I guess.
Well, what we can do is we can issue a letter of availability for the 5 ERCs.
Okay.
But the other 15, until the rule change happens, will be made on the books for that.
Right, and the rule will change before that. That's, the timing's not an issue. But you've done a thorough analysis of this, and it's 1 per unit? I mean, you've got some vacant land there too. Shouldn't that also be considered?
Well, there's no utility use associated with that vacant land that should be assigned.
And then the O and M, you still need, it's not just the 10. You got 10 on parcel A, 10 on parcel B, but you got 6 O and M on both of them. 6 on A and 6 on B.
Right.
So I mean, if you figure it out, it's not 20, it's, you know, because of the, it's about, yeah, like.
Yeah, but it'll still need 5.
Yeah.
But I don't have, you know, personally, I think if we're going to do this, we ought to do it the way I'm suggesting, which is we reduce it as he gets it, as they've done, we
Yeah.
reduce them
That would
each
be-
time 3 ERCs until he's put 5 up, we buy back 50.
Yeah.
Well,
We
let's
buy
throw
back 3 at a time.
one other thing out there then. Because I'd like to build one out there and sell them as I build them, or rent them as I build them, either way, because I can't borrow that. What about deferring the 15 with a time period on it? If I don't have them built by a certain time period, I'm out.
Well, what does out mean?
Well, I mean, I'm stuck with like 20.
Well, I think it's,
The other thing, what about if, like you said, it's going to be like a spec, and as you sell them or as you get a contract, you reduce the ERCs.
I like the deferment thing better.
well, yeah.
I-
You would.
What I'm thinking, once again, this is all, we have the rules that just today, which won't allow what we want to do today, in my opinion. But I think when we draft the proposed rule amendment, this whole discussion about developer agreements and concept of deferral, the concept about holding in abeyance, or those kind of items, if you want to, we can put them in there for discussion also in the rule amendment. So you can say, this is the mechanism. Somebody says, here's what I'm going to build, and I'm going to have less of an impact on the system. These are options for that property owner. And you can all say, gee, we like it or we don't like that process. Is that what you're thinking, David?
Yes.
Okay, so this would be an additional sort of discussion point or text change to look at when you all look at in the workshop at the rule amendment.
What are you looking at the time, Steve?
Well, you know, buildings going around here. So I was going to mention that. There's a monkey wrench in this, like I was saying before. There's 2 guys that want to buy this property, that want to put stuff on it. One of them has already offered me $600,000 for that west side. So I got to get a pretty good feel what direction we're going here.
Why don't you sell it?
Yeah, to make $100 grand.
Sell it.
You want the gas station there?
Oh, there's that gas station
Their
again.
problem, not yours.
Yes, it is, because I live here.
But in all reality, absent some deed restrictions or covenants running with land in favor of the district, anybody down the road could put in a gas station. I mean, because
It also meets the zoning requirements,
It's the
it doesn't require a public hearing that.
assuming, like Cal said, we are not zoning this.
No, no. The county is.
And if somebody wants to voluntarily restrict the use of the land, that's fine. Property to the north that you all own, you can impose whatever you want on that now. That's not a zoning issue. That's a landowner's ability to impose restrictions.
Because I don't think we could put a restriction on you that you could sell it, but you can't have a gas station.
Right, can't
That's
do
not a
that.
restriction. we
So you can
do.
still put a gas station in.
That's right. The county is the one you're getting the permits from,
Right.
not us.
You can make $100 grand, take the money and run.
Yeah.
Kidding me?
I would have been running already.
So you
You don't have to build a building.
don't understand, he doesn't,
He doesn't want to say
they
gas
don't,
station.
he doesn't want anything but those 3 buildings.
And
he wants the rest to be there for the community.
Exercise was to get something in there for me to use myself personally, as well as protect this community. it isn't just about me making 100 grand off of this. It's about keeping as much of this green as we can and not keeping the neighbors happy.
So you're not gonna, you wouldn't sell it to the gas station guy anyway then under that premise.
Not
So
gonna
we
sell
don't
to
need to
anybody.
worry about that, right?
He was just saying what he was on.
Let's ask this, Steve.
Yes.
The, what would you, for the deferral, if we were to go that way? How long would you want of the deferral?
I love 3, but I'd take 2
Three what?
years. Because by the time, I know it's going to take me
Okay.
a year probably before I get.
All right, I understand that, okay. How about, would you be considerate of a 50% reduction in the, for those, in other words, we reduce the taxes by 50, the ERCs by 50% for those 3 years. At the end of 3 years, they go back to 20 if nothing's done.
Unless I get them built sooner than that.
That's correct. And at which time, then if we would do, reduce by 3 each, that kind of.
And, but
I mean, would you be interested in that?
I'm thinking about it very hard right now.
So you're saying 10?
In other words, reduce it by 10 immediately. Like give you 3 years to do this. And then at the end of 3 years, if he has not developed as he says, then we would put the 10 right back on.
Now, if he has developed within
Then-
the 3 years, what?
Then it's
down to
gone.
the 5.
It's gone.
So when you
How does
say
he get to the 5?
immediately, that means.
When he's developed all, he's put in 3 buildings, he's put in 5 buildings, it's done.
40,000?
That would be the original.
I think that's, it wouldn't start till October, correct? Next October.
Yeah, then.
So I'm still going to be
No,
stuck
this
for
could be done
42,000 or whatever happens.
Plus the rule change.
I mean, there already is an assessment levied against the property for this year.
Right.
And so now they're talking about a rule amendment that the earliest it could be enforced will be January of 2022. If everything goes smooth in the adoption process.
So it
So
can't
that,
happen till
so
then
that after
anyway.
that point in time, then there would, based on the discussion, there might be a mechanism in place for property owner to apply for an adjustment to the allocated ERCs.
Right.
In January or in?
January, after January. Once the rule becomes, as soon as the rule becomes effective, and then whatever structure is established in the rule, whether it's a mechanism where the developer can ask for deferral, he can ask for abatement, he can ask for transfer. That's what I would envision being in the rule, that mechanism, then come to the board with that.
But when would it take place?
But, okay, the rule would be effective, hopefully, we're talking about January
Of what year?
2022 at the earliest. So then that would provide the mechanism for a property owner to begin the process to apply.
The next tax.
So that by the time you get to the budget year, you start doing your budget April, May of 2022, you'll have an idea.
Yeah.
Okay,
You're a year out.
Is there anything to prevent you from saying, instead of, you owe $40,000 for next year?
Yeah.
How about, if we give you a credit back for 20 of it?
The problem is our budget's placed.
the budget's
Our
already set.
budget is
yeah.
already set, it's been approved, and it's on the tax roll, and that's to run this community. If we give a credit,
We're in a
that's taking
deficit.
away from what we're trying to.
The
but
credit
the-
Didn't you have $500,000, $600,000, $700,000 in reserve that you were going to buy that land with? Now
No,
we're just talking about 20?
What
no.
about capital improvements? Forget that land. We're still got capital improvements.
We weren't gonna buy the land with a check. We would have had to get money, borrow it.
Do you think that you guys were ever going to buy that land?
Under the circumstances we were presented with, if we could have got a grant or borrowed the money, we really didn't want to, well, we probably would have. Well, we don't like the way it got sent to us, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, it
The
was
whole
rushed.
deal with the $20,000 to hold the land that we eventually set up for 4.5 hours, and we're gonna break the rules record today.
Yeah.
We were willing to do it, and we would have figured a way out of financing or paying for that land. That was.
Well, we weren't stroking a check.
Yeah.
There's no way in hell.
Outside of that, you've already put it on the tax.
Right.
Yes, it's there. We can't
It's already
change it.
there.
But he's asking for a credit. But the
I don't know how you give it credit.
Right, even if you gave a credit for this year, let's say I want the money back, we can't give it back because the budget is set.
I'm not asking for to get it back.
Well, what is the credit?
Credit towards future taxes or assessments.
Well, I think that's what's being discussed.
Yeah,
Not giving you.
but no,
You're
you're
not
looking for a credit for what's on the tax roll now, correct?
Yes.
And that's what I'm
But
saying.
what I-
No, because that's already set for this year's budget.
Right.
And
I
your
understand
taxes
that,
are
but you're
usually
not-
for the prior year.
You're not taking it back out of that budget. You're trying to build on future.
You might call it an incentive for him to do something for the future year somehow, maybe. It wouldn't be a credit.
Yeah, if we lowered
But
it to
somebody
five,
else
we
would have to
lowered it to 5 units
Mhm.
plus a credit for this year, no.
No,
What I would
can't do
suggest is,
that.
again, I think that what we're talking about, I mean, you all can follow me again, does not exist today.
Right.
The idea is, we got further direction for the rule amendment, to provide a mechanism for a developer to apply for a reduction, and maybe we put in there some other requests that the developer could make at the time, we request a reduction. So on a go-forward basis, as opposed to the board agreeing today, yes, we're going to give you credit, no, we're not going to. I think that's something you may want to look at as far as in the application process.
Yeah, but we can't, vote on this today at all, but I think he's entitled to some sort of feedback on what we
Absolutely.
might be willing to do.
But I think he's asking, legitimately so, because of his expenses, when would whatever we agree on kick in? Because he's got to figure out what his nut is. So I get
Well, he has
that.
to know that until this is approved, there are changes, our hands are tied.
Right.
And if it's approved, if it's approved timely, the next budget cycle
So
would
2023.
probably go into effect.
Right.
Yeah, for you.
No,
So like a year from
October
now.
1st.
Yeah.
No, but I think what Terry is saying that assuming for sake of discussion, the rule amendment's made and it's adopted January, February, that gives time for a property owner to apply for
Sure.
whatever reduction or credit request or anything to hit the budget cycle for the 2022-23. So the board can consider that when they look at the budget.
Which starts April.
Yeah. See, but he's thinking money out of his pocket until at least October, he's on the hook.
Yeah. it is.
That's what you were asking, right?
That's what it is.
Right, that's what it is. It's the next year's budget. So as long as we can make something work by August 15th or thereabouts when we adopt the 23 budget, then you're in for 2023.
I thought, though, that it was explained to me, if I came in with a plan and so forth, you had the ability to change those ERCs now.
We can change, let's say we change them now, well, we're doing a rule change because of what you gave us coming forward to help you to do this.
Right.
Is why we're doing the rule change. But
And I've always said, to you, Steve, that whatever is decided, it's not in effect till
Right.
October 1. Right. I said that 3 months ago.
Yeah, that was in there. And the rule change has got to be,
Adopted.
Yeah, it's just going to be adopted before you adopt your budget.
Let me play devil's advocate one more time. A job I like to do. If, I think what Steve is saying is, could we abate 10 ERCs on the property once the rule change immediately? And at that point, allow, because of the budget, that money will then be taken out of our excess, so to speak, to make the budget work.
What excess?
Well, we have surplus in the budget. I mean, we have money.
Yeah.
We have money. So if, say, we lose 10 ERC, which is what, 20 grand? To make the budget work, we take 20 grand out of the
reserve for
surplus, put it into our budget. The budget works. And he's gotten 10 ERCs reduction for that year. So what I'm saying is we could do it immediately as soon as the soon as the
No, that makes-
rules change, works.
That makes sense. I'll tell you why that makes sense. It's
I
almost-
I don't understand the mechanics.
No, the mechanic, I'm looking at from the standpoint, Collier County has impact, a lot of jurisdictions do. The Collier County also has a process for waiving impact. But that money has to come someplace else, because you still have to build the roads, you still have to build the infrastructure. So the county may waive impact fees for a particular category of use, but that doesn't mean that that pot gets shrunk completely, because it has to be replenished by other county funds to pay for it. So I think that's what Sam's saying.
Basically, that's about right.
Okay, we're talking about two budgets. The budget you just adopted.
It's in existence
that's-
now.
It's in existence now, goes through the end of September 2022.
Right.
Okay.
A year from now.
Right. So you're going to approve this probably April,
Yeah.
May,
Yeah.
February, March, whatever. And so now you've approved it. So, but that would be for the new, that gives you direction in the budget development for 23, 22,
But
23.
he's talking about a way to give him credit in the 2022 budget.
What you would do as part of that, with the rule change, if we have the ability to do some developer type agreements like Collier, you would basically do an immediate reduction for 23 of 20 ERC, or 10 ERCs, basically
$20,000.
$20,000.
He wants a reduction in his taxes for this year.
You still
That's what
got
he's
the
saying.
cash that you have to do. The county's collecting. You're going to have to pay that, or you're going to be delinquent. Somebody's going to buy the.
Yeah, but he wants us to give them back
Well,
They don't give,
that
you
could
can't give it
be,
back.
2022.
So I guess-
That's what's on.
what
the-
you have to
I guess
do
the
is
question
say,
would be, yeah,
no.
the taxes are not delinquent until April.
Right.
They're taxed. So again, without describing any validity, any this, or any position on it, that if it's an effective January, application's made, February, the board says, okay, we will waive $10,000 of the amount.
Yeah.
We have an assessment role that allocates, just say 20,000 to that property. I don't know if this is something I may want to check with the property appraiser or tax collector, to file one of those revenue forms to revise the assessment on that property to reflect any reduction the district makes from the 22 fiscal year budget. I mean, you can make certain adjustments to.
If you're giving them money on
Yes,
this,
yeah.
just make a promissory note
Right.
and write a check to them,
Yeah.
right?
It's
It's,
gonna involve another agency. It's just
Yeah,
a
it's-
bottleneck.
it comes to.
Yeah.
Capital.
So it's a refund.
It's a refund, yeah.
Yeah. Because he basically
Assuming it's
paid the
paid by
taxes.
the-
Well, he might have paid it already. Assuming it's paid.
Gotcha.
I think
So how do
given
we
the
feel?
person-
Yeah, it sounds like it, but he'd have to have something initiated by that time too, or we're not gonna give a refund. I mean, he'd have to have permitting done, or, you know what I mean, to get that.
But he's not gonna do that till we agree if he can have.
Well, no, but if
five
we agree now to do that, it's on the record that we're agreeing to do it,
But we haven't
and,
passed that yet.
but we don't have to, he just wants affirmation.
If we don't pass that, whatever we do today is null and void.
It's just an affirmation.
Right.
That's what you're looking for.
Right.
Yeah.
That's all I was looking for.
Or a
affirmation.
current consensus of the board on a global scope.
Yeah, yes.
Right. We could- that we
Because
could-
there's nothing official there yet.
Yes.
Right.
And as part of that agreement,
Again,
with the new
it's not
rule
binding,
change,
what
you
y'all-
could say that he, in order for that to happen, he's got to have an approved SDP or whatever too. Some kind of process accomplished.
Yeah.
And one other book that the CID has is that the letter of utility availability would be narrow for particular uses only.
Yeah.
So-
Have you ever, Tony, seen a governmental entity giving money back?
I got checks in the mail all last year.
That was for your compensation for us at the supervisor.
No, I'm talking about when they were sending out.
The COVID checks.
COVID checks.
Oh, okay. Whatever.
I know it's different.
You guys want to do, we'll make it work.
Well, I'm okay to lowering it to 5, but I'd like some feeling that it's gonna happen. and not just.
Well, that
And
would
we
be
can
part of
look that
the
out.
agreement.
We can
We're
look at
discussing how we feel we want to go with this. I do like, because I think it's a kick, a jumpstart kick, what Sam said, bring back lower 3 with the building of 1. Lower another 3 with the building of 2. That's
I like that too.
a win-win.
It's motivation.
I think there's 2 questions here that you guys need. One, you could just wait till the workshop.
Yeah.
And the direction sounds like that, what we're gonna put in is contingent upon a developer's agreement. We will adjust, on whatever schedule it is, but we'll leave that. The other is, are you guys really going to
Give the credit.
give money back from what you've already left?
What about, okay, if you wanted him to give the ERCs and we don't want to pay him, why don't we pay him for the ERCs that we give him back?
We don't want them.
We don't need them.
No,
We don't
that-
want
You don't understand
Yeah,
what I'm saying.
it's compensation for something.
Yeah.
Compensate, right.
Instead of making it a note, just. say-
Right, we just turn it around the other way and we buy the.
Are you going to
ERC
report
from-
it as income on your tax return?
It's part of the principle of business.
Touche.
Well, if I'm an eccentric billionaire, everybody says that, we don't pay taxes.
But you know what I mean? Then we're not cutting him a check. We're buying something from him. If he,
It's all to be worked out.
and we could work out what the ERCs are worth. Maybe we buy them back from him for $4,000 each or whatever. And then when it comes time to sell them, then we establish our own selling price. So.
We don't want the ERCs. And I say we just keep it simple.
But we're getting them either way.
But if we just wait till this October, it's all done. Everything is up to date. The rules have been changed. We get the motivation, everybody's happy. Are you kidding me? I don't want to get in a rebate. We're doing something we totally didn't want to do. That's ridiculous. I mean, I'm all for helping the guy.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. We're trying to work with.
And I'm all for giving him the ERC deal. Let's readjust it, because if we do it for him, trust me, we got to do it for all the rest of these vacant parcels. If you think for 1 minute that Sunstream's going to sell their land and not hit us with this as a precedent, you're on opium. So let's get real about this.
We don't have to do it for everybody.
Right,
It all
but
depends
they
on
can
what's
ask.
submitted to us. Yes, they can ask.
But Sunstream has to give us a plan then that's only going to show that they're only going to build something that's only going to have
That's
1 or
fine,
2 ERCs.
But every time we do it, the
No,
cost of the district loses money, right? We're losing 20 grand. We're losing 30 grand that we're getting now. Where's that money coming from?
But you know what? Look what we're losing back there. What choice?
Well,
Our
let's
hands are
just give
tied.
it all away.
Our hands are tied.
I'll take it.
But are we going to stop the completion of this community? I don't want to do that. I'd like to see it developed out.
You can see it developed out, but not at a cost. It's supposed to be a plus. We're paying to see it developed out. Do I want to do that?
But
No.
if he has plans, that's the thing. That was allocated with a dream. So right now, we're looking at reality. Reality is 5 ERCs. There's no way
I get
we
the-
shouldn't work with them.
I agree with it.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. You are the one that can tell me if we're collecting, let's keep it really simple and take him out of it for a minute. If we're collecting $40,000 that we need to pay the bills on our property, and we help him out and we do the right thing, which is all fine, we're gonna lose $30,000 worth of income a year.
Yeah.
Where's it coming from?
His contract.
Oh, you didn't tell me that. You see what I'm saying? And you know who's gonna pay for it? All of us.
Everybody.
So somebody has to pay the bill. Do I want to hurt him? No. Do I agree with what he's saying? Yes. But that 30 grand is a deficit. It has to be made up by somebody. Who's it going to be made up by? The residents of this community. And then if it happens again back here,
No.
who's going to make it up?
You know what? Not going to be the residents making up that 30,000. It's gonna be the residents making up back there what we're not getting. That's an impact on.
They are now. We're doing that already.
No, they're not. We didn't increase ERCs.
No, but because that lot didn't pay us money,
Right.
we ate a $3.2 million deficit.
Yeah.
So the residents are eating it. What would our non-ad valorem be?
When we stopped getting payment back there, did we?
The last one was.
Sure.
The $400.
But that was to pay the debt.
Yeah, but that's what created the
No,
debt.
that was a shortage. The debt, it wasn't typical debt. The debt was built into your operating budget.
Right.
So the operating costs, which included the debt,
Right.
I mean, long before they dropped off, that water plant was built. You're paying for that debt through your operating costs.
Separate. Right.
So when you lost that, you had to increase the assessments by $450 back in
Per unit.
2014, 2012.
You had to make up that fee.
Right, but the residents are getting 80% of that back.
No, they're getting part of it back. It was 450 bucks.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
You,
Right.
once that debt went away,
Yeah.
that was an expense that you could adjust your budget and reduce the assessment
Yeah,
by
but-
80%.
But would you say right now, like, we're not getting any ERCs from back there,
Right.
that we've increased the residents to pay that?
No,
No. That's what I'm saying.
no.
But as you bring them on,
You did.
You did originally,
Yeah.
because they weren't paying. You said that yourself.
Yeah, it's not just the parcel 13, it's North Hotel,
Right.
Lake Huron.
It's two parcels in here that
Right.
still aren't paying. So
Right.
who's paying for
As
that?
of now, we're not paying it.
Right.
Well, so
So
tell us
It's
that.
paid off.
Nobody's paid more since the last increase in 2013 or 14.
Which was the
The $450.
Right. So,
potentially you deferred some of your maintenance costs and capital improvement costs.
Right, for 6 years.
Yeah.
That's where it went. But let's go one step further. He's saying, they're saying, whole Montez is saying, we're looking at $455,000 a year in capital improvement expense at today's dollar. Where's that coming from?
the sale of that land.
What if it doesn't sell tomorrow? The realtor said it's gonna
What if
be
he
2
doesn't do it
years.
tomorrow?
The realtor said it's gonna be 2 years
Yeah.
before we see any money.
And he's saying the same thing.
Okay.
3 years.
So where's that loss gonna go for 2 years? Who's gonna pay that?
You mean if they buy that property, we're not gonna get the money for 2 years?
Right? That's what he just said.
No,
That's what the
we're not
realtor
gonna-
said.
Completion. He's talking about completion of the 5 units.
No, forget him for a minute. I'm talking about lot 13.
That'll be.
They told us you're not gonna see the 2 million, 5 million, 1 million for at least 2 years. You're not gonna see it. So where's that money coming from?
How can we lock that up? What happens if they fold? We have to get some money.
We were all ready to do that with Zeman. We never even cut the $50,000 deposit from Zeman. How'd that happen? It's because everybody was snoozing. We never got a deposit from them and we locked it up for 4 months. Hello? We're not doing this right. You guys gotta forget that land. It's like everybody thinks, oh, we got the land. We got nothing. We've already gone, it's October, we've gone 10 months. We got Stugats. Nothing.
But we've got nothing, but the ERCs have nothing to do with it. That's what you've been saying right along. They didn't fail because their ERCs, the way
Right.
it's structured on there.
They told you that today. It make no difference. Zeman was ready to buy it with the ERCs, Russ. Zeman was ready to buy it with 220 ERCs. They knew how much it was gonna cost. We told them right here in this room. They were ready to buy it. They had the checkbook out. Okay? So it's not the ERCs. Erase that idea. You heard what these guys said? The land is red hot. Forget the ERC.
Now, I spoke to 2 big developers.
Okay, and we just spoke to
The
5
ERCs
commercial
is
guys.
Why they're not interested.
That's those 2. They're not gonna tell you they will buy
Your
it.
opinion, right? You're only one.
We just
You're only
talked
one.
to
You're the
5.
largest
That's not the
one,
issue
but you're
right
only
now.
one.
Yeah,
The
that's good.
issue is,
Keep playing that right.
are we concerned about 30,000 a year? Or
I
do we
am.
want the development? And
What's the development gonna do?
It's gonna help finish this neighborhood.
Okay, but what's that
And
gonna
it's
do?
gonna stop other things from being there.
Like what?
This is gonna be appreciable.
How is that development, these 5 buildings, gonna help the residents of this district? How's it gonna help financially? It's not. It's gonna cost us 30 grand a year.
So you want the gas station out there, you want the.
I might want Disney World to go in,
It
but
might cost you 30 a year to get what
you
we
guys
want.
are killing me with the gas
If he
station.
just lets it go, if he just sells it to somebody else, they're gonna have to do it to meet the 20 years.
But it doesn't have to be a gas station,
But it could be.
but it could be a lot of things.
This, we know what it is.
Okay, I'm not saying don't do it, but I am saying, who's gonna,
You're saying
nobody's
don't do
answering.
anything, you're saying don't do anything.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you
I'm
are.
saying, who's gonna pay the 30 grand loss?
So, all right.
Who's gonna pay the 30 grand loss?
It's been 4 hours.
Yeah, we got
Can
it.
we take a 5-minute break? I need to use Chris.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
We gotta skip talking about this parcel. Okay, we got it. This is 7 meetings, we've run overtime, and it's psychological. Let's make a decision on this parcel, one way or another. I'm not gonna do another meeting talking about this. This is the 7th meeting we've sat here overtime. It's ridiculous. We're gonna lose 30 grand. Where's the money coming from? Just answer me that. I don't hear you. We're gonna eat it. The residents are gonna eat it.
The 30 grand's gonna come from mosquito spraying that we don't have to do anymore when.
That's right,
when-
that's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
okay. But you see what I'm saying?
There it is.
I
There's
gave you the
money.
30 grand.
We got it.
But we gotta pay the county then.
Onward.
No, we don't.
No, we don't.
The individual pays,
The individual pays
so
it.
it's coming out of the.
So we found the 50,000.
Not your ad valor, not your non-ad valor.
Right.
So now we have to go back to, are we gonna consider the 5 ERCs? And how will we consider it? I still like the less 3 every time one's built. I like that way. What do you like? And would you do
Well,
with 5?
it's not gonna happen until October, that's.
The
that's a
issue
low.
is 5. Will we
Right.
do 5 or will we not do 5?
I would definitely go 5, but I don't know about.
We'll just discuss how we'll go about it. But
Right,
you go
but-
5, I'll go 5. Will you go 5? Will you go 5?
Yeah, no, 160.
There's another way that you could do this.
Yeah.
You could
Okay.
lease the monument
I'm still in
land.
this.
We could what?
Yeah,
We'll lease the monument land.
yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. We're just looking at, will we go 5 ERCs? Not how we're gonna do it, but I think that's what he needs to know. Are we-
Well, it's easy going forward.
Yeah.
You know, for fiscal year 23.
Right, right.
It's for fiscal year 22, you have to make a decision if you're going to either, as Russ says, give compensation for.
Yeah, well, that's already on the tax roll and it has to be paid. But that was not the issue today. The issue today was ERCs 5. Will we do that? As
And
far
how?
as the refund of the taxes and whatever, that's another issue. That doesn't have to be
Right.
decided right now.
Okay. The going forward,
Mhm.
23 and beyond.
Right.
We did a quick down and dirty analysis of all the vacant property has to be
Right.
eliminated. You're looking at about 104,000.
I know.
And you can absorb that in your budget, in the utility budget. I mean, it's going to cut into your capital improvements, but it's not going to stop you from operating.
Mhm.
And you still have some for.
Yeah, and until they come to us,
But we have,
there's nothing to decide.
But hold on a minute.
That's with no increase.
Hold on a minute, just so we scrub this clean. You're saying that it's going to cost the district an additional $104,000 that we can take out of the general fund or somewhere like that, that's earmarked to do other things. He's saying we have $7 million worth of repairs, capital improvements that need to be done. He said 450,000 a year. That makes it 550,000. Where's that money coming from? It's not.
We have to sell the land.
The land, let's say we sell the land for
Always
$2
said that's where the
million.
money's coming from.
That's not
If you don't
7.
sell it, where's it coming
That's
from?
not
You
7.
think this neighborhood's gonna come up with that money?
That's what I'm saying. That is what I'm saying. Forget the land. If he's saying, if Home Montez is saying, we're looking at $7 million in infrastructure over the next 5 years, which is what he said, we paid $25,000 for the report. Who the hell's gonna pay that? At some point, we're gonna hit a wall.
That number is if every single vacant ERC was turned in. That means they would have to, which is not what we're doing. We're not accepting everybody's ERC. If, what's the name of it, Sunstream or whoever wanted, Peppermint Mansion, whoever wanted to build something over there, if they want to build a tower, they want to build even a condo building over there, they have to give us the plans, and then we have to determine what the ERCs are, and then we would only reduce it by the reduced amount. We wouldn't reduce all of them. He's saying worst case scenario, if everything was turned in, if everybody went belly up and didn't pay, the cost of the district would be $104,000, which is probably $150 on average per unit per year.
Okay, increase to the people's taxes.
Yes, but that's only if they were all gone.
Okay.
We're not taking all of his.
You're taking 75%, what if you just only 75% of everything? How much
Right.
would it cost us?
Russ,
Well, then it's less, then it's $75,000.
Russ, what about the capital improvements that they haven't budgeted for 6 years? 0 capital improvements.
What are we doing about that right now?
Nothing.
Right.
Well, that doesn't make it right.
I haven't seen you say increase the neighbors. I haven't heard that.
Let me
come out
ask you a
of
question. How are we gonna pay the $250 for the generator he talked about today?
You mean the one you keep saying,
Yeah.
do this, do
Yeah,
that?
that
Because
one.
You don't even ask where the money's coming from.
Where's it coming from?
I'd like to know because you keep spending it.
So it sounds like nobody knows.
Well, you have
We have-
the money for that right now.
I
Yeah.
know.
Your fiscal
But he
year
doesn't ask if
in
we
the
have the money.
operating budget for utilities, you came in with, I don't want to call it a surplus, but revenue over expenses of, I think it
Little
was
over 100,
200%,
wasn't it?
no, it was almost 300,000.
But I think you had wasn't it a loss on the one?
And general
70?
fund, yeah, the general
But a
fund, you
gain on
said
the
you
other.
lost 79,000. But you had a lot of unexpected and not reoccurring expenses.
Right.
You know, the road repairs.
Which is always gonna be.
But that's gonna happen every year.
Yeah, but water sewer, almost $232,000.
Yeah, but the general
But-
fund
And
was a
you did
loss.
pay some of your capital projects out of it.
Right.
The meters
The
didn't
meters came out of
entirely
that,
come
right.
out of that, but a portion of the
Right.
meters did.
But how much was all that? How much were the capital improvements total last year? How much did we
Well, we
pay?
didn't
not
budget
looking at
anything.
that. We didn't budget
but,
anything,
I
but
think we
we
had
paid for the
300,000.
Okay, but what Home Montez is saying is we have to pay $455 a year.
Have to is not what they're saying.
Their estimate.
They're
haven't
saying
figured it out.
estimate committed
if you do everything they have on their list, then you could be spending 450,000. That's still
You
a
have to
board
know what's
decision
out there.
on what you proceed to do and not to do.
Right.
You would basically need to start deferring projects. The only thing is eventually you're gonna have to.
But that's been done for
By
6
default.
years. Projects got deferred for 6 years already.
And we're not gonna come up with this money in 1 year, Ray.
We're not coming up with it at all.
Right.
That's my point.
That's right.
And you had 200,000 in capital improvements in the last fiscal year.
Right.
that Just ended.
So
So we
if their
did 200.
estimate is 455 as a guide.
Yeah, but we had 200 and we have a surplus this year of 200, so that's 400.
Okay, but this is a new year.
Yeah.
So now it's 200.
And that's at the
No,
rate.
no.
We spent that money.
No, it's not. How's he come up with 200 this year?
I don't know, he said.
Yeah, that's.
We're looking at what,
financials.
no, but what you said, the ending of last year,
Yeah,
we had a profit.
right.
Plus we put out 200
You had a
capital
surplus, not a
improvements
profit.
last year.
That surplus would roll into this coming year also.
Right,
It
So
could.
you're
but
saying,
it's not budgeted
It's
to
not
roll
fun.
in.
Right.
Yeah.
so are you saying there's a capital improvement budget this year of 400,000?
No, we're saying last year, we could have paid off 400,000 between our excess and the 200 we did pay out. That
Right.
was 400.
Right.
So now this year,
After paying back 220 to the residents.
220 to the residents are what's on the tax roll now.
Right. But after
Not
doing
last
that,
Not
we
last
still
year.
You
had.
had, in the budget for that just completed, your budget was $284,000. That was 275 for the meters and 9,000 for just capital outlay for the wastewater plant
So that's what was budgeted for capital improvement last year.
last year.
And this year's the same?
This year, I don't have your budget with me. This year, I thought we put 300,000.
That sounds familiar. That sounds familiar.
And your end of the year operating expenses, you were, whatever I said, 200 and some odd thousand dollars of excess revenue over expenses.
Okay. So I see a deficit. How do we
This should
can't
have
keep
been all covered in
deferring.
the budget when we were working on budget.
We
Should all
can't
be
keep
clear.
deferring, is what I'm getting at. And if the average, if they're saying, if everything's done, it's 7 million. Let's say half of it's done. It's 3.5 million. How much is that over 5 years?
I think I understand what you're saying, Ray.
It doesn't work that way.
With no reductions in the assessments.
Right.
With the ERCs.
Right.
I still charge up all these ERCs. We've got 300, a little over 300,000 in the budget. So you want to see 450,000 in capital improvement. So that's $150,000 that right now, if that's what you want to put in your budgets, you've got to increase to the residents.
That's what I'm saying, but I'm saying that's what Home Montez is recommending from the report we paid for. It's not me. It's the report we paid for is recommending that's what we do. Not me.
Okay, but the board has to decide, every year you decide what
The
you're going to
budget
spend on
process.
capital improvements.
Yeah.
And
Right.
remember, sorry, Dave, that's an engineer's estimate.
Hopefully we're
Which-
high.
Hopefully, I'm sure you are. So I've never seen an engineer that wasn't high. Ever.
Wait a minute.
No,
Just he just had his eyes done.
And Ray, what about the issue when it's said that we don't want to develop the 50 acres to keep it as a park?
Yeah.
What about the loss of that revenue?
It's a loss, you're right.
Yeah, and you're
That's why
willing to
we're here.
absorb that? And you think this neighborhood wants to make up 400,000 a year?
No, I
plus
don't
the
think
loss
that.
of that?
That's why I'm voting to sell it. That's why I brought the brokers in. Nice try, but that didn't work. If it was up to me, I'd pay $1,000 more a year and leave it the way it is.
So, all right, right now, to get past this issue, I said I am willing to work with lowering the ERCs to 5 on this gentleman's property.
I'm
What
for
do you
that,
want?
yeah.
You're for that? What are you?
Yeah, I'll do it.
And I'm also in favor of, I think the other is a little too complicated.
Yeah, I want to use this methodology.
Yeah, take 3 away each time you build.
Yeah,
Yeah, and I would suggest again that it's couched as subject to the rule.
Right, subject to
Because
the rule.
I don't want there to be any misperception.
But our intent,
right.
Correct.
if the rules get changed, our intent is to work with you on a way to get you to 5 ERCs.
Thank you.
Right.
I don't want someone saying they relied upon it, went forward.
Yeah.
Can
Thank you.
we do that when I put the foundations in?
We're not deciding that now.
Yeah.
We
Okay.
need the rule change before we can even say for sure you're down to 5.
But personally, I don't want to keep revisiting this parcel of land.
I feel that.
Yeah, well, I hope you do, because
But
you
our
got
hands
it
are
the way it
tied.
was.
Until that rule change is approved, our hands are tied.
Right.
But at least we
All
can move
right,
forward.
so that we can have some direction on this. Number one, you're going to pull because right now, anyone can ask for how many ERCs based on plans.
Right.
Nothing's being changed.
Right.
Now, what you said is that if there's a reduction, they have to sell them, and if they don't sell them, you will consider
Right.
accepting.
Right, yeah.
Maybe we should take that out altogether and just say that if the plan reveals a certain number of ERCs needed for that proposed development, then they can turn that back in. Period.
And not sell them.
They don't have to try and sell them. They don't have to. They go into our pot of available ERCs.
Upon approval of the CID, in other words, we'd have to approve them turning them back.
Well, you would just approve the development plan.
Yeah.
Because like what.
Yep, that'd be part of the package.
Yeah, there'd have to be a development plan that you approve, but the
Right.
rules would automatically permit it.
Yeah.
On vacant land. And then the development plan would say how they're going to pay it, how they're going to be charged, all of this.
Say that one more time, what you just said.
That the development plan that is submitted, that he's going to determine what the water sewer needs are on that proposed development, that's going to be submitted, and there will be, if there's any deviation from what they're going to pay or not pay, then that's going to be covered in a development plan that is going to be approved by the board. But, so, I'm not sure what else I said that I.
No, you said it right.
Okay.
So now we're moving forward.
We're moving forward, but you're giving direction to staff. That's the way we're going to write that. Because you're not going to have that provision where they have to go out and sell them.
Right.
And if they,
Right, that's okay.
we don't know how long it's going to take for that you would expect them to try to sell them. Yeah. And they just automatically would be accepted by the board. Then they go into the pot.
Got that, sir?
And that automatically, once the board approves the impact on the system,
right,
then that would determine the amount.
And every time that comes to you, I mean, it's not automatic that, because Steve's here, we can use him as an example.
Yeah.
Now, there's 15 ERCs that are going to be turned back in.
Right.
But for you to accept them, you have to agree to some sort of a development plan that says how they'll be reduced.
Yeah.
And
how we
Tony's
will
going to
accept
put that in the
Yeah.
rules. That, not how they will be accepted, but Tony's going to put in that
You'll see the draft to address this. And
Yeah.
once that Cal and Dave and I agreed to recommend to y'all, then you all can say, that you captured it, or you haven't
I'll
captured
read
it.
it. I remember the hours spent on this.
Yeah, oh yeah, well, I think we all will.
So if we could, that's direction for rules and you'll prove it at the rulemaking. But I think if you could give Steve some sort of preliminary approval.
We did that. We did.
Well, but let's do it as a motion. Yeah. And that you're willing to readjust his ERCs based upon a plan on how they're going to, you're not just dropping them right away, and upon the recommendation of the engineer on how many, and that you're, after the rules, it's going to be done after that, but you're willing to proceed in that direction, and he's got the confidence that he can.
That's my motion.
Okay. Boy, I hope Jolene got all of this.
I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye. All against? All ayes.
Okay,
You opposed?
we're ready to move on?
Oh, I didn't hear you. All right.
Ready to move on?
Yes.
Thank you, board.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Okay. You want to turn that mic off?
Okay, now we're at the, we had a request, you have it in your packet, and it's a letter from Orchid Cove, and they would like you to landscape the median as you're coming into Orchid Cove.
I feel I'd like to know an estimate on it. I think if we're gonna have this up for sale, I think it would help the buyer when he drives in to see it nicely done.
Okay.
They want it only as far as the entrance to Peacock?
Yeah.
Yes.
Fine.
Yeah. So let's go to the entrance.
Yeah, I think we should get full, so to give us an estimate.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. In fact, there's some plannings that's already come in so far with the
Yeah, it's partially,
It's
well,
partially done already.
Can I
But
make a suggestion?
sure.
I think one way that you can improve it relatively quickly is two types of plantings around the sign, Union Road, whatever it is. Have Soto let them grow a little bit, because right now, the dwarf Ixora is this big, and what are you gonna get out of it? So ask him to make them grow taller, and you'll get more of an impact around the sign.
They will grow.
Even drive it up.
as far as like giving direction to Soto to come up with a proposal, we're looking at maybe trying to do the landscaping the same way that we've got over on the other side of the K,
Yes.
which is more like your flowering shrubs and things like that, not potted annuals
No,
and that.
I don't think there's any irrigation in the meeting.
Yeah, well, that'll be part of the thing.
Yeah, there is.
I don't.
Up the middle?
All the way up.
There's irrigation.
Well, there's availability irrigation water. It may need to be extended and actually put in the ground to service those shrubs and so forth.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So how about, we have Michelle, who works with Soto, work with the board at Orchid Cove. They'll come up with a plan and bring it back at the next meeting.
Yeah, plan and a proposal from.
So, can we get that as a motion? The motion would be to appoint
Appoint Michelle to work
Michelle as the
work with the
liaison
board.
to work with the
the Orchid
board.
Cove
I'll
Board
make the motion.
to,
Is there a second?
Second. All in favor?
aye.
See, I guess that gets us to the one we delayed, and that was selection of a realtor.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
got that. All right,
well, I like the kid. Yeah, but,
I had him rated 1.
yeah,
Yeah.
but,
who did you have rated one?
I had the kid.
the last
kid.
one.
What's his name?
Mark?
Nobody knows, I don't even know his name. What is it?
Michael Price.
Yeah.
And we've got the printout from them?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that guy is absolutely, that's the guy.
I had
What
him
made
and
you
Mike
say
Carr both as.
I was, you know what?
Yeah.
As much as, honestly,
Yeah.
as much as I really don't like the way Mike Carr worked us the first time, saying, oh, you've got ERC problems there,
Yeah.
I really didn't like that.
Uh-huh.
And he was kind of slick.
Okay.
But he made a lot of sense today. He's got a big track record.
Yes.
Coldwell Banker Commercial is a huge track record.
Yeah.
But this guy specializes, and I was poised not to like him. They specialize in land. They
Yeah.
specialize in weird land. They want everybody looking to them for land, not buildings. And I just think, I don't know, I think he's the guy, I really do. And that's why I asked him if he's located here. If he's up in Sarasota, would just be another listing. He's located here. I think he would be our best bet. And Mike Carr was a close second, but I just think that this guy gets it. Let's figure it out. We're gonna do all the assessment work. We're gonna tell you this, and this. They're paying for that. So, and I asked him that question. We don't know what they want for a commission, but I mean, let's see what he's got to say. He's not gonna tell us in front of his competitors, and I don't blame him. We are gonna have to bring him in one more time to see what's really in his head and how much it's gonna cost. But I would say go with him.
Didn't we have a percentage on it?
Yeah, they've got a percentage, but what we would do is if you've got somebody that you want to appoint
Yes.
as a group, then your motion would be to authorize staff to negotiate a contract with whatever realtor.
Yeah, he seemed, I mean, he said that he basically works with everybody anyway.
Yeah.
It sounds like they all work
They all work together.
together in a
And they all
manner.
market in the same venue.
And what I took away from him, not saying what he gets percentage wise or anything, because he probably works with that. That's my takeaway. I mean, it's not, I don't think it's fixed in stone.
It's here.
No, I know that, but I mean, I think he works with that.
Yeah.
I think he might take less to make the deal go through or something.
But
You know what
that's,
I mean?
yeah.
I think what Ray
That's
asked him
between that
about
working, when he was talking about working with the potential buyer to go through the things that could potentially sink the deal, that they would do that ahead of time so that they can sort of smooth those rough portions of the road out. I think that's when I
They can handle the objection.
that's when I tuned in
Yeah.
immediately.
No, I think, I make a motion to hire you.
Okay, there's land question.
Land Quest.
Wait. So you have them first? Who do you have first?
I had him right up there with Caldwell, with Carr.
Yeah,
The two of them.
I'm cross between the two. What about you?
I would be Land Quest first and Car second.
And now it's up to you.
I think car and land plan. Come on, Chairman.
There you go.
Do your thing. Make a decision.
Well, you could do a rank, you could do a ranking matrix and just go down and see who gets the lowest score, and that would be your number one, and your number two would be the second one.
Yeah.
And you may want to
No,
give
It's
it
only between those two.
It's only between those two.
Yeah. So, I don't know, I guess, no, I know, there's just something about the way Land Quest presented herself.
Okay, so land
He
plan.
seems straight, I think.
Right.
But I think Mike Carr's fine too, but
I do
yeah,
too.
I think I go Land Quest. I think he's still gonna work with these guys and they're
Yes,
still,
the energy.
yeah, I think they're still they're all gonna work together. They ought to work, they're gonna have to sell it, yeah.
They're gonna want to sell it.
If we could, we've got a motion to authorize staff to develop an agreement with Land Quest.
Yes.
Is there a second? Second. Okay, now we can discuss the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
But I think we should bring him in at the next meeting and just nail it down and hire
Are
him.
you ready to pay them?
Well,
Hey, we
we'll
know
have-
them.
we'll ask him to be here, like I say, we'll ask for their sample contract, Tony will go
Yes.
through it, he'll mark it up, and we'll get something that we can present to you guys before the next meeting, and we'll ask him to be here to answer any questions.
Yeah, you want him to start, if he knows he's gonna get the contract,
Yeah.
roughly come up with some,
We got one,
ideas on what he can bring.
one comment here.
Wasn't he filling in for?
Yes.
Yes.
He was, that's
Yeah.
correct.
So that's not even the guy you're hiring.
I think,
But it's.
my impression is that they may be working as a partner.
And
I
he
just-
The same way
actually,
there was two guys talking.
He actually-
so, yeah.
he actually does the
Land.
Okay.
what we're looking for, not
I think, when he made the comment that James wasn't here.
They're partners.
He's the
Oh,
director.
I understand. Sometimes the partner isn't as good as the one.
That's right.
No, but he's the land, he said he was the land.
He's the land guy, and I think
That's why they
That's
said
fine. I like it too, so I'm not, I just. Because, yeah, we went together.
Okay,
Yeah.
so let's see, you called all of favor.
Yeah.
Supervisor comments.
I've got a comment, I'm going to bring it up, and we'll not discuss it today, but I want us to think about it. I want us to think, and we're sitting here talking about expenses and what's coming down the pike, CIP, et cetera. Where is it all coming from? Or majority of it?
There's plenty of money, don't worry.
Yeah.
There's plenty of
No,
money.
it's coming from the water, sewer, treatment plant.
Okay, for the water sewer operations, it's coming from that. The general fund is coming from assessments.
Right.
But 77% of the nut is the water and
Is the
sewer.
water and sewer.
Yeah,
Here's what I'd
that's
like
the
us to,
expense.
here's what I'd like to think, I'd like us to think about. I like this thing, I don't think we ever got a definite answer from the county. If we could turn over, they would accept the water and treatment sewer plants and take it away from us.
Did we get it?
No, I talked to, we didn't go and talk to them.
Because I know we have in the past, and then it came
Well,
up again.
All I'm saying is, I'd like us to go out and discuss it again and get a yes or no from them.
Have an
And then-
actual meeting. on it.
And actually come back to this group and say, to us, and say, here's what we think could happen, et cetera, and make a decision. Maybe we don't want to get rid of it, but I would certainly like the opportunity to discuss possibly getting rid of it and taking that completely out of the equation that sits in here every time we have a meeting.
Yeah.
Really, you're talking about the water sewer plant. When
Yeah.
you talk about your ERCs, everything else, it's going to be that expensive. As I said, don't want to discuss it today. Want y'all to think about it, and let's discuss it the next meeting. Actually, if you would put it on for discussion at the next.
You stay here much longer, it'll be the next.
It will, that's true. Close it back, I'll die of starvation.
I still like the bar idea.
I'm not sure that's an option. I mean, you guys could discuss it, but I'm not sure that that's an option that they would consider.
Well, certainly.
We need to explore it.
All they can say is no.
Right. We really haven't explored it, and it's such a big expense. And frankly, I see the day coming when we're gonna get slammed. There's just no way around it.
How many other, you know the CDDs around, how many other CDDs have their own water plant?
A lot of them do, but they're outside of municipal service area.
But they're run by the county.
And Gateway is one both Tony and I have experience with, and they sold their plant. And, you know, I don't know if it's good or bad, but now they've got this 25 million gallon a day plant that's just this huge monstrosity.
The county.
In the middle of their day. The
County
county.
does.
Yeah, the county. does.
And the county
And
moved
it's
out
right
to
in the
the
middle of their community.
Not really.
Well,
It's next to a 600 kilovolt FBL transmission line.
The other reason I brought it up is the fact that I think I read somewhere the county's getting ready to go out for $280 million worth of water plant. They're looking at upgrading. So as I said,
Yeah.
don't want to discuss it today. I'd like it on the agenda for next week and next month, and let's discuss going out and talking to them about, because as I said, it doesn't hurt to talk.
Okay.
And I'm good at that. Oh,
No, he is.
well,
Don't take it away.
I won't take it.
Someday you'll regret.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I got just a couple things. You know, we were talking about this, whatever system you say that we have running here. Video.
Yeah, go to meetings.
Go to meetings. And we were talking about Zoom that he brought up multiple times, but it has the ability for storage.
Well, I don't know that this does.
Okay, because
Tris,
I
are
thought you
you
could
still
link it.
there?
Yeah, I'm here.
That business.
Okay.
Can't you just link it to our website so that it's always available and then throw it to the cloud? I mean, it might cost us some money per year, but is it?
So as it is right now, it's the meetings are archived on GoToMeetings website.
Right.
And I don't think that that's easily accessible. It's easy for me to send links to individual ones. I have to do research to determine if I can figure out a way to easily link that to our website. I don't know the answer to that yet.
I was told Zoom could be linked to our website and then they wouldn't have to call you, email you for anything. If they want to watch it, they just click on a button and there it is. So
I would have to look at that, but my initial estimate or my initial gut feeling on that is that when you sign up for a Zoom meeting, you know, you get the login, you put your email in there. When the meeting's over, they email you, here's the link to the meeting that you just attended. It might be that. I don't know if there's some repository website where all the meetings are listed. That's what I need to figure out.
That's what I was told. Whether it's true, I don't know. I've never worked with Zoom.
We'll look into it. We'll put that on the.
And then it can stay there. And then it's there for years. It goes to the cloud.
Because that does come up all the time, I agree. And I think it's fully transparent. I think it would be a good recording. I think it's going to educate the membership, the owners, and how expensive can it be? So I would rather see that too, unless there's a real reason why. Zoom is the go word right now, but is there a reason why we don't want Zoom? Because everybody seems familiar with it.
No, I'm very familiar with what we use now because it's a business program that's well used. Zoom is privately used.
And when we did our research, which one we should take or get for everyone, this was the most expensive, but it was also the most highly rated by governmental entities.
Yeah. But I just figured that would free you up. You wouldn't be getting these, I need this, I need that. Anyway.
It's easy to do. It's not a problem, but we'll try and see if we can get a link set up on the website.
And the other thing, I would be remiss if I didn't, because we're all talking about money all the time, okay? And no offense to anybody here, we changed lawyers and very happy. And we're very happy with you guys, as far as I know. And, but when do we review contracts? When do we see your contract or Soto's contract? When do we
All right.
review that in order to?
I've asked for contracts, and I recommend all of you ask for contracts to keep at home. Soto's, I believe last year we updated, and then the utility company,
Right, yeah.
we updated, it's a 3-year contract. I'm not sure about engineering, but I think Cal's contract was never ending. So that hasn't been,
What do you mean it's never ending?
there's no
You
end.
just fire them whenever you want.
Oh.
There's no
You're an
end.
employee at will.
Okay, but I mean, we never review, we never go for bids or anything, or?
No, you should though. I mean.
Well, I'm just bringing that out there. Just,
Well,
I
what
get people in the
happened-
community telling me, and,
Yeah, what happened with like Soto, he was following his contract, not realizing it had expired. So at that point, it was best just to extend his contract. I think 2 or 3 years is what we did. And pretty much the same thing happened with the utility company. All of a sudden it was here. Now.
so, I mean, you don't know what's out there. I mean, I don't know if you guys
No,
do
you're right. I think
3%,
every 2
3%
to 3
increases
years.
every year or whatever. And now, no, not that's a lot, but now inflation is up even more. So I don't know what we should be doing.
I know as
I'm
far
just
as our,
throwing it out there.
as far as our fees, I know we probably went 3 or 4 years before we raised it, and ours is tied to the Collier County fee schedule that we have with them. So we just piggyback basically with that fee schedule. And I think we may be similar to Cal. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, that we serve it well.
Yeah, typically it's like a continuing contract, the terminable fund notice, same with my contract. All the professionals are typically that way. What the board may want to do is have in their meeting book, the contract dates, the vendors, contract dates, and when
Yeah,
they
I know,
terminate.
they don't.
Yeah, may just want to have like a little reminder slipped into each book, and then at budget time, ask any professionals if they want to, because that's the time to ask for the increase, not after.
Well, no, so far it's been listed in the contract. One was 7% a year. And so every year when Cal would budget, it would be 7%. But the thing is, you have to review that every few years. Has to be an end to that
Yeah.
contract, so you do that.
Okay, so when that should be reviewed when?
Well, the board, I think the budget time is typically when a lot of parties review it, because if you're going to raise any rates, you want to include in the upcoming budget.
Okay.
And again,
So that won't be
I'm
April
seeing,
or something?
We've never increased ours above 3%.
Okay.
And we don't ever charge you like, the change. Now that change in the financials is the only one we do in all of our clients. Everyone else has, but we pay it.
Right.
Because we give you what you want. We don't charge it for a lot of the things so what I'm saying is a lot of times when you bid something out, it's hard to put an apple to apple bid. And you can just go the basics, which we can look at our contract and reduce it, but then we've got to charge it for all the letters, we got to charge it for all the stamps, and we don't do any of that now. The banking costs we pick up for you, like just send a FedEx to US Bank. So it's just, you don't have to bid.
I just said I would bring it up. Because, like I said, I'm happy with what we got.
Yeah.
Well, summary one, it would be a good idea.
like I said, some districts, some boards like to have in each agenda packet, a little matrix about which vendors, which contracts, start date, end date.
Okay.
If there is one, and that's, I've seen that, just like a quick glance.
Yeah,
every
well, the
time.
other thing is if each board member has that contract, they
That's
can do
true.
their own little template file.
It's true.
So what do you think, Ron? Composite contracts?
Or would something like that be on our website? Or no?
Based on
Those contracts?
either the contracts are. I mean, if they're ever requested, it's public information, we'll send it.
Yeah. Okay.
But I think we, as a board, each individually should be familiar with the contracts. So can you do that, send it to the board?
Yeah.
That way I'll have the update.
I just want to know if Cal's taking us out to dinner because it's too late for lunch.
Most restaurants close at 2.
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
Sorry.
Good timing.
We're gonna get a timer.
Do I have to answer the
Come on.
I think that was hard stuff.
Anybody
Can we
have
just
any-
talk about the CR4 one more time with the bottom? Just one more time.
Okay, no audience comments?
No. All right.
No audience left, we killed them all.
Motion to adjourn the meeting.
I second that.
All in favor? Yeah.
I think it's ended.
Are we done?
She was throwing it out there.
A new
Put that
record,
on next
a
door.
new record, a new record.
Unfortunately,
Was it you that was